Well, I haven't said this in a while. It is the worst of Opie and Anthony, and my name is E-Rock. E-Rock Radio on Twitter, and I'm hosting this thing for today as the Opie and Anthony show is off this week and returning next Monday. So what will we do here today? Well, I decided, last night was the premiere of the final episodes of Breaking Bad on AMC. It was on last night at 9 o'clock, and every Sunday night at 9 o'clock on AMC. So I figured, you know what? Why not? We don't do too many themes. Why not do a Breaking Bad day? So that's what we're going to do here for you. We're going to outline some of the interviews that we did with the cast, and hope you enjoyed. And if you've never seen the show, seasons 1 through 5 are up on Netflix. You should definitely check it out. This is not a paid promotion. This is just something I'm saying you might enjoy it. We're going to start off today with Aaron Paul, and he's Walter White's assistant. He's a cool dude. He's in studio, and we talk to him right now.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Can we? Hey, let's bring in Aaron Paul.
Yeah, where are we going to put him? We got to get him in the chair of honor. The chair of honor. There he is.
Wow, I know this guy.
Wow, it's like, hey, I know this guy.
Fuck, I know this guy.
I know. We have the
Jim.
How you doing, Anthony? That's
Opie, bro. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And for the 80th time, I have to explain. Look, I don't normally look like this. I had a fight with my
He doesn't care.
You didn't even notice.
No, actually, I look like you in every episode. I know. You get the shit beat out of you constantly.
They
love beating you to a pulp,
throwing me down.
Yes, you're Jesse, of course. I'm Breaking Bad.
Jesse Pinkman.
And I didn't watch the show from the beginning when it was actually on, but somebody turned me on to the DVDs, and it was one of those where I popped the first one in and went, all right, that's it. Captured.
Yeah.
That first episode grabs it because you don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
And from there, it just gets better and better.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. I started smoking meth.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have that effect.
Great.
It kind of does make you want to do meth.
Yeah, it really
just looks so fun.
Yeah.
They're just like so excited when they do it and everything.
I literally just started. I'm only 2 episodes into the box set because I know the new season starting. What happens after the acid bleeds through the ceiling?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. That's where I am.
The melted body falls through.
Yeah,
That's where I am right
a
now.
great
Yeah.
one.
I've only seen the first 2.
That is a good one, and you screwing things up like that really makes the show, because obviously you got Bryan, who's very technical and knows his shit. And you're just like, yeah, well, you get a plastic tub when I could use the metal bathtub. And ooh, bad,
You learn stuff on that
bad
show.
idea.
Like,
you really do.
Yeah.
Have you been watching it and thinking like, I think I could make meth?
Yes.
I'm going to have to be devil's advocate. I don't get it. No.
I don't understand the
No, we
story.
watched the first 2 seasons,
Yeah.
and I mean, this has nothing to do with you, but it's taken forever to get the 3rd season on DVD on Amazon. Is it out?
Yeah, it actually it just came out.
It just came out?
Yeah.
He's having a problem with his iTunes download. Could you call somebody?
Can you go to his house and
Hey,
work on it?
listen, I'm married, my wife and I are comics, and we don't like talking to each other, so we got to watch this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? 2 fucking seasons. You know how much conversation we...
Rich, what is the show about for the people out there that don't know?
It's about. You want me to tell you? It's about.
Yes,
it's
please,
a school teacher who thinks he has a certain amount of time to live. He has cancer, so he wants to leave his family with a little nest egg.
Right.
So and he's a chemist, so he realizes, hey, I can make money making meth because it's big. They kill people throughout the show. There's never an investigation. People are dead. Okay, the guy's selling meth in front of his brother-in-law, who's supposedly a big DEA agent. Okay. But it's fucking good, all right?
But that's
it's not
just
like
it.
it's not like the killings of Son of Anarchy, where they kill you right in front of a cop and they don't investigate. There's drugs behind
it
it.
is, but I see it as they're like drug skulls. They're scum. Like a lot of times, you don't really want to investigate.
Have you
too
ever
much
been
into
in an
that
interview
shit.
where you didn't speak at all?
No, actually, this is fantastic. I love watching you guys talk.
It really is.
No, I'd much rather be in this situation.
We're just looking at Aaron going, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And I just said, yes,
Right.
you're absolutely right.
No, I do want to ask you a couple of things, I gather. You were not supposed to be in the full show.
No,
you were just supposed to do.
Yeah, Jesse was supposed to die at the end of the first season.
Now, what changed that? I guess you did a good job.
Thank God they decided to keep him around. They just Vince, our creator, kind of just loved the tug of war, odd a couple like beating head element of Walt and Jesse's characters. So
yeah, I couldn't imagine like what they would have done if you weren't in it, because it would have been kind of one-sided. It does give that kind of two guys that are complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. I mean, it's this type of show is like you never know if you're going to die or not. There's a lot of our main cast. They just meet their demise, and
when I first started watching it. And I was trying to stay away from spoilers.
I don't know any
people
spoilers.
Will just be, no, I'm not going to say any. But people are like, there are these holy shit moments where you literally sit there and just go, holy shit, no way. No fucking way that just happened.
Right.
Or that person got killed or whatever. But
so wait, when you got hired, you knew you were supposed to die at the end of the first season?
No, I had no idea.
You didn't?
Yeah, I mean, I've done so many pilots, and none of them ever see the light of day, and this is the first one that I did that actually got picked up, and I just thought I got a series regular gig, but they told me towards the end of the season they were going to plan to kill off the character, and then they decided.
Hey, we got some bad news.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to die.
Don't tell him.
Oh,
no
You
spoilers.
know what's depressing? When he came in, his publicist was outside, and she's looking. I'm going, oh, she recognizes me, and it was stupid fucking Tom Papa.
Of course she recognizes Tom.
I work with her too.
Tom's a big star
Tom
on
had
the
a show on NBC.
Yeah.
You were on between fucking whisk commercials in 1997. You depressed me because you look like what I would want to look like.
It's true.
Your mom aborted you.
He's me.
Oh, shit.
He's me if I was really handsome and thin.
And in shape, right?
In shape, yeah.
He's the perfect Norton.
You're what I could have been.
No, you couldn't.
Well, a little booze during pregnancy might have hurt him.
No, and he can act. He knows what to do with his hands. Not like Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't know what to do with his
His
hands.
eyes don't pop out after every scene.
I do. What do you do? That's the hardest part. I always ask real actors. When I act, I don't I'm talking. My hands are very still, and it's fine. But I don't know how to work my hands when I act. It's a fucking nightmare. I literally am all over the place.
You're not a
work your
puppet.
mouth.
He's a puppet.
They're all over the place. It's uncomfortable.
Maybe hold something.
That's a good idea. But every scene I'm holding things.
Where are you going to put a black cock on every set?
Your mouth.
That's amazing.
Exactly.
Wow.
No, Bryan Cranston's your co-star. Everybody knows him from Malcolm in the Middle.
Right.
And he played like a pretty goofy guy in that. And you could see pieces of that come through in Breaking Bad. Is he more like that on the set?
Bryan Cranston is a child trapped in a man's body.
Yeah, that's
really
what it comes across as.
Yeah, he's incredible.
His girlfriend's a child trapped in his house.
Oh, right, Rich.
Oh, me? Oh,
Yeah,
Anthony.
me.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty funny.
Gee.
He pointed at Anthony.
Ass, right. I don't go for 50-year-old women, sorry.
Okay. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
hey.
Look at me.
No, you're not 50.
God.
Whoa. How old are you?
I look beaten down because I've been with him.
I wasn't even implying it.
Bonnie.
How old is Bonnie? Bonnie, come back.
You made her uncomfortable.
You better not walk
Bonnie,
out. This is
It's just
something.
another excuse for me to use meth. That's all.
Exactly. Bonnie's in her late 30s.
Yeah.
That's absolutely where I put you.
In her late 30s?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, mid.
No, she looks good. I'm telling you.
Trouble.
A lady never tells me.
You know, I just
What
tried to
happened to the
fucking-
interview?
I don't know.
Bonnie
Bonnie jumped on me.
We all have this weird stuff going on. We have this weird dynamic. We're happy you're here. I'm attracted to a married woman in the corner and it's giving her the creeps. I keep looking at her long toes and I want to touch them. It's awful.
We haven't even interviewed fucking Hubble telescope eyes over here.
We'll get to him at some point.
Exactly. We'll get to Carl from Sling Blade in a second. I want to talk about her and how she and I can be on Land of the Lost with those slee stack feet. I'm very attracted. I'm kidding, of course. I like you a lot.
Her
Sam.
big feet.
She's very sexy.
Jesus.
All right.
So Bryan, he won an Emmy for this.
Yeah. He's won the past 3 years in a row.
It's amazing because his acting is I guess I underestimated him because he was just in a sitcom for the most part and kind of playing the goofy dad part.
Yeah.
But man, he's good. He's really good.
Yeah, he's great.
He gets that whole thing going of the fear and confusion. And he played the cancer guy really well too. I was kind of a little skeptical at first watching it because I'm thinking like, oh God, I hate watching shows like this because I always think I have something. If I watch something where someone's sick in the show, but at least they didn't really dwell on it a lot. He was coughing up blood. I wasn't. I felt I was okay.
You're in the clear.
Yeah, I was pretty much in the clear. But I guess the first, and this isn't a spoiler because it happens. The first killing that takes place that he is responsible for, hands on and eye to eye, is frightening.
Yeah.
Because you really do kind of get to know that person. And I think he did a fantastic job on that one.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
How many girls now are all over you because you're on this fucking show? I mean, you got to be.
He would have girls all over him even if he
Well,
wasn't.
at your age, of course. I'm talking about. I'm talking about young,
Girls.
Right. I think I can speak on behalf of the
I
youngsters.
know.
I'm talking about girls that you let stay over. You know what I mean?
Right.
No, I mean, are you from L.A.?
I am.
All right, so
How
How many
So-
questions are you going to ask the guy? You ask him two different. Let him answer one first, then ask the second
I want
one.
to hear the girl thing too. Though.
Of course I do. Do you have girls all over you? You from L.A.? What airline do you fly? All right. How many things are you going to ask him?
Check your bag.
Can you get me a copy of the DVD?
I would like the
Call
third
Amazon.
season.
So, yeah, you're from L.A. originally?
No, Idaho originally, but
Oh,
I've
wow.
been in LA since I was 17.
All right, and has the woman situation improved a lot since you've been on the show?
It's a little different, but I don't know.
You know,
I'm in a very serious, kind of
long
relationship.
term.
Yeah.
Well, you know when you got the gig?
No.
Oh, you got involved after. How many seasons in did you meet the girl?
3.
Oh, so you have
Or
time.
2,
All right,
yeah.
you got it out of your system.
2, yeah.
That's fucking first.
Got it out of his system.
Yeah, first 2 seasons you go fucking crazy,
Yeah, exactly.
and then you meet somebody.
And then
who-
settle down.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. I wouldn't know. I've only been on a series that lasted 1 season, but I imagine if there was a second one, all right.
You're working on it.
Yeah, whatever.
You're working on it.
You can get, when you're on TV like that, you can get like clothing and
Can you talk
sneakers,
into the
top
mic?
and fit like, you know what I mean?
He's talking about he's talking about pilfering from the set.
He's trying to get
No,
swag.
he's off. He's talking getting swag.
He loves to barter.
Yeah, but the clothes
He
that
loves the deal.
I wear on the show are just, they're all like triple XL, like
Right.
giant.
Give them to Norton when you're done. Nothing.
But
Did
that's
you-
just
I got
mean, Rich.
I got greedy.
It's all right.
Did you have to hang out and watch some meth heads to figure out how to?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was watching and going like, that kind of looks like what meth would look like.
Yeah. I definitely surrounded myself with a lot of those characters.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
Yeah, I went to rehabs, and it was an interesting time.
A real
Yeah.
disturbing scene is when you're having sex with that hooker thing in the room, and I'm like, I was
Wendy, yeah.
I was kind of like, what's he doing there?
What's he doing?
That's, gotta be
What was wrong
some
with
kind of
Wendy?
she's just a disaster, meth head,
She's fat?
bad. No, but she's like got meth fucking.
Yeah,
like,
she's our
teeth
crack
and-
whore of the
Oh.
show.
Yeah.
She's great, but yeah, she's definitely the crack
Who plays
whore.
her?
This local actress in Albuquerque.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they completely ugly her up.
Yeah. Oh, is
the
she
girl that
not?
played
She's
your
not.
girl?
She's not quite that bad.
No.
The girl that played your girlfriend was really attractive.
Yeah, Kristen Ritter.
Oh
yeah,
man, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, definitely.
No,
hot.
I'm not farting.
I actually, somebody, it's got to be Jimmy.
No, actually, it's not.
It wasn't?
No.
Someone
Was it Rich?
got nervous
No,
on the
it's not
couch of
me.
Zilches.
It's one of the couches.
Who
that
farted? I
Because you stuck
Who
the
got
whole goddamn
nervous?
studio during an interview.
It was Sam. Oh, I'm in
Oh,
love.
Sam.
Oh, she's a good
Christ.
egg.
Is it really you?
No, she's
bad.
like,
Who
It's really
farted?
bad. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm actually
really
sorry.
bad. It had to be
No,
Jimmy.
no.
Jimmy,
I'm
was
sorry.
it you?
No, I would tell you.
Wow.
I
Good
wish it was
Lord.
me.
Why won't anyone admit
Open the
it?
door.
I don't know.
Tom, was it you?
Wow, good lord.
This must be
No.
what it smells like in the meth lab without the gas mask on, when everybody just falls down.
You guys
Well,
getting
can you
any?
give yourself a car crack?
Yeah, I will. I'll try.
Really? You should come up over here.
yeah,
It's really bad.
Save you.
Now whoever farts now is going to get blamed for the last one.
That was. You people are terrible. That really does stink the whole place.
Yeah, it was awful.
I suck.
Good Lord.
One of our new people, I think. Was fucking
Yeah, I know.
Nervous on
Did
the
someone
sofa.
admit it, huh?
I gotta apologize.
No, this is a really fun room.
Messing up this whole fucking.
Yeah.
Another
press
risk
are you
of having
doing
20
today?
people in the room.
You have a bunch of radio shows?
Yeah,
or
I'm
TV?
hanging out in this building and hopping around. to
Like a,
different
are you doing
jobs.
a junket? A bunch
Yeah.
okay. Any TV today?
I don't know. I honestly have
Pop
no
you on.
idea what I'm doing.
I think we're having Brian on Monday.
Yeah, he's coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, I wish I would have had something get signed.
It's really cool. Yeah, now see, you would have 2 signed things.
I got to get that there.
You got nothing. You ain't got nothing.
Stupid.
I saw the first 3 episodes of the 4th season.
Oh, what you think?
So I'm psyched. Very good.
I've only seen the first of the 4.
Really, really good, man.
Yeah, it starts off really-
No one's going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts off well. The 3rd season ends like, oh my
Yeah.
god, and then the 4th kicks right in.
The 4th season is definitely our darkest one. Yeah.
yeah,
for sure.
and believe me, the first 3 were pretty dark.
Yeah.
How many
That was,
episodes? Sorry.
No, there's 13
Oh, okay.
in the 4th, and so yeah.
How about the other ones?
There's 7 in the 1st, and then 13 in the 2nd and 3rd.
Isn't it weird how cable does things? It kind of gives you like a freedom that network never gave. They had to commit to 22 or whatever. So
Yeah.
if they didn't like it, they'd shit can it. But 7, it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
it's
went through
nice.
the first season pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, 7, and then you
Yeah,
get
a lot
the
of
second
people
one, you're
will
like, wow.
just sit through the first season like one sitting.
Yeah.
And
It's very
And those
easy to
people are
watch.
called
man. Very
O&A fans.
Great show, man. I love it. You working on anything else while you're off? or
yeah, I mean, I
things
just
like that?
did animation series for Disney, it's a Tron Uprising, and so I've never done any sort of animation stuff, so that was fun to kind of get into
Yeah,
the
that's
room
cool.
and play villain.
And you also played Weird Al.
Yeah, Weird Al and Funny or Die piece. I actually just did another Funny or Die called Corky Girl. It'll be coming out in the next week or so. But
Yeah, I like that. That's just hilarious. Hilarious.
hilarious.
That
Yeah,
should be
fucking fun.
hilarious.
Funny or Die is taking off, man.
Man, I did something for a comedy website. I forget what it was called, but once again, I bet the wrong horse.
Oh, yeah.
It was what was
Kind
the
of
o-
funny.
What was the other? Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes funny.
Yes, moderatelyamusing.com. Just didn't. What was the one right before Funny or Die? There was a website that was a weird name.
Oh,
Cringe
boy,
humor?
really.
No. Do you remember?
No.
Nobody does.
No.
Nobody
That's the
knows.
problem.
That's
You're,
the problem.
you're proving your point,
It
Jim.
had a weird name for a comedy website. Oh, shit.
Ah, great. Thanks.
But Funny or Die, that's serious shit. now.
Richboss.com.
Yeah.
Come on. That ain't gonna work.
Did he get me there? Ooh.
Sorry, gonna
Call
work.
it a day on this one. He fucking zapped me.
Did they give you a certain amount of episodes like that they're going to end the show? Is there an end date or just? let's keep
We're not really sure.
Keep this thing going.
Yeah, no. I know Vince, our showrunner, wants to end it on a good note. He doesn't want to stretch out the storylines too much. And so I think probably 5 or 6 seasons will be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the what's his name? The lawyer is a comic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious, man.
Odenkirk.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob Odenkirk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's great on that
Yeah.
show too. Yeah.
We did a benefit with him. It was some Andy Kaufman thing.
House of Blues.
It was so bizarre. Fucking.
Was it?
No one has ever milked a situation like Bob Zamuda with Andy Kaufman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like some 20th anniversary of his death, and they were having comedians, and Andy always said he'd come back after
the
20
seance
years.
thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was fun to do the gig though. Oh, they showed clips of his movies with Jim Carrey's movies.
We did 20. There was the show was me, Norton. I was hosting Norton, the guy. What's the name? Bob. But they had 2 hours before us of everybody telling Andy Kaufman stories. His mailman, everybody, and the room's depressed. And now our comedy show, and they brought us up in the fucking middle of this fucking memorial.
So what you're saying is you have a great excuse why people didn't laugh.
Oh no! I walk down, go Andy Kaufman. I go. I used to watch Taxi. I go. No, he didn't.
See?
Nothing.
Great,
See?
Yeah, that must have been an amazing show.
amazing moment.
Oh, what is that?
Thank you very much. I texted
Oh,
Roland.
damn. There it is.
I don't want season 3.
I do.
I'm kidding. Thanks a lot.
Listen, you're not even, I'll give you season 1 and 2. I have it at home. I'll give you 2.
Well, yeah, well, really? So, are you going to bring Aaron to your house and have him sign it?
Huh?
Die in a fire. I'm getting him to sign this.
Die in a fire.
Thank you. Thank you, Roland. I said to Roland, I texted, do you have anything for Breaking Bad? I'd like to get it signed.
Well, sign the cover and just let me use the inside, and I'll give it back to you. That's all.
Nah, I don't like the idea of that. I like to keep my things pristine.
Listen, what's the big deal?
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
Jimmy, I got your answer.
What's that?
E-Bombs World?
No.
Comedy site? No?
Right, that's big. My video's going
fuck,
viral
I thought I
on
had
that.
it.
No.
What's going viral?
One of my television
All
appearances.
right.
What television appearance?
On Norris, when the black lady was fucking with me, I
fucking guy.
smashed her.
Rich does have a viral video. It's making
Okay.
rounds.
What year is it from?
Huh?
He's
Last
beating down
year
a
when I did
heckler.
Martin Luther Black First
please.
Amendment.
All
some
right,
lady-
let's talk to Aaron.
Right. I know, right?
Going viral doesn't mean over
Hold on,
years.
I like
this.
Yeah. He really is.
What's that?
I wanted to talk about a lot of shows. They have like these coincidental things that happen.
It's like
that
the
tie
actor's
in.
studio with this
Shut
fucking
up.
asshole.
He's the
Let's
guest.
just have fucking fun, all right, with your dumb
If it was
questions.
like the actor's
He's
studio,
got to fucking do this all day.
You wouldn't
Let's
be in here.
You got these fucking people here. Okay, you all this
But we're having
attention.
fun.
He's the co-star. Let's
I
fucking
know.
move on.
I want to talk about. I enjoy the show.
Your idea of fun is talking about your awful Martin clip. Nobody knows about that. And some lady heckled me. Of course she did. She wanted her money's worth.
It's gone viral over 3 years.
Exactly.
Hold on, Tom's back. Hold on, there's an echo.
You're not getting season 3. I'm just going to start watching from season 3 and go, I don't know what's happening. No.
Why do I have to be punished for what he did?
Season 1.
I'll give you season 2.
I don't want season 2. I have season 3.
All right.
All right, let Anthony.
No, I want to get a lot of times coincidental stuff happens, and you're watching the show and go, that ain't gonna fucking, like, what are the odds that would happen and that would happen? There seems to be, and I'm not going out on a limb here, this underlying thread of almost this cosmic attachment between all the characters.
Yeah.
Like that they're, I think Bryan kind of is linking all these people together in some strange way that
Yeah.
doesn't seem to just be, oh, let's throw this and people will believe it. It is almost some kind of spiritual thing going on with the show.
Yeah, it feels like it all kind of makes sense in a strange, dark, weird way.
Yeah, especially like that one scene with your chick there that I won't. I'm no spoiler from me.
I don't.
Ain't getting it from me.
Is it in
motherfucker.
season 3? Because I'll see it tonight.
And she is very hot. She actually made me look her up on IMDb.
Oh, yeah.
To see what she was in.
So did
Anything
Dakota
else.
Fanning.
She's like, hey, you can't use her anymore. She's of age. You got to go with her younger sister now for the joke.
All right, are you done with your
Right.
questions? Can
Whatever.
we move the fuck
I know.
on?
Yes,
Why do you want to
all
ask
right.
questions during an interview?
It's like the fucking Glenn Close interview. Enough of your stock interviews.
Hey, what's wrong with our Glenn Close interview? You did a terrific job that day.
Yeah, you're right. Fuck this
I don't
interview.
know.
Ask Rich questions about Rich.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Do
Wow.
with me, okay?
How did he get such a pretty wife? That's what I'd ask first. Jeez.
Because his nose didn't
How
look
long
like a
have you
fucking
been-
racetrack.
Hey, look, I hit the pool.
Yeah, you
And
hit
you
the
think
pool.
Bonnie's 50.
Terrible.
Exactly.
I didn't say that at all. She implied.
We haven't
I
got
said-
past that yet.
Right.
I'm still crying about it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
All right, Aaron.
I think Anthony's
Aaron
interview is
has a
very
question.
good.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
I love the show, and I'm
Prove
really
it.
glad you came in. I did prove it. I know everything that's going on the show. Breaking Bad. When's the premiere? Sunday, July 17th.
Yes.
10 p.m. on AMC.
Our pal
He's
Bill
getting good
Burr is
shows.
in it.
I like that.
Do you know Bill
I
Burr?
saw Bill Burr. Now, wait a minute. That is from the 4th season, which isn't out yet. So
Right.
that's a little teaser.
Bill's in it?
Yeah, our
Bill,
pal Bill is in it.
Bill had a spot in it. He told me he's in it a little more, but I haven't seen that. He plays that guy that was testing the pH of the soil.
Yeah.
That's Bill. Oh, Billy Burr. He looked gruffly handsome. His beard was grown in and everything.
I don't like people with red hair and beards.
He gets more
You don't
handsome
like
as he
pirates?
gets older, that Bill Burr.
He really
Yeah,
does.
but red hair people have thin lips.
No,
It's like kissing a fucking. It's like a box cutter. It's fucking horrible. Their lips are like.
Did it take you that long
greedy,
to
you got
think of
greedy.
something thin?
you got
Yeah,
greedy.
well, I looked at you and nothing came to mind. Swollen fuck.
He got you. He got you. I guess we'll continue with our couch of zilches. But Aaron,
you have him here. You're going to talk to them?
No, I'm thanking
He's
Aaron
a busy
for
guy.
coming in.
He's a very famous guy.
Walk around this
Where's he going? To the Food Network next? He doesn't want to leave here. This is fucking
You don't want to ask him
with
questions.
You, in the
you don't
room.
want him to
He didn't want to
leave.
come in.
Yeah. What? Yeah, but he'll come back now.
Yes, Breaking Bad. I wish that was a documentary about your teeth. There's a big fist on the cover. I hate Rich. But I wish I had seen more than 2 episodes. I'm annoyed. I want to watch more over the weekend, so I'm more prepared for Brian.
They're great. It's a great show to sit down and marathon with the discs.
Everybody talks about
my wife and I closer together.
Stop calling me your wife, you cockblock.
Wait, so you guys aren't married?
No, we are.
They are.
She's trying to get some sides.
He's miserable. Miserable.
No, we are married.
Have people been trying to make blue meth? Like just putting food coloring in it? I bet they are, right?
Yeah, some people have gotten busted for having blue meth.
Blue meth.
Yeah.
And you know it's just because they put food coloring in it.
Well, what's the difference?
It's
Why
not
are
made
they
with the
doing
good
it?
stuff. Stop. Because it's like celebrity meth. It's on TV.
Because our meth on the show is blue.
Yeah, you watched it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wow.
You remember watching the show,
Glad you're
Rich?
watching it, Rich.
Do you know colors?
Glad you're watching it.
Real
Would
fan
you
of
read
the show.
You don't have to be a
synopsis?
meth addict to know.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I don't remember the
To
color
watch
of their
the
meth.
show, you have to be a meth addict.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot to tell you.
Oh, wait, excuse me,
You won't
sorry.
get it unless you've been on
Sorry,
meth.
fucking research breath. I don't remember the color of the fucking meth.
Why don't you remember? That's an easy thing to remember.
Research breath. Oh, my God.
I remember every
Stop
episode.
trying to shame people who know things.
You can't just turn your head. Your whole body has to turn.
He's trying to shame Anthony because he knows the show.
Yeah.
Hey, you're the star of the show, and what are you doing watching it and asking
What an
questions
ass.
about it?
Yeah, I'm asking him questions about a show I enjoy. Wow, what a dick I am.
Exactly.
Fucking guy.
Exactly.
Damn Rich.
And what are you doing bothering him with questions about his own show, which is premiering? Why would he want to talk about that?
Fantastic show, man.
Thank you
I
so
love
much.
it.
Yeah, come
It's
back and see
everywhere.
us. Next time you're here, he won't be
Yeah,
here. So
yeah,
don't worry
exactly.
about it.
Please.
What the fuck?
You didn't want.
Aaron.
You didn't want us to interview the guy.
Yeah, you wanted to start
I
asking
know.
questions.
You wanted us.
And you know,
with Amber.
No, he's not doing pictures.
Yes. My stupid iPhone and my
I'll take one with a real camera.
fucking face. Oh yeah, so I never see him.
I have a whole. I gave you a disc.
No, you didn't.
I did so.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, you have some of our pictures.
almost
Jimmy.
over.
The wall was there, and I.
They just let it happen like that.
No, it's 5
They
minutes.
did it the other week, and I laughed at him. So.
No, but this is like
This looks like a fucking.
No, it's real.
This looks like a before and after.
Hey, thank
Could
you.
you snap one at me and Aaron?
I love the show. Love it.
I normally don't do this. But hold on.
Mr. Picture, I normally don't do this.
Jimmy had an extra good smile on that
Oh
one.
yeah,
Jimmy, you really went for the smile on
I want to
that.
see your handsome picture, Jim.
Yeah. Jimmy, why the over-the-top smile there?
Oh, with the annoying interrupting guy.
Yeah.
At some point, Voss will watch the show and then be like, "Oh, that was the guy."
he does.
Oh.
He has watched
Oh, that was the guy.
I know that fucking show.
And you'll be pointing at a different person.
I'll tell you, it's in my top.
Shit.
What?
It's on my wish list. On
Is it?
Amazon. Yeah.
You know what's on mine? Right. We get it.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Yes, worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock, and we're doing Breaking Bad Day here on the Opie and Anthony Show. You just heard Aaron Paul, and up next, Bob Odenkirk. You may know him from some of his comedy ventures, maybe Mr. Show, but in this particular case here, he plays their lawyer, Saul. You always got to trust Saul. Bob comes in. We talk all about Saul. What the hell's going on? What's coming up in this new season? If you saw last night's episode, holy shit. Well, anyway, here it is. Bob Odenkirk on the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, Bob.
Kirk. Jesus Christ.
How are you, sir?
Don't worry about it.
You're
We're not
on the air,
interrupting anything.
It's just a strange
Huge
day
fan.
today, sir.
Huge fan of Breaking
going
Bad,
on?
of course. hanging
I'm a
out.
big fan of radio.
Are you?
Are you really? Why?
Are you really?
We're
The last of a dying breed.
Yeah, we're not, and we do it every day.
This is Don Trump
Oh,
Jr.
hi.
That's me.
Hi.
Yes.
You related to the senior one?
No, not at all. Yeah. yes, I
Poor
am.
fella.
He would be the son.
Poor fella.
Yeah. Yeah. Donald Trump put out a few kids, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He
How's
put out
it
a few.
going? You're like a judge on one of those shows, right?
Exactly, on The Apprentice.
Hey, I just got hired as a judge on one on a show's coming out next year.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's called America. What is that you're doing? Are you? Is that your talent?
Isn't that
What
every
you're doing
reality
right
show?
now?
Yeah. What is
Can
that
you-
you're doing?
Can you stop that?
It's a long title
They're going to use an acronym.
with a lot of dots. dot.
Yeah.
Do you like that? Is that fun?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to quit my day job, but it's sort of a interesting way to break up the year.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, I guess, being kind of a real estate guy, I'll look back on
Yeah.
20 years and be like, hey, I was like network TV for 7 or 8 years.
That
Like,
is
that's kinda
pretty
cool,
cool when you think about
it's just
your
a life
real estate
experience,
guy.
It's not something I do. It doesn't change what I, just makes my life a lot harder during the time that we're filming because it's hours that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So I
Yeah.
got to go back and, but it breaks it up. It's pretty cool.
That's the beauty of my career. I don't have that whole hubbub with TV to interfere with the shit that I'm doing.
But watching TV.
Yeah, that does get very distracting.
That's a lot of fun. You worked with Bob, right?
We did it years ago, man. We haven't seen each other many. We did me, Bob Rich Voss, and Zamuda as Tony Clifton. It was this weird thing where they were showing outtakes.
Why were we doing that? What was the event?
It was an Andy
Is it a
Kaufman
special that they were showing on TV, or there was some reason why we were. It wasn't just. It was like the 10 years.
It was or
maybe.
20 even
20 years.
of
Jesus.
Andy Kaufman's death. It was at the House of Blues in L.A. And they showed a lot of Jim Carrey footage that wasn't in the movie from. It was right whenever
Man on the
Man on the
Moon.
Moon came out.
Right.
And then they did a walk by Kaufman's house. We went over to the Comedy Store.
Yeah. It was kind of a weird show, but cool that way.
Yeah,
like it was
yeah.
a cool one, and I'm a fan of Jim.
Aw.
He's a funny
thanks,
guy.
man. Thank you.
Man, I
Jimmy
am.
is.
That was
He's
a weird. That
he's
was a
sweet
weird
boy.
night. It was a weird crowd.
But it's for Andy Kaufman, if so.
But that's why
what do
we
you
did it.
It was
expect?
perfect.
Right.
Perfect
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Andy.
I'm
Yeah.
jealous. I would have loved to check that out.
I was before I. It was my first time, I think, meeting Zamuda, and
He's been on the show.
It was as it got hotter and hotter. The fucking Clifton makeup gets
Started
tougher
melting?
and tougher to keep on.
Oh God,
Nice.
And
Starts
he's
melting.
doing it again. He's doing Clifton.
He is,
hosting
right?
a show at the Comedy Store.
He
Really?
came in as Clifton about a year, maybe.
Oh,
it
yeah?
might be 2 years
Was
ago
it
now.
pleasant?
No,
It was weird.
He's not a pleasant man.
It was very strange.
It is
Extremely
very-
strange.
Very odd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we enjoyed it.
Yeah, Zamuda's a weird dude, but I mean, he's managed to keep that going for
Amazing, right?
a long time.
Yeah.
And it's odd. We all know Kaufman is fucking dead, but there is a part of you that when this son of a bitch sells it, you're like, well,
Yeah, that could be him.
you have like a little hope.
know,
and then you're like,
I know.
no.
Yeah, a little hope, right?
Yeah, then it's just, you realize it's just fucking bomb.
Yeah.
I love what they did with that. I love that they switched off who played the character. And
Yeah, just
there
an
was
amazing
also a kind
thing.
of comedy that it seems like it would fit in right now. Everyone would understand it with, like, between two ferns and
Yeah.
stuff, the kind of rudeness. But back then, that's
It
so
was just
nuts.
Yeah.
It was nuts, man, and he would do stuff that
Going
just
on-
people didn't like.
They went on. Did you see the
Genuinely.
Dinah Shore show appearance?
Oh my God.
No.
Oh, it was great. It was just great.
Was
He
it was it
rude
with
and
Kaufman
stupid.
or
I think it was. I think it was Muda, and he was hilarious.
Yeah,
just because back then there was no alternative comedy.
Right.
It wasn't this weird irony. It was like you were just a guy who they thought sucked. That was really ballsy to fucking do that, man.
Yeah,
Like, he
yeah.
was
To
doing
go
it
up and bomb on purpose was a...
Yeah.
catch a rising star. It's not like it was the Luna Lounge where people were a little bit more tolerant because they knew you were exploring a certain
Right.
mentality or a certain thought process.
Right.
This was
Yeah.
just what the
The only
fuck is he
thing I
doing?
would say is different is I used to go do stand up at the Improv here when I wrote for Saturday Night Live because I wanted to get a laugh once a week. If you can believe that going to the Improv was the thing that fed my soul. I bet you know how rough SNL was.
What years were you there?
87 to 91.
Okay.
I wrote for Dennis Miller and Jan Hook's time, and then also Farley and Sandler.
The Farley years were...
God,
fucking amazing. Yeah,
Yeah, some great stuff. And And on the wall, they had those photos. Do you remember? Did you ever do that, Club?
The New York Improv?
Yeah, the old one.
I think I went in there once. It kind of was before my time.
So anyways,
closing.
on the wall were these pictures of acts, and it was so weird because there were singers and there were people doing juggling, and then they explained to me that that's what used to happen in a comedy club in the 70s was you have a comic, a singer, and a specialty act in that order all night long.
That's
like a variety show almost.
Like Ed Sullivan. People spinning plates.
Weird variety acts. Yeah, those spinning plates in a nightclub.
It was always weird. Like, I remember Ed Sullivan, and it was that kind of dumb thing. And the whole family would sit and just be captivated by somebody doing some awful thing with bouncing balls and spinning plates and juggling bowling pins. It's like, whoa.
Yeah,
I was watching this shit.
This is a party act, right?
Yeah,
this is like a 6-year-old birthday party
act. And it's on national television.
National TV.
Yeah.
I'm amazed there's enough people interested in taking the time to learn a practice like that. Like, what's for
backstage, imagine that. The Beatles talking to the plate spinning guy.
Yes.
And they're both doing equally well. They're both at the same place in their career.
No one remembers that, like, when the Beatles were on Sullivan, like, there had to be some filler acts before and after.
The zookeeper with
and there was a guy that's like, I played with the Beatles. On Ed Sullivan. No one remembers me.
That's a funny moment in Mr. Saturday Night, which it wasn't my favorite movie, but there was a really funny moment where Buddy, who is Billy Crystal's, like, nightclub guy who never quite made it to the big time character, comes out was it before or after the Beatles, and he's just screaming at all the kids and he fucking sabotages his career. But it was a very funny thing to picture a comedian having to come out and fucking work with the Beatles.
Well, the Beatles.
Yeah. I just don't remember if it was before or after them.
Yeah.
But somebody else did.
You were involved in Mr. Show, right?
I helped with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got in the way of the camera. David and I did that. David Cross and I.
And of course also Ben Stiller's show too. Which, that show, why didn't that show take off?
Because it was on opposite 60 Minutes.
Oh, was it?
It was such a crazy placement for that show. It was
Sunday at fucking
parodies
7?
And definitely for young people.
Yeah.
And it was opposite 60 Minutes. I mean, it was death right away.
What time? What channel?
Jesus.
It was Fox, which was just beginning to have shows. So, you didn't even know they had shows some nights.
They did have like a Fox Sunday, and then like the rest of the week, it was the local affiliate was running I Love Lucy or something.
Yeah, right.
And then they built it into a 7-day-a-week network.
Yeah,
but at the time, you're right, it was like Fox Sundays.
Well, maybe they didn't have a lot of spaces to choose from, but it really was not going to do well. Because, 60 Minutes... They already had, all those people. Their audience was people between 7 and 75, and we had everyone else that we could pluck from.
Yeah, I remember that just being really a funny show, very cutting edge and comedy that you weren't seeing everywhere else.
It was also pretty weird. I mean, people say, I don't know when people use the word weird for comedy. I think sometimes it means they're boring. Like Mr. Show, I feel like people talk about it like it was weird or whatever, but I don't think it's weird at all. I mean, it's just the things we're making fun of are pretty apparent. Mm-hmm. If you're watching it, you can go, well, that's a parody of this, and that he's doing, And then I think the Ben Stiller show was weirder by far because the pieces were so such a strange mashup. Eddie Munster in whatever. What was it? I can't remember. Cape Fear, and where does that come from?
Medieval Cops. I remember that one too. It
was cool. Some funny stuff. Yeah.
Who else saw that? It was you, obviously Stiller, Janine Garofalo.
Andy Dick.
Oh, right.
Judd Apatow was the producer.
Jeez.
Rob Cohen, Jeff Kahn, David Cross wrote for the last 3 episodes. I never talked to him. I just gave him shit. He was in the room pitching, and he was a new writer, right? So he wanted to get something on, and people were pitching these parodies that I hated. These stupid, mix the titles together, and somebody had A Few Good Scouts. And I was like, ugh. And David was like, he was just trying to cooperate as a new writer. It was like, I finally got a job. I'm making money doing comedy. And he's like, well, you could do this and you could do that. And I think Judd said, well, write it up. And I turned to him and I said, good luck with that. And he remembers that forever.
Yeah. How hard is it to write for a show? Like, I've never written for anyone but myself, and like SNL is supposed to be a fucking rough environment, like a very
but I don't know
place.
what it's like now, because I think people are much nicer now.
Yeah.
It seems like just the vibe there is much better than it was when I was there and before I was there. When I first got there, I couldn't understand the coldness and the kind of strangeness and intensity of everyone. I mean, I was already intimidated because it's my first job and I'm 25.
Huge.
And then for people to like pile on the intimidation, it was like, what is up here? And I found out that everyone felt that way about the place and previous, cast
Everyone
members.
I've spoken to from SNL has the same story about how just awful it was to work there.
Yeah, and they wouldn't go up there. I mean, I heard that, like, Jane Curtin said she'll never set foot on this floor again in her life, Wow. And, like, wow, really? I thought, wasn't this a great time in her life?
It looked fun.
Darrell Hammond was the longest running cast member, and he's been in 9 mental institutions.
That says all you need to know, right?
Now, does it have the same cachet today as it did back then when it was a rougher environment? Because I kind of look at it as like the ultimate back then, and I know it's still on, but it doesn't.
It does, though. It does, and also, like I said, I think it's different over there now. I think everyone is nicer to each other. Mm-hmm. There's more people, which somehow makes it. There's way more writers. There was like 14 when I was there, and now there's like 23. So I guess your odds went down to get something on, but everybody's kind of in the same boat. There's so many people up there in the same boat, so they're kinder to each other, it seems. But I think it does, because there's so many venues for comedy, and it's still a premier place.
Well, because my question is more from the business side: did like the aggressive work environment actually promote sort of a better product than the happy, friendly?
I suppose they probably
everyone
think
gets along
that
nicely.
may be true. That may be true. I don't know.
There's so many Saturday Night Live alumni that it's like, and all you guys seem like it's like veterans of the Nam. You all have this like
it's
camaraderie.
An intense experience.
We made it through.
Yeah, it is a really intense experience. I totally respect to everyone who went through there. But the other thing is, I don't think people are deluded when they go there now. Like, I'm going to be a movie star. They know I'm going to do this, and it might work, it might not pan out. I'm just going to try to do the best I can with this. So when I was there, people were still showing up going, that's it, I'm done. I'm a billionaire.
I'm huge.
Was that the Hartman years or no?
Yeah.
You were there for Phil?
Phil, yeah. I was there for Phil.
He was
brilliant.
Funny dudes, man.
Oh, that was
funny
great.
people.
Fucking
The best.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Simple Caveman Lawyer. That was one of the great skits of all time.
Was Farley as crazy as everyone says? The stories
When
that come
you say
out.
crazy, what do you mean?
Well, I
He's
guess
a
there's-
really sweet guy.
No,
really
I
super
understand
sweet
that,
guy.
but there was one story about how he would shit out the window.
Yeah,
and
he would do that.
That's actually never been verified.
Why is that crazy? Let's analyze this.
I
Where does
personally-
your shit go?
I should
When you
explain.
flush it down the toilet.
I should explain. I'm a huge fan of Chris Farley, but
It's
they
crazier
said
to
he-
shit in your own window, I guess.
They said he did.
Yes, at least it's out.
It would be crazy if it was on the
He
floor.
kept it interesting for everyone.
Yeah.
He
I should
was,
explain.
youthful. He was very.
So depressed when he passed, man.
Yeah, it was
he
really
had a
sad.
lot more to give.
He sure did, yeah. And he was a good actor too. I did Second City with him. I did the main stage with him, and he did a few scenes that weren't, pure comedy scenes. They were kind of dramatic, and he could have done anything. His movie work doesn't show what he could have done,
Right.
And he just.
His performance in Tommy Boy, though, was brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Really, but way past just being funny.
Yeah. It's a real shame because my kids don't really know who he is, and I showed him one or two movies, but he just didn't stick around and do enough to make the impact he should have made, But he was the best guy ever. I loved him. Everybody who knew him loved him, and and of course you saw it coming for so long. It made it worse because for so many years everyone was trying to help him, and it was weird because there was one party that I went to in L.A. and I didn't know he'd be there, and he wasn't drinking, and he was with David Spade, and he wasn't drinking, and he was totally on the ground and doing great, and I thought, oh my God, he's going to make it. I'd never seen him like that. I'd never seen him so in control of himself. And it was like a different person than I'd ever seen. So it made me really happy and to feel like he did it. He made it there. I can't believe this. Because before that, you just see Chris sober after, rehab, but very still, kind of being a childish, kind of being immature, going, I promise, I'm going to be good. Yeah, but you kind of go like, you're just saying that to me like I'm your dad. I don't want to hear that. I want to believe it, and I did. I believed it, but I think he had a lot of temptation. There's people who have a certain kind of celebrity where when people see them on the street, they're like, dude, let's party.
Yeah.
And he had that.
Yeah.
So the temptation around him was insane and never stopped. And just walking down the street, and people are, this is their one chance to have a beer with Farley. I'm not going to pass that up. I know he's supposed to be sober. Come on.
And he's the big funny
just this
guy.
one time. Come on, Chris.
Very approachable.
It was really sad.
That's got to be a tough way to live.
How long after that did he die that you said you saw him at that and he seemed okay?
I'd say it was about 2 years after that.
Okay.
So it was a while. Yeah.
Wow.
There's something about there's something about like those big fat guys who are like Gleason, John Candy, Belushi. Those guys also, those really over-the-top, fucking gut-funny fat dudes that are great actors as well. There's different to me than, there's a certain physicality they have that, smaller guys don't have that they bring. Like, no skinny guy could do what Gleason did. There's something about his large.
Why is that, though?
I don't know. It's just the dynamics of how they're made up and maybe what goes into making them big, loud, brash, funny guys.
Yeah.
But usually they turn to be fucking, Candy was a really good, serious actor when he did it. I'm babbling.
Yep.
Yeah.
Farley, when he did the Chippendale skit.
Oh,
he was actually a pretty good athlete, man. That stuff was amazing.
He was. He was absolutely a dancer. I mean, he could do anything.
It was incredible. I'm looking at that. I mean, he was as good as Swayze or whatever it was in there.
Yeah.
With an extra 300 pounds. It was
classic, but Breaking Bad, obviously.
That's why you're here, Bob.
What about that show? What is with that show? I've never seen it.
I haven't seen it. I'm embarrassed to say I haven't seen it.
I hear it's great. I'm a huge fucking fan.
That's great, man. Thanks.
I wound up
no
getting...
need to swear.
Well, that's true. I shouldn't use the blue language. There's no reason to go blue over here,
Satellite
children.
Radio.
Yeah, you kind of love it.
It's like ham, right?
Yeah, it's ham radio. Sometimes we get
skip.
We get skip, and we broadcast to Europe.
Yeah, Breaking Bad's awesome. I mean,
it really is. And your character came in. Was it the second
end of the
season?
Second season, yeah.
End of the second season. Yeah, he had to get in enough trouble where he needed a lawyer.
Oh yeah,
I guess is why you came in at that point. The character's great. We were talking last night about your office alone is a character. That office is hilarious.
Yeah.
In God,
with the pillars and
behind it, in God we trust.
Constitution,
the Constitution behind you,
on the wallpaper.
The pillars. It's so pompous.
Well, it's such a facade. I mean, everything about Saul. When Vince called me to ask me to do it, which is amazing that he asked me to do it.
You were in mind when they, you were the guy?
I guess so.
Wow, that's great.
Somebody turned it down, some idiot.
Did they ask you to read for it, or they said we'd like you to do it? That's
no,
great.
I know. Isn't that weird? And I said, so tell me about it. And he goes, well, he's a sleazy lawyer. And I go, great, I can do that.
How hard can that be?
And then he goes, his name's Saul Goodman, and he blah blah blah. And I go, whoa. I said, I'm not Jewish. My kids are Jewish and my wife is, but I'm not. And he goes, oh well, he's not Jewish. He's Irish. He made that name up. Yeah. He just wanted to
even better
appear Jewish to the homeboys.
Because it is great.
Credibility.
Saul Goodman.
Yeah. And
Saul
I said,
Goodman.
oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Right away. And I right away wanted to do the hair, the mullet, and the comb over mixed together, but also cleaned up as much as possible on the sides.
Yeah.
And no no offense to comb-overs.
Family tradition. I heard that one on no less than millions of occasions.
I'm sorry.
No. I'd make fun of it myself, but Karma's a bitch, and I figured my genetic propensity towards potential bad hair, I'd rather just not go there.
You're lucking out. You got a great head of hair. Right?
You really do.
I'm doing okay so far. That's why I don't want to tempt fate. I'll leave it alone.
Good. So and honestly, Jim, I showed up there. I would not have been surprised if they said Odenkirk. Oh, that wasn't the name. No, go back home.
We
Wrong
didn't want
actor.
you.
No, I can't believe it. So years later, 2 years into it, I asked Vince. Vince Gilligan writes the show, and he's the mastermind of the show. And there's great writers, amazing writers, but he is the final say, and I think propels it into the place that it is. And I said, so why'd you hire me? Is it because of the Larry Sanders Show? Because there's some similarities between the characters, Saul and Stevie Grant, the agent I played.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, Mr. Show. So I don't know. I'm not going to touch it.
No. Why would you?
I've done it for 3 years now, and I love it.
Great situation, man.
I'm just going to keep going.
Was the character supposed to be as prevalent in the show?
No, he's. I don't know, because Vince is hard to scrutinize, but he said, initially it was 3 episodes.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Like Omar from The Wire was supposed to be on for 6, and it just worked, and he became the star of the show. That's great.
People love the character. The character's so sleazy.
It makes wisecracks and stuff.
Yeah.
And because for him, like all these characters that you've been watching, if you watch Breaking Bad, everybody's got a gun to their head.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yep.
Everybody. The wife of the guy who's making the meth is, scared to death. So he's the one character who wasn't in fear all the time. And he was just making wisecracks. It was a big game to him. Like, how much money can I make off these idiot meth cookers, these degenerates? And then now, as the intensity of the show has gone up, which is amazing, right? That it keeps going up. You can't
really
believe it. It's the hot water's starting to rise up.
Yeah, you can't be involved with that many people that are in that much trouble and not get your own hands dirty.
Yeah, I'm only on beginning of season 3, so don't really tell me to go earmuffs or something like that.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. Yeah.
No, but, I was lucky enough to see the first couple of episodes before it aired, and the first episode was great. The second episode of the new season here, it was unbelievable. Just blown away by it. I was saying how it's almost like a movie that's taken years, because a lot of times they don't want a character to change in a show.
Yeah, TV shows about not
leave
changing.
Fonzie the way he is.
Yeah,
Fonzie's this guy. But Walter White has completely changed through the whole show.
Yeah, well, that was the goal of making a show where that happened, which is it's probably happened once or twice before. I don't know when, though. But mostly TV is about watching the same characters in the same place.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a no-no to make them change. You're going to ruin the formula.
But TV is really changing with these cable channels and what they're trying to do something new. And so that was Vince's idea, was to watch Walter White mutate and evolve or devolve into this evil guy and believe every step and understand why he makes each step.
And it happens so gradually that it's not like 1 week he's this timid guy and then the next week he was this tough guy.
Well, he's always got a loose screw. That's the thing that as you watch it, you start to understand that he's got this past, that he's got this anger and rage.
Oh, he's broken right from the beginning.
Jeff Garland said to me, because Jeff, like a lot of people, I have people come up to you when you're on that show all the time and go, I never watched it, and then a week, 2 weeks ago, I watched all of them. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's like 24 that way. You know what I mean? You sit down, you're like, oh, and you realize you spent your whole weekend watching a show.
Yeah, and I think it's streaming on Netflix, so it's easy to watch them all. So Garland comes up to me and he goes, I finally watched them all. It's about middle age. It's about being a middle-aged white guy. Nobody says it. If you look at the character and how Walter White's character and how much rage and resentment he has, I think a lot of 50-year-old white guys are like, yeah, I never got mine. You know, I never got what's coming to me.
He was invisible. He was just a science teacher.
Yeah,
and
shit on at every corner.
Yeah,
and then
always shit
boom,
on. And what's really great about your interaction with him in the beginning, you were shitting all over him. I mean, you controlled him like a puppet.
Yeah.
And then now in the last few episodes that I've seen from this season, boy, does he have you petrified now too? You know,
I've seen
he's the boss.
Yeah.
Oh, what he's capable of. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
We had him in recently, and
he's fantastic.
Bryan described it as he said when he came up with the character and how to make it. He said he wanted him to blend in. It was really brilliant. He said like I gave him like these bland colors so he blended in, and an impotent mustache. And it's all I can think of now is an impotent mustache.
Yeah,
greatest term.
Just sitting over his
facial hair
with no purpose whatsoever.
Yeah, just nonsense on his face.
Yeah.
What a smart actor thing to do that is.
He's great. He's a great actor and a really great guy, and sets the tone for that set. And
then the Emmy nominations came out, and
13, right?
Crazy, right? A lot.
Wow. It's amazing.
Amazing. I mean, you know, Giancarlo Esposito is such a great actor, and he's plays Gus, and he's nominated, and Anna Gunn is nominated this year. She's so great as Skyler, and this year she's amazing what's coming up.
Yeah.
So
she looks petrified too, which is great. Like
she's in such a spot. That first episode of this year, I don't want to wreck it for you.
But I'll go earmuffs, you know?
Right at the end, right?
I forgive you.
Yes. And
that was crazy.
And she's like, why? Her face is brilliant because you could hear her going, what? You forgive me?
Oh, man.
Everyone's just petrified. It's fantastic. Yeah.
It's the moment where you're like, I don't know if I wanted to see. You didn't need to have a camera in there then when they said that, did you?
Fantastic.
Did you need to show us that?
And it's also a credit to the show that a lot of people, when it first came out, weren't watching it. I mean, this is built up steam where people are going back and getting those first couple of seasons and blasting through them, trying to catch up before the spoilers come out.
I can't believe I get to be on it. It blows me away, and it's an amazing project.
I bet you get recognized a lot from this, or more so
from this than anything I've done. You know, I've been doing comedy. Stiller's Show, Mr. Show, and all kinds of little videos because I'm always making stuff with friends in LA.
Funny or Die.
Funny or Die stuff. And, but I've done so much. But this is obviously the biggest thing by far, in a way, that I've done.
Yeah. Do you have any clue of where the storyline's going to go? I'm not even going to ask you what happens, but I'm just curious if you know.
I won't make it outside the studio.
That's true. We might have to beat it out of you.
You know, it is a darker season this season, as you can see, and but there's some amazing, mind-blowing stuff that happens that when I read it, you read the scripts. When I get the scripts, you read it. It's just like watching it. You're like, what? No! You're kidding me. I mean, I call them up and say, how are you going to do that?
That's got to be fun.
It is fun. And then you want to forget it right away because you want to watch it again and sort of see it for the first time.
Do you get the whole script? You don't just get your
at the end. The last couple episodes of the season, they black it out like a government document.
CIA document.
Right?
Yeah, they do because script almost got out like 2 years ago. I don't know how, but they, so they don't want to.
They don't
take
trust
a
you
chance.
guys
It
at
would
all.
ruin it for everyone.
Right.
I kind of, I don't want to know what's going to happen, and especially now that the end of the run is kind of looming. I watch these episodes like you want to savor them. They end and you're like, shit, there's another one gone.
Yeah,
I definitely say, because I watch it mostly on like an iPad when I travel. I save them all up, and so it's like, man, there's 2 more shows in the season. It's like, do I watch it now and try to grab it all in, or do I wait 2 weeks and just try to get something more out of it? Watch something else to break it up. And
I totally get people who go, I can't. I have to wait till the end of the season and watch them all. I can't suffer through the week.
I watch them, and when I ever watch anything, I watch it fast because of again, spoilers and the amount of on Twitter.
These pricks.
Yeah, they'll ruin anything on Twitter. So you got to get it out quick.
Whenever I'm doing something like that, having one of these marathons of a show that I haven't caught up on. I never say on the air that I'm watching it.
Oh, speaking of which, don't tell me what happens on Big Ange.
Oh, damn. No, don't spoil Big Ange.
I'll get right now. I'm on season 2 of Laverne and Shirley, and I want to know what happens.
Yeah, she blows the big ragu.
Yeah, I hear there's a double dildo coming where the father catches him in the pizzeria, but I don't want to.
Don't.
I've been watching Classic Sports Network. Don't tell me what happens.
Yeah, Ali Frazier's
in
next
Super Bowl 17.
Hey, you had a stand-up background, right? It was.
I did stand-up. I'm not a real guy. Like, you're a real stand-up. I'm not a real stand-up. I just use the stage for getting up there and telling jokes.
But you did Second City. I mean, that's
no, but he does it for a living. And
I'm not in real estate. I just build buildings.
Jim fights with an audience. See, I don't do that. If they don't like me, I go, well, okay, I got to go. It's okay. You don't have to like me. I probably don't like you.
Believe me, if I was a better actor, I wouldn't fight with him either. It's just I have no choice. It's either that or I'm fucking not working at all.
Yeah, you got to go with what you got.
Yeah.
I'd
love to be a better actor.
That's part of it, is being a real great stand-up like you is
thank you.
That you get up in front of people and you work it with that crowd. You make it work for you. It's hard. It's a tough gig. So, I just do it for fun.
Yeah.
But I did it during the comedy boom when I was starting out, because I always loved sketch comedy. That's always what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And but you could, if you could write some jokes, you could
get up there and
make
tell
some
them.
money.
Yeah.
Remember how crazy that was? I mean, I don't know if, Jim, you came kind of
1990 I started, and I got my first paid gig like April of 91. I was on the tail end of the boom when it was kind of bottlenecking a little bit.
Would you bamboozle for that paying gig?
All right, I was
Dennis Ross and Jim Florentine.
Oh, okay.
My first paid gig.
Yeah.
Wow, damn.
Yeah, 91.
Because I do remember when, there were, on any Friday and Saturday night,
crazy.
There were so many comedy shows on television. Just they couldn't find enough clubs to pop a camera on in front of that brick wall and just
it was
comic
nuts.
after
in
comic.
In Chicago, it was like it was like there were 2 clubs, and then 2 years later there were like 12.
Yeah,
like these chains, they would open chains of them. Like Zanies had like 3 locations and.
One of those just closed too. The Zanies in
they closed
Vernon Hills
like 2 of them. Yeah,
and quantity did not mean quality.
No,
either.
It didn't.
Wow.
No. And every disco had used to be disco had a comedy night.
You
could pick up $50 and it's better than waiting tables.
That hurt a lot of comics too, though. Like a lot of guys who might have been much funnier start headlining before they were ready because there was so many headliner spots available. And then in 1993, 94, 95. They weren't good at writing material, so they were doing the same shit.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys have been phased out, and probably would have been better acts if they had been forced to.
They had to just
fucking work their way through it.
Clubs up.
Yeah,
trying to fill up so many goddamn comedy clubs.
It was so crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts back then.
You can't do it like you can't just. It's not like opening a disco where you just play the top songs and everyone can play them. You need to get these guys to show up and have material.
Entertain a crowd.
So it was really some lame comedy.
Yeah. I find sketch to be harder because, like, I've never seen Second City live. Excuse me, but I've gone to UCB and when Amy Poehler went in one night, and what a masterful improver she is. She's fucking brilliant at it. And it's like improv is either really, really horrendous or it's fucking art.
I mean, if you're going to do it good, the people who do it well, they do it all the time. They get their head into this space. I've seen some great improvisation. I'm not a great improviser. I've done it, but I've seen some great stuff. And UCB guys are the top notch people. Some of the people who do like Ass Cat and stuff, like Besser and Amy Poehler and Matt Walsh. But then you're right. A lot of improv is terrible. But sketch, to me, he was writing sketches and then putting them up and
I
love that. Monty Python and early Saturday Night Live and Second City TV. Those were the things.
You guys were. I'm sorry. Were you guys more improv or sketch? Were you doing improv too?
I did improv because that's where you do it in the same place where you would do a sketch show. But I was always more for let's go write this and try to make it good. And improvisation to me was a way to get there. But I always was skeptical of improv and still am a little.
Yeah.
I mean, when they're really good at it, when people do it 2 times a week for 3 years or more, some people do, they get to this place where their head is just, they're making connections. The Groundlings is amazing too in LA. The alumni Groundlings, the guys who've been just doing it for years, and that can be mind blowing because everything ties up and it's funny. And how did you do that? It's hard to grasp.
Yeah,
but but a lot of improv is just people being clever on stage and being scared, and everyone laughs because they're all worried for you. It's just weird.
Yes.
So we'll get together and we'll worry, and then if anybody says anything remotely clever, we'll all be thrilled,
very hard,
laughing at the cleverness instead of like maybe sometimes it would deserve a nod, but it gets a laugh.
Right.
I still find it scary because I just know I would find crutches and just lean on them constantly. I knew it's very difficult to do.
Well, stand up is a scary thing.
Chips a great example.
Seems petrifying to me.
Stand up is a scary thing because of the audience, though. I mean, you get some really rough audiences in stand-up.
Yeah, but you can attack them. You can't attack the camera guy or the fucking writers when you're bombing in a scene. It's horrible because you're stuck in it. I just got to keep forcing out my dialogue.
Yeah.
Stand-up, you can go wherever you want to go, and like you can own it. I can say I stink. This crowd blows. I'm terrible. You can acknowledge it. It's much more. It's much easier to me than acting is fucking hard, man.
Yeah, it looks
hard. You're stuck in a scene. And you can't get out of it.
How did you feel when you got this part? Is this like your first really dramatic kind of? Even though there's a comedic element to it, is this really your first kind of dramatic role?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean,
did you have any reservations about
No.
Boy.
Oh, the only thing about it is, in comedy, comedy is back and forth. You say two lines and the other person says two lines, and this. My character is a kind of a motor mouth, and he runs off, and so I have these long monologues, and I wasn't going to memorize it because I was used to comedy scripts, and you get the blue pages, which is the rewrite, like 3 days before you go shoot it, right? And anything long in comedy gets cut down to 2 lines.
Right.
Yeah, I can't help you today. Here's the door. and so I didn't memorize it because I was like, well, they're going to shorten this. Essentially what my character's saying here is, I can help you. So I'll just say that.
No, verbatim, right?
Yeah, they changed like a date. They changed like the word Tuesday to Wednesday. And that was it. And everything else you've memorized. So that was kind of strange. It's such long things, but long passages. But then as I studied them, I started to really get the characters, like, how his mind works, and so there was something going on in there, and it's new. It's a challenge for me, and I am really enjoying it. And yes, it's
you can tell it
different.
comes off very well. I mean, I couldn't imagine anybody else doing that part. You've really owned it. As an actor, definitely.
Well, thanks.
Yeah,
I'm lucky.
Is there anything hard for you? I always ask this to guys who are good actors. Like, what's hard for you to play? Like, is there like one that's like that emotion is hard, or that type of a scene is difficult?
I don't think I could cry. So some actors can cry. It's nuts. I did a movie called Melvin Goes to Dinner, and it's. Annabelle Gurwitch is in it, and she had a scene where she cried, and she just cries.
Yeah.
And every time you do it, tears come.
How do you do that?
Flowing out of her eyes.
A lot of actors can't put the tears out. Like, you'll see them, like, they do the crying face, but like, your face is dry.
They just do that. They just wince.
Like, your face is dry. Who cries with a dry face?
She just cried.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? How do you do that? She's like, oh, it's acting,
No, I think there's something screwy in the head.
Yeah, that's funny.
There's something that you're always on the brink of crying.
Yeah.
You're constantly on the brink of crying.
If she thinks her boyfriend's not listening during a discussion, that fucking comes out. Always
starts crying. Yeah, she's always got to hold it back.
Yeah, so I don't think I could do that. But otherwise,
I think it's a woman thing.
Yeah,
I think they have the ability to do that much easier than men.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. I've seen guy crying in movies and TV shows.
Some people.
Amazing.
Demi Moore has a great teardrop. Denzel, that won him the Oscar in Glory. It's like, he's just standing there getting whipped, and the fucking tear just drops.
I think the single tear on the not crying face has more impact than the goofy cry face.
Yeah.
Like Demi Moore just stood there and one tear in Ghost just fell out of her eyeball. You're like, holy shit, that's fucking amazing. Yeah.
Well, sometimes you do that with mentholatum.
Yeah. They put the fan with the menthol in your face.
They blow in your eye through one of those menthol inhalers. You know.
Oh shit.
And then just before they say action, and somebody blows through that into your eye for like 10 seconds and then gets out of the frame, and then tears come out. But that's different. I can do that.
I could react to an injury.
That's what you're doing, just injured here. This is painful.
I don't know, but I really think that one Denzel Washington... Oh, he did it in X, too. When he met Elijah Muhammad, he fucking dropped a couple of tears, and it's really intense because like there was no blubbering lead up to it. It was a deadpan face, and then flap. There was no indication.
Amazing.
Where I believe me, that's how I would ruin it. I would go, like, get me a tissue. Like I would really fucking let the audience know it was coming. You're not supposed to say tears coming and look in the front camera.
It's Jim Cut Norton.
50 take idiot. I tend to do better as the takes go on. Like Louis fun to shoot with because he works like a comic. But some guys are better in the first.
What do you mean he works like a comic? Does he?
He's okay with fucking around a little bit, like a stand-up, like because he's in charge. So whatever like he'll go. All right, let's just do it, and then like we'll play with a line a little bit, or I'll add something, or he'll add something. He's fine doing that as a stand-up.
Right. No, I don't change anything. By the way, people, because I've done so much comedy, and because Saul Goodman is funny, they say, "So do you improvise a lot of that?" And I don't improvise anything.
It's all written.
Not a single word. No.
That's even more impressive.
Don't stray.
God, I
really learn it verbatim. And do it verbatim.
Well, the writing is so good on that show. You know, it's
kind of fun to do that too, because that's where you really go, so how do I get from this thought to this thought? And it's like, it's neat to do something new. I mean, I'm 50 this year, and people don't often let you do something very different from what you've done. When you get older, so it's cool to have this opportunity. I'm enjoying it.
It's also, obviously it's being written, but you have to deliver the lines, and you can't just do it deadpan straight face. There's inflections and facial expressions and body movements, and you do play a great sleazy lawyer.
I just dig through it and ask kind of follow his train of thought and ask myself what he's thinking about. And one thing I also do is, Robert Evans, the famous film producer.
Yeah.
The Kid Stays in the Picture. Great book, and the best book on tape ever.
Book on tape, really?
Kid Stays in the Picture.
Book on tape.
Oh, it's so awesome because he's got this incredible. You know Robert Evans, right?
Yeah, I know and
he's got this. He's got this crazy, like, up and down to his voice, and he's always saying, "Did I do the right thing? No. Would I do it again? In a heartbeat." It's like a sing-song thing, and the pacing changes up, and he's just really fun to listen to.
Yeah.
So I always do all my lines as him a couple times before I go out there.
Oh, wow.
Just because he's able to do like a monologue, and you want to hear the whole thing, and he puts like, "Do I think that's a smart move? Not in a million years." It's just this crazy rhythmy thing, and I think it maybe helps me to be more entertaining in those long cuts.
I've heard they tell us we have to wrap up. I guess I don't know if you have other press.
Well, we got a special we're running.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, your comical
thing. When does that start?
Right now, really, to be honest with you.
Hey, do you know Fred Willard at all?
I do know Fred.
Yeah.
Do you like him more now today than you did yesterday? I do.
I saw Fred only a few weeks ago. We did a Garland's movie, Jeff Garland's movie, a few weeks ago, and he was so funny.
He's fucking hilarious, man. He's really
funny. Didn't jerk off once.
Not once that you're aware of.
Now look, I got to ask you something.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't go into porn theaters, and this is old people need to learn how to use the internet, right?
Of course.
You missed the first half of our discussion where this was definitely covered.
But you got to buy him a modem.
Shouldn't you be arresting people who are in porn theaters not jerking? What are they doing?
Exactly.
Those are the creeps.
What a creepy
Why
person
are you in there not jerking off?
Right.
Yeah, playing words with friends. Yeah, that is a little bit creepy.
I don't know what he was doing, or I don't care. I don't want to know. I can't believe this. People are talking about this in this day and age.
He's
And
hilarious.
PBS fired him, those shitheads. Even if he was jacking off, he's not fucking
in the right place.
He's doing it in the right place.
Yeah.
It's a good citizen. That's what you should do in
the
a
right
porn
place
theater.
is home in front of your computer, by the way.
Limping along, selling weird old combinations of the old TV shows. So weird. PBS. What the?
And they get this brilliantly funny dude, this relevant guy who's been in so many great things.
Yep.
And they shit can him because he behaves like an adult in an adult establishment. If it happened, even. He's saying it didn't happen. So I'm hoping for his sake it actually didn't, just because I'm sure he's embarrassed.
Well, I don't care either way. I don't want to hear any more about it. It's just so. You know what I mean? It just shouldn't be reported. It shouldn't happen. Leave people alone. If they want to go in there, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm sure, back in the old days, well, it's, the new 24-hour news cycles. I'm sure Clark Gable maybe at some point wanted to spank one out in the movie theater, and they left him alone.
Oh, my God.
They didn't even
news
bother
today
with
is a little different, man. There's so much
Nowadays,
stuff that's irrelevant to real news.
You got to fill it up,
I remember one time jerking off in a porn theater on my way home from a gig. I was, this is way back when they existed on Route 130.
Yeah.
And you'd always have to sit in a corner away from everybody, because guys sit together when they want to fuck around. But I would always be off to myself. And I remember just you could kind of see in the upper corner, a bunch of guys were lining up in front of some dude who was blowing everybody. And I had to leave. That was the first time I was where poppers were used. So
Really?
I saw the guys breathing, and I'm like, this is too fucking, even for me, it was too creepy.
David
like
Lynch.
a movie, right? Yeah.
Because I didn't want to be watched jerking off.
Yeah, no,
believe me, I'm a hero when I walk into those places. I fucking sachey in, and all eyes are on me. So I left. Yeah, I'm dishing.
How about the fact that at his age, he's
just going to town.
Yeah, it's good to know.
It's
good to know. You still have those urges.
That's fantastic, and he was in the right place for an older guy. I mean, he obviously, he's got to learn that you can stay home and do that.
So
now.
maybe he lost PBS. Maybe he'll get
pick up some fucking pay-per-view.
Hard-on medication for old people.
Exactly, the Postivac.
I love the guy.
He's fucking hilarious.
It doesn't change a thing.
Guy's given us years of great entertainment. Leave him alone. Let him do what he wants. I just wanted to know if you knew him and were familiar with
He's
the
a great man.
story.
Real
Yes,
sweet guy.
And so are you, Bob.
Thanks
for coming. Well, I don't
Thanks
know,
for having me, guys.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM. You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock. E-Rock Radio on Twitter if you care to follow. If you don't, report me for spam or block or whatever you choose to do. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. They're on vacation. They'll be back next week, and we're doing Breaking Bad here. We're highlighting all the interviews that we did with the cast of Breaking Bad. It premiered last night on AMC. The final episodes. It's going to be done soon. So where do we move from here? Bob Odenkirk, we just spoke to, and now Bryan Cranston, the centerpiece of Breaking Bad. He plays Walter White, is in studio. You may know him as the dad from Malcolm in the Middle, but now he's Walter White, and he's fucking awesome. Here it is.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Bryan Cranston.
Right. There he is.
How are you, Bryan?
There he is. Oh, my God. You know what? I am so psyched.
Guess what? I've seen a couple episodes.
I haven't. I have been privy.
He was
to
privy.
The first
Not all of us privy.
2 episodes.
Really?
And let me tell you something. The second the first one came on, I'm like, yes, finally. Because, that long wait between seasons, it's not easy for us.
How long was the wait?
No. We don't know how this goes, so we have to wait.
But how long was the wait in between seasons?
A year.
Like a year.
That's doable.
Full calendar year. It's not
it's a year.
That's doable. Some of
crazy.
What about The Sopranos and The Wire? They got a little longer than a year.
The Sopranos would be 16 months sometimes. 18 months.
Brutal.
Listen, I brought a little something for you guys. So you don't. If you wait a year, you can still. I have a little.
I would love some of your
a little teenth of our product.
Some of your product.
my friend. That's for you.
Wonderful. Oh man!
Wow, you got actual product. You got actual product.
Nice.
It's rock candy.
Oh, that is. I'm keeping.
Are you gonna eat it?
Or you can call it rock candy if you want.
I'm gonna smoke it. That's the good stuff.
What did I see you in recently? You were in something else, weren't you? You in a film recently?
Yeah, I have a couple things out. I have Rock of Ages, that's out now, and also Madagascar 3, you have my voice.
Oh, really?
I play the Russian tiger.
Oh, man,
Listen to me.
Yes.
You're not circus animal. Your kids will love it.
I got a kid.
You got
Perfect.
A kid.
We talk about how, with guys that come in that do cartoon voices, how just printing money that is.
It is the best. You roll out of bed, literally. You don't even have to wipe the sleep out of your eyes. It's like you have a cup of coffee in one hand, and you're like, what? Okay, bigger. Good. All right, next.
How did they know you could do Russian? Did they say we need you to do Russian, or you just made them Russian?
They kind of asked me to do it and said, "What characters would you be interested in? Here's a Russian tiger. Here's this guy and that guy." And I said, "How about the Russian tiger? That sounds fun." You did sound like this. I'm like this. Hey, comrade.
That's good. Very KGB, old school Soviet Russia,
and a little like a tiger growl to it. So I go, listen to me.
Oh yeah,
shit.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I can see that animated.
You ever see Yakov Smirnoff down there in Branson, Missouri?
Haven't seen.
Apparently, he's got magnetic dinner trays and genuine linen napkins.
That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Vegetable medley.
You might want to look it up online. It's
something going on down there.
It's a great video.
It's like
check
a cult.
out if you
that
want to
whole
laugh.
city's a cult.
Yeah.
Well, Breaking Bad.
Hilarious.
When does it premiere? Because I already saw
Premiere
the first
Sunday at 10 p.m. on AMC, and we love AMC.
Very excited.
Right. And we love Dish Network. We love them all.
Now, last time,
love everybody.
We don't love Dish. They cut us out.
That's right. See, I'm with Bryan Cranston.
Why'd they cut
Someone has to take his side.
Without getting too far into it, and I really don't know. There is a huge settlement that came down a little while ago against Dish and for our parent company at AMC, and so it feels a little punitive that they're trying to punish AMC networks. They're just cutting them all off. Cutting them off. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So Walking Dead, Mad Men, all that is all.
Yeah, no,
isn't that bad for Dish?
No one wants to see those shows.
That's not true.
They don't really want to see those.
But they're sponsored.
It's got to play the side of the sponsor.
Yeah, what are you going to do? I just do the library.
And we're desperate, sir.
Are you?
Not really.
Now, last time you were in, you were talking about Walt and how you were getting really, really over the deep end, and very, very bad. And I'm seeing this happen.
Yeah.
With the first 2 episodes I saw. No spoilers. Don't worry, people. You don't have to change the channel here. I'm not going to say anything. But you are taking this to a very extreme level, and it doesn't look like it's going to end well. I'll just say that.
Well, it is called Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Not Breaking Good.
No, not Breaking Good.
I mean, it is going dark. From the beginning, we knew that it was going to go this way because our creator, Vince Gilligan, and the Lord Jesus Christ, said that he wanted to take a guy who was a really nice guy, a good guy, and take him from Mr. Chips to Scarface. So we knew the trajectory. I just didn't know how deep and dark it would actually go for this guy.
Yeah, just a complete disregard for anyone else but you and apparently your immediate family. But even your wife on the show is starting to look at you like this is a monster.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even know the half of it.
I know she doesn't.
It gets really bad.
She doesn't need to know. Who's going to tell her? You're going to tell her?
I'm not saying a word. You go about your business, Mr. Science Teacher.
The thing that's so interesting about this is that I think, certainly men, but any human being is capable of getting this dark, given the right set of circumstance. I'm telling you, I think it's possible. What's happened to Walter White is that he's been seduced. Never before in his adult life has he had money, has he been able to intimidate any other man ever.
Just a mild-mannered science teacher,
He was invisible to everybody, even himself. And all of a sudden, through these set of circumstances, he finds himself. He finds his power. And yeah, he's preening now. He's a peacock. But it's better than feeling numb. So if you told him you can have an extraordinary 2 years to live, or the absolute most boring 20 years to live, what would you do? And it's like, I'm not so sure. There's a lot of desperation and depression involved in that kind of desperate life.
Yeah. The transformation has been done so well that it's believable. That's the amazing part. Over the course of all the seasons, you have gone from just the invisible science teacher to a drug kingpin for the most part. And the whole transformation's been very realistic because there wasn't any one moment that kind of made it happen. It's just all these things came together over time.
I think that's what Breaking Bad does well, is that it uses the medium the way it should. It's like your show. Use the medium the way it
look at us, see?
You do. You use the medium the way it should. It's immediate. It's current. It's funny. It moves quickly.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad would not make a good movie because there are too many elements that would have been necessary to cut out in order to make it an hour and a half to 2 hours.
And you'd look at it and say, how did this guy become this? He was
it's too truncated. There's too many leaps. So serialized television slowly played out, agonizingly played out sometimes.
You wanted
the best way.
You definitely saw the direction you wanted to go in, but it took these hurdles you had to go over and awful things you had to do to learn how to be that evil. It's an amazing transformation.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
Really a sociological experiment to me.
Can I don't want to give any spoilers or anything. I got to ask you, at the very beginning of the first episode of season 5, we do see a different look on you. A different look when you're near the trunk.
Yes, you do.
Was that a flash?
You're being so good, by the way.
I'm trying. Was that a flash forward?
It is a flash forward.
Okay.
You're looking at a flash forward.
So we'll get a little resolution of that?
Well, no, what's funny is that the teaser of the first episode is revealing in so many ways.
Yes.
And yet not.
And you don't get anything.
It's like, what? And then you realize, what did I just see?
That's what I was doing. Yeah. I was literally craning my neck, looking up, going, what's in there? What is, like thinking I'd see something different if I looked the other way.
Yeah.
It's been such a compelling show. The suspense is great. The second episode of this season was edge of your seat. The entire time is edge of your seat. Mike, the character Mike in there, the fact, what he wants to do and what he has to do, the difference in that is you start feeling bad for him.
Yeah.
And he's a son of a bitch.
It's amazing how this show toys with your sympathies.
Yes.
Where you have these people doing awful things, and yet you're sympathizing and almost rooting for them. Come on, make that crystal meth. Yeah, come on.
Bring back the old team. Let's get the band back together, kind of a feel to it.
Exactly.
It really is.
You have housewives saying, oh, maybe if we just warn him with shooting his kneecap as opposed to killing him. I think that, I don't think we have to kill everyone.
That just goes to show how well the writing is. Because
it's really brilliant.
How do you get somebody that's so awful of a person and make him sympathetic?
What was so interesting about Vince Gilligan's jump into this is that historically television has always been about staying the same. Every single character that you know and love in the past, you could turn on the television. There he is. There's my guy.
My pal.
He's always the same. I can depend on him. And this show has always been about change. How can we change? And just when he comes to a certain point, change him again.
Yeah.
Get him darker. Get him moving. And then what about my wife, who is, she's a loving, caring, oh, wait a minute. Maybe she's changing too.
She's got a little in her, yeah.
Everybody's changing.
Yeah, she's got a little bit of evil in her too. But I think it's almost like she didn't realize how bad this was going to get and how far you'd drag your family into all this. And what is initially, I guess the motivation was dying of cancer, have to take care of the family. So it was a noble effort when you started. But how did it get so evil? What is it in the character? Is it the fact that the character just didn't want to be bored for the rest of his life?
Well, if it's been a hypothetical that we've all played. If you had a year to live, how would you live your life? And this poor bastard's thinking, I'm just going to wither away, and my wife's going to empty my bedpan and we'll blow through whatever little savings we have, and that's the legacy I'm leaving. No man wants to. You want to have some control. So for the first time in his life, he makes a bold move and says, by God, I'm going to do this thing because I know how. The one thing I don't know is what to do with it. I don't know how to sell it. So that's why he needs Aaron Paul's character, right, Jesse, in order to come in to distribute the thing. Simple plan, make a bunch of money, give it to my family, die, there it is. It doesn't. But he realizes once you sell your morality for cash, you're lost.
There's no line.
You try to become someone you're not, you're lost.
So you paint like a real picture of this guy. Like as an actor, how much of that do you do beforehand? Well, how much of it do you do just from the script, or will you go home and think like, who is this person, or what? How do you see it when you play somebody like that?
Not anymore. When you first start to put a character together, you ask that question a lot. Where is he from? In fact, most actors, including myself, will do what's called a backstory. You'll write your own backstory, his education, where he was raised, teachers, things like that. That just helps fill in the blanks for you. And some of it may come to fruition. Some of it may never be known except to you. But you start doing that so you have more anchor points. The more that an actor knows about a character, it gets inside of him or her, and you feel more comfortable in how you portray it. After a certain point, I don't have to think about it anymore. Right. I just live it. I slip into his wallabies, put on the glasses and the chinos, and I go, there you are.
Well, how much different of a guy is he from you? I mean, not the behavior, but I mean as a guy.
He's killed more people than I have.
No, but I mean like...
I've killed people. I don't want to paint the wrong picture.
I don't mean his actions. I mean like as a person, like, because this is a regular person pushed into extraordinary circumstances, so that's kind of what you base it on, as being a real person.
He's not anything like me.
No.
No. He's very, very smart, so there's the big comparison there. He's been put in a position where he has not expressed himself as a man, as an adult. He's never taken chances. My whole career is being an actor and being in the arts. You're taking chances constantly, and you have to get comfortable with that. He's introverted, or at the start he was shy. He was milquetoast, and so I had to get into that mindset of what makes him be him. What makes a person, what makes a man cave in like that and become depressed? And I came up that he developed a fear of failure, and that he had missed opportunities in his life, and that led to his depression, and that led to this kind of invisible man, concept that I wanted to bring forward. And so when we were designing the face and the hair, I took all the color out of my hair when we first started. I had this little impotent mustache, a mustache that you can see through, and was light because we lightened it and thinned it out. And you'd never, if you want to make an impotent mustache, you guys, I know you'd want this. You'd never have the hair turn down the corners of the mouth, because then it gets macho when you get down there. So I used to cut it here. I thin it out. I wanted a mustache for people to look at and go, what's the point? What are you trying to say?
We've all seen those. Yeah.
It's like, wow. Yeah. You look at people and go, really? So you groomed that. It's like, what do you...
An impotent mustache.
Impotent mustache. So I wanted him to disappear. So all his clothes were taupes and sand color and off-whites and thing. I wanted him to blend into the walls. I wanted him to feel invisible. And so on those first episodes when I'm in the classroom and trying to look at anybody who might be interested in chemistry and getting nothing, it helped me as a character realize I'm so depressed. How did I get here? I'm looking at it. Nobody cares that I'm even here.
Yeah.
Nobody knows I'm even here. If I walked out of this classroom, they wouldn't even know. They're going to continue texting and whatever. I've lost.
And that was
part. That
was like part of what made you do what you you ended up doing on the show.
Yeah.
I guess if you were successful, or if the character was a successful teacher that was beloved by the students, even if you got the cancer and needed to get money for the family, it probably wouldn't have worked out the same way. It was just a combination of everything.
It had everything to do with it.
All the features,
all those elements
were there.
came into play.
Yeah. Now, but one thing confusing though, you did it initially for your family and out of love for your family and concern about their future, and then it seems like you lost the concern for your family because you pretty much put them in danger. Now with what you're doing.
What are you saying?
How did that change?
You got a problem with that?
Not at all. I think it's great. All for one, and all for me. Wait a minute. But what happened with the character that he kind of almost not wrote off his family, but didn't seem that concerned?
Walter White was seduced. He was seduced by power, by money. All the things that
even at the cost of his
before.
Family.
Well, he didn't realize. I mean, we've all met very bright people who, in a social situation, right? I mean, you go, oh my God, this guy's a PhD and he's like unbelievably bright, and yet he can't hold a conversation in a social environment or whatever. So it doesn't mean if you're good at one thing, you're good at another. And so here you have a man who is very smart, but he made some poor choices, and he actually thinks that this simple plan will work, but he doesn't have the skill set to be a mastermind criminal. At least back then he did, and he's learning quickly.
Yeah.
Is there anything hard for you, as an actor, is there anything that's hard for you to play? Like when they ask you to do like, is there a behavior or an emotion that's easier for you or more comfortable for you? And then there's one that when you do it, you're like, all right, this one's more work.
Any given emotion, I don't know. If you're asked to play some fast talking kind of guy who is authority on something, you have a lot of research to do. Because you have to really delve into that and know what you're talking about, because it's coming out of your mouth so much faster than you ever thought. My guy on Drive, that movie Drive, was kind of that way, where he talked too much, he spoke too much. So I had to just get back into the garage and just get my head into that, that grease monkey kind of mentality and pick up a wrench and figure out things, and because I ad-libbed a lot in that film, and it was a lot about cars and things like that. Yeah.
Do you give yourself something to do? Like a lot of great actors will do that. Like they'll always be doing something like normal, like whether it's eating or just doing something like Pacino with his hands. The people like there's these little weird things that actors do that I think is so interesting, just to feel like it's real life.
It gives actors a handle, something to hold on to. If you're just standing there, it doesn't always feel the most comfortable. So if you're actually doing something and peeling a potato or something, anything, it basically makes the actor a little distracted in an activity, which is a good thing.
See, I never know it's a running joke on this show, but I don't. When I'm just standing there, like if they said in every scene like that I've ever, like, we need to just dump salt on something, like if there was slugs in every scene, I'd be fucking amazing. But when you just have to stand there, like walk into a room and make a proclamation, I stiffen up, and I literally don't know. I watch hands so much when people act, because it's so hard to be natural and conversational. Like right now, my hands are just dead.
You don't think about it when you're talking to someone on the street. Your hands are doing what they do. But if you were told to speak to a person on camera, now you're conscious of everything.
Like we were holding this conversation. If I had written this conversation out and we were having it, you'd be sitting there as natural as you are, and my hands, I'd be like, I'd be raising them. I'd fucking poking things.
And then they'll tell you, no, you're moving your hands a lot. Put them to your side. Let's do another take, everybody, and just keep your hands to your side. Now you're thinking, get my hands on my side. I've been moving my hands.
Exactly.
Now they like frozen down.
Yes. Jim, this is whose life is it anyway? You can't be moving your hands around a lot.
Remember, Jim, you're paralyzed from the neck down. So the movement thing is a little bit of a problem.
I'm always interested in how guys do that. Maybe they just don't. Maybe you're just so good you don't think about it anymore. But I'm fascinated by how you can make that so fucking natural. It's so hard to do, man.
It does look
really hard.
It's supposed to look hard, but it look easy, but it is actually very difficult to do.
Are you comfortable around guns? You do a lot of gunplay in the show.
Well, my character is not.
Yes,
he doesn't know from that world. So no, he's not too comfortable. When I was a kid, I used to shoot rifles. And doing some competitive shooting, and that was fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
So I know my way around it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess you're more apt to poison somebody or something like a little more science oriented. Yeah. Wait a minute. Did he touch my coffee? Yeah, that was.
I love the idea of incorporating science in killing people.
Yeah,
there's more of that coming up this year.
I don't doubt it. It does work well, and your loyalty to Jesse. It seems like it's there in the criminal element of what you want to do, but as a person or friend, you have really no respect or like for this guy.
Well, I don't know.
And I think he idolizes you. He still calls you Mr. White, which is very odd to watch after everything you've done.
Like
I think it's more a sign of him kind of still being a child in the classroom and calling you Mr. White. But yeah, you personally, on a personal level, you've done horrible things to this guy.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if he ever finds out what I've done,
yes, there will be hell to pay.
We'd be in trouble. Yeah.
But
he's a great actor, and he's fun to work with. He's supposed to be here, right?
Yeah, I was going to say great actor, not very prompt.
He's not very punctual. He doesn't own a watch. He has no clue what time it is at any given.
Yeah, they said he was in traffic.
He's stuck in traffic.
Yeah. So. But it just does seem like you put everything aside, even that, and that's a very threatening place to put yourself, because he would do awful things if he found out what you've done.
Yeah, and as we wind down for season 5, season 6 will start for 8 episodes, and then we're done.
See, I did not know that.
Yes,
and that's going to be it.
Okay,
and that'll be it.
Wow,
that'll be it.
I need more.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Yeah. I mean, it will have.
I think it's time.
Yeah, I mean, given the conceit of the story that this man had 2 years to live, and he's still going to die of lung cancer, if not of something else beforehand. But yeah, I want to stay true to what we told the audience and be fair with that. And
you don't want to do like MASH, where the Korean War's 11 years.
11 years. I thought this was supposed to only be 3 years.
The Beatles are playing in the Korean War.
Really?
Was it 11 years? Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, wow. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. Close it down. And
do you remember? Here's an odd question. Do you remember the last time that you were lousy? Like something you did like years ago that you're like, oh God, was I awful in that?
I wasn't too kind to my wife the other day.
No, I mean as an actor.
Oh, as an actor. Oh yeah. Oh sure. In fact, friends of mine have a humiliation night where they ask actors and performers to bring your worst shit over. And
wow! You know how easy it is to be me and bring everything?
No, and see, that's it. You have to call through that and say, this is the worst I've ever been.
What a great idea it is.
And you're drinking all night long, and you're laughing at everyone else's horrible performances.
Great.
It's great. You're just ripping each other completely.
We've had some of the stand-ups come in, and we played some of their early material and some of their videos, and we've actually we played some
of our
we've done on
shows.
the air when we were first on the radio. Just happy to be there.
That's right. 5 minutes after the big hour at 5 o'clock here.
Just embarrassing. But that's got to be pretty nerve-wracking, just sitting there with your friends goofing on your work.
The last time we did it was with Seth MacFarlane. He was over, and we were drinking. And he did an on-camera thing on Star Trek, the TV series, and he was really stiff and in the background, and he was doing it, marching. It looked like he had something stuck up his ass. It was funny, so funny.
It is embarrassing to watch, though. Even though you're getting laughs from your friends, it really is on some level like, oh God, is that rough?
What did you bring?
I brought this thing called Crisis Counselor, which was a really bad one of the early reality shows back in like 1980, I want to say, and it was kind of an improv show dealing with therapy sessions, group therapy sessions, and they would only tell you basically what you are, and then everything else just comes out. And I played this guy who was married. and his wife is pregnant, and he has a male lover on the side. And I was told, you need to make this right on the show. You just need to say, what's wrong with this? And I went, really? That's what and so my arguments were, like, I don't know, I just, she was a little sick, so I thought I'd step away. Have myself a lover?
Were you playing it up like that?
Not unlike any other guy would do. Go get yourself a male lover. When your wife is pregnant, right? And it's like, they're looking at me like, what? You're such an ass. And so everybody else on the panel was throwing daggers at me, and I'm trying to, this weak argument. Anyway, we had a blast. They carved me up quite a bit on that one.
Do you know how, I guess back then you'd never thought this would end up for public consumption, but all this stuff can be found on YouTube and stuff.
Everything's available.
And back then it was like, all right, that's gone forever.
Yeah,
it's never going to see the light of day.
It'll never surface.
And here you go. There it is.
Oops.
Yeah, that's
yep.
They're telling us you have to leave. They're telling us that you have to.
Absolutely.
Great show, and you're a tremendous actor.
I love it. If you have not seen it, you have maybe the weekend to do a big long marathon,
4 seasons catch up.
I would do it. I'd run 2 TVs at once and do 2 episodes at the same time. It's fantastic.
Wow.
I love it. And like
Thanks,
I said when you were here last time, the first episode of the first season grabs you.
Yeah.
The only comparison I have really is the Lost pilot was like that when all of a sudden there's a plane crash, people walk around and they're like, what is going on here? Yeah. And you have to stick around for it, and that's exactly what Breaking Bad is. It's a fantastic show. Huge fan, Brian.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Love it.
All right. Appreciate it.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock, and Opie and Anthony are off this week. They return on Monday with some more new live shows for you, but for now you'll just have to deal with whatever it is that we put in front of you. We're doing Breaking Bad today. That's the theme. And we just spoke with Bryan Cranston, who plays Walter White on Breaking Bad. The show just came back for its final episode last night on AMC. You can see it every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Who knows what time it is if you live anywhere else. We're moving on to Anna Gunn. She plays Skyler, Walter White's wife on the program. And have to say, she came in, she was looking pretty damn good. She doesn't look quite like Skyler on the TV show. She looks even better in person. Here it is, Anna Gunn.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
We got Anna Gunn walking into the studio. Hi, Anna.
Take a seat. Make yourself comfy. We're actually on the air.
Do you mind if I eat a little bit?
Oh,
eat. Go ahead.
You sure?
Are you hungry?
I'm kind of hungry.
Peckish?
I'm a little hungry. Well, she's a beautiful woman. I don't want to be eating in front of her. You know,
Look at you all in bright orange.
I wanted
great.
to, wake you guys up a little.
Well,
if
that
you
you did.
Awake.
We're awake.
That you did.
Thank you.
Of course, Skyler.
Hello.
From Breaking Bad. I mean, I've been fully immersed in the show for since the beginning. And what do you say? Because I got to bring it up. Everybody seems to want you dead on the show.
Not everybody.
All right, not everyone.
Only those who, who identify with. Go ahead.
I just say it's a tribute to your acting.
Thank you.
Because sometimes it's like, oh boy, she's kind of getting in the way of things.
That's what it is. I think it's the people who really identify with Walt, and they that's the point of the show. I mean, that's what's brilliant about the show. People really get behind the story of Walt, and they get behind the idea of a guy who's been really pushed down by life and disappointed and has had to take a lot of things that he didn't want in life. And I think that Vince wrote him so brilliantly, and Brian plays him so brilliantly, that people root for him and they cheer for him. And he is both the protagonist and the anti-hero at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's such a brilliant construct. And then, in a way, Skyler is kind of the antagonist, because she's the one who stands in the way of him doing whatever he wants to do, most of all.
Right.
And that makes some people kind of pissed off.
Yeah, because the viewers, they see someone like Walter kind of progress through the show from this schleppy kind of guy.
Right.
and very realistically and gradually, he turned almost out of necessity for every instance of evil that he does.
Yeah.
It's almost like, well, he wouldn't do that. And then, well, I guess he has to now.
Right.
Kind of gets caught up in it.
I know.
So much. And yeah, you get in there, the voice of reason to a point. And people are like, hey, get out of his way.
I know.
What are you doing?
Exactly. It's really bizarre. And we were at first, the writers and Vince and I were like, what is going on? Why are people so upset?
Yes.
But it really is, I think it's really about that they just want him. They put themselves in him and in his corner so much. And she is the one even more than the villains in the show, like Gus Fring or, or Tuco or any of those really bad guys who for a while were bigger threats than anybody else. She's the consistent one who says, this is not okay. You can't do this.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's the one who kind of stands there and says there are consequences, there are repercussions. And that makes people upset psychologically. It really gets in there and does something to them. And it's kind of brilliant that it's
kind of brilliant. It's amazingly brilliant.
Yeah.
Because, again, as a viewer, you almost want to see how far Walter is going to go without somebody holding him back.
Exactly.
So you sit there and go like, oh, God, Skyler getting in it again.
I know.
Why make him stop? Don't,
But isn't that what kind of prevents it from becoming like a cartoon of somebody? Is the fact that in real life you do have people in your way, or you do have people in your ear, and it's like without that, then all of a sudden it's just like it's like a Superman. And it doesn't make sense.
Like how would he would just go off the rails, and I think it would become, kind of ridiculous. And I think Vince knew that.
Yeah.
And the other thing was that Vince, from the beginning, he said, I don't want you, like, whenever I'm a pretty emotional person and I'm a pretty, I'm very, emotions are very much on the surface for me. So when I first found out, for example, about his cancer diagnosis, tears jumped to my eyes, and Vince very specifically said, Skyler is not a person where emotions come to her easily. They're deeply buried in her. So it was important for her to be a really, really kind of strong, steely person. And that's what he wanted from her. And again, that also sometimes makes people feel like, I don't know if I like that, because
they think bitch.
Sometimes. And that word gets thrown around, and that's a little tough. That's a little tough to handle, because you think, why is that bitchy? She's actually just a kind of formidable, strong person. And why is it bitchy to just be strong and to stand toe to toe with a man and say it's not okay?
It's so odd to have a show where a lot of the before Walt's getting into making meth wasn't shown. But you could see the result of what your lives were during all those years of him just being the teacher, you being the housewife and mother. And you could see, without even having to show it, what it produced and set it up so we could get into the unbelievable craziness of what happened. Did you have a backstory that you had to kind of, here's what your life was?
Yeah, I mean, Bryan and I talked a lot about it because there wasn't much there, but we really kind of created this idea of what drew these people together. And certainly we felt a real attraction and a love between them, but we thought the thing that probably was the biggest attraction between them was their intellect. I think Skyler is as smart as Walt, as intellectually smart as he is. She is his equal in that.
Right.
And so, and it's also both, it's their downfall as human beings, really. I mean, they think they're kind of smarter than everybody else.
Than everyone else, well.
So that's why, in a way, as the show goes on, they become almost like the Macbeths, in a way, because they think that they can outsmart everybody else. They think they can create these lies and these scenarios.
To a point, they have been. Obviously things change with the last half of the last season coming up. This is it, obviously. I was so lucky. I got an advance copy of the first episode of this. I loved it. Don't worry, no spoilers, people.
It was nice of you to put it online, too.
Yeah, right. People were saying that. They're like, come on, put that up online. I'm like, you don't think I want another one maybe at some point?
Exactly.
Be like, here's another one. I am not saying anything or doing, but it is totally in line with everything that the magnificence that's been the show up till now. The beginning kind of showing you a little advance view of things because they've done that before in the past, and then the way Walter, the character Walter, can explain something to somebody in a way that is so soft and yet just punches you in the face.
Exactly.
And obviously you know what scene I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's just because he pulled those shenanigans with you in one episode.
Yeah, he
where
did.
it's like, hey, you best know who you're talking to, kind of a thing.
Exactly. When he does that thing where he's talking to you and you're drawn into him. And you think, oh, okay, he's really saying something sincere.
Yeah, he's going to apologize, or he's going to show any regret, and no.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a threat.
Yeah.
It's
because
an amazing.
You're starting to lean into him thinking, oh my gosh, he's so sincere, and then all of a sudden he turns it. And he does that thing, with his eyes when he gets all Heisenbergian. Where he suddenly does this he gets Heisenbergian, and he does that little thing with his eyes where all of a sudden, and even acting with him, because obviously I know Bryan really well, and he's a great guy, and he's funny and sweet and lovely, but all of a sudden he does this thing where his eyes just narrow and they get hard, and even acting with him is a little bit like I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm just going to take a little step back.
He is an amazing actor. To pull this role off also, and we've had him in before, and I was talking to him about how it's so odd to see a little bit. He denied it, but you could see it when he's kind of, because there are parts that are actually funny in the show.
Oh yeah,
and it's almost part of that Malcolm in the Middle dad. A little bit of that comes through.
Absolutely.
At times, and I think I don't know him, but I would assume he's kind of like that in real life.
He is.
He seems to have a very good sense of humor.
He's got a great sense of humor. And those long, intense scenes that we had to do together, those are pretty rough to keep up for 12 hours a day. So there was a lot of laughing and pranks and practical jokes. Yeah.
And you were both in Seinfeld.
We were both in Seinfeld. We were. We have that.
Yeah. Dr. Watley. And,
exactly.
And you were in the one with the glasses, George's glasses.
I was.
He had the wrong glasses and insisted that it was Jerry's cousin.
That's right.
Kissing somebody.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be the policewoman kissing her horse.
Exactly. Exactly. He kept saying, but my cousin looks like a horse. It was the best.
Oh, it was fantastic. I watch the show all the time. So anybody that's on Seinfeld, I'm just like,
it's the
fantastic.
Best.
How do you feel with the show ending? That's gotta suck.
It's really bittersweet. I mean, we wrapped in late March, and we all had a good cry, but we knew that we were going to have this kind of farewell tour in a way, and so we knew we were going to have all this time to spend together. But now that this is actually coming to an end, we've had some panels. We had a New York Times panel last night, and we all kind of started tearing up and a little bit of crying in public now, because it really is coming to an end, and we know that this time together is truly coming to an end. And that's hard, because this has been the luckiest job of all of our careers. We know that. And
it's fantastic that you could take I guess 5 seasons, what it ends up being, and stop it, where people want more. Obviously, people want this to continue, but to make that commitment to, no, this is what it is it's
brave.
It's very brave.
It's brave.
Because obviously you could milk a show until there's nothing left. They do it all the time. But it seems like the perfect length for this to turn around, and from talking,
wouldn't 6 seasons be the perfect?
Just
6,
one more
just
time.
one more.
It's sort of like it is 6, because 5 is drawn out. 5.5. 5.5. It's almost like 6.
I know that just from having done like little teeny episode work and stuff, you get attached to people quickly. Like, you form a weird bond with people you do see. If you're there for more than one day, it's like you see each other craft services, and you're like, all of a sudden, like, hey,
you're pals.
And then they go on to much bigger things, and they feel no connection. But I can't imagine doing season after season with the same people and then having to call it quits. It's a rough way to. It's rough.
It's true. But the last day when I wrapped, Bryan and Aaron and I had a group hug, and there was a little bit of crying. But then Bryan said, just think in 6 months we won't remember each other's names.
He's such a funny guy. Aaron, there was a great scene with you guys when Aaron was eating over the house.
Oh my God, that was the best.
That
scene.
was one of the greatest scenes. How uncomfortable you guys made it.
It was so great.
He's just babbling about something. Walter's looking at him, and you're just so angry.
So angry, guzzling my wine.
Yeah, just drinking at that point.
Yeah.
And but everything fits so well. The writing is done so well on that show.
It's brilliant. Yeah. It's brilliant. And I loved, and Aaron he's sitting in between us like he's the uncomfortable kid between the feuding parents, just looking at us like, oh God, I wish it was anywhere else in the world. We had to stop ourselves from cracking up the entire time.
Yeah.
And then he ate so many green beans that at the end of that scene he said, I'm never going to eat a green bean again.
Oh, really? A few takes?
Yeah, quite a few.
Now, have you looked at other scripts and stuff since this ended, or like?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of really interesting scripts. I'm looking at a lot of movie scripts right now, and I went to the Sundance Institute this summer, and I did the Director's Lab, and I did this really interesting role that was kind of like a female Walter White kind of character. Where it's the psychological portrait of the making of a zealot, and but it's the female kind of version of that. So that was really interesting. So hopefully we'll get that made this year.
Yeah.
So you want to do a movie as opposed to? Would it be hard to do something episodic right now because you're just coming off this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some television stuff as well, but I'm really interested in doing some film, and I'm also a big theater girl, so I'm looking at some theater projects as well. Yeah.
It's amazing what can be done off of network television.
Yeah.
That's why I would assume it's probably hard to be offered something on a network where it's like, I was just able to read dialogue that was so realistic, and to go to episodic network television's got to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, this is some of the best writing that any of us have ever encountered.
Yeah.
And when you come off of writing like this, the bar is so high.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just so lucky, but then you're kind of spoiled. So you have to choose carefully. So, but it's opened a lot of doors for all of us. So we're in a good place.
Now, obviously, you can't tell us anything.
I'm going to tell you.
Nice.
All of a sudden, Vince Gilligan comes in and tackles me.
You will be quiet.
Yes.
Would there be any even possibility there could later be a reunion of sorts?
I think that's possible for sure. I mean, it depends on
Get the blogs on the phone.
What happens
and
in
who's still
the
living.
last day.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
exactly.
Who's still standing and all that.
Exactly.
But there is talk about the Saul Goodman spinoff. So
yes, who is another just
amazing,
great character,
amazing, Bob
little
Odenkirk.
comic relief in there.
Yeah,
he's good. And by the way, he was in a Seinfeld episode.
He was another Seinfeldian.
And if you think I'm bad, our producer Travis, 10 times worse than me.
He can quote all of them. My father can quote every Seinfeld episode. So,
it's just that. Talk about another just brilliant show for the time and everything.
I know.
Yeah, but they went more than 5 seasons. You see, you can make it.
Oh, yes. 9 seasons.
Yeah.
They did. They did.
Well, I guess with a comedy, it's a little bit easier than with an actual drama with a real story.
Yeah, you just keep going. You don't have to worry. I thought the scene, the episode where Jerry becomes a meth dealer was great. It was.
Maybe all of you
would be
could
interesting.
Maybe you guys could all do something together as a cast, but just a totally different story.
Oh my! Could you imagine?
You know what? Somebody said that at the New York Times thing. They said, seeing you all sitting up there, it's a shame to see you,
Like maybe you're a hat distributor, and Brian owns a hat store, and you guys work on trying to get the hats for certain prices.
That's terrible.
That's a great idea.
What a waste of resources.
I've always wanted to be a hat.
A dramatic / comedic / endearing piece about hats and what goes on behind the scenes.
Gilligan on the phone.
The one thing that has been going around the internet, which was kind of funny, is the fact that they say Walter goes into witness protection program and it becomes Malcolm in the Middle.
Everybody thinks that. Everybody. And who's to say that doesn't happen?
And who's to say That isn't what. Well, I like I said, I saw that first episode, and if that's any indication on the rest of this, I mean, I just sat there when the credits came on. I yelled out, "No!"
I know.
No!
I know.
More!
Exactly. It's going to be sort of agony every week for the audience to wait to the next for the next week's.
And now I
episode.
get the good thing that I saw the episode, but now I got to wait 2 episodes to see.
Oh, you got to wait 2
one.
weeks.
But
right?
I'll watch that first one again.
Yeah.
That was, and I popped the disc in, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready to watch this. And it comes on, and I'm seeing the scene. I'm like, all right, I got to watch the last one again. So I had to pull it out because they screw with you. Yeah.
Yes,
so I had to watch the last season's last episode. And they're going, because they always start off these shows with something that you don't think makes any sense.
Exactly.
You're looking at a flower. You're looking at that. And this one, you're just seeing skateboards.
Right.
Skateboards. And you're like, all right, why am I seeing this?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
And it all makes sense, and it's fantastic.
It's great. And it launches you. I mean, it's like they don't ease you into this since you've seen that first one.
Oh.
They shoot you off like a rocket.
Right away, you're like, what is going... And that scene where she drops the grocery. I'm like, that's great.
You're loving that you have inside info.
Oh, it's the best.
You're loving it.
Look at,
I love it.
Are you feeling resentful right now?
Yes, but for many other reasons.
Where do we begin, Anna? You got 2 hours?
Great. Skyler, Anna, Gunn, thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
You're a doll and a love.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
It's Worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock. O&A return next week, and we're doing Breaking Bad Day here on the Opie and Anthony Show. We just spoke with Anna Gunn. She plays Skyler White, Walter White's wife, on the Breaking Bad program. Now we're up to Betsy Brandt and Dean Norris. It starts off with Betsy Brandt. She plays Hank's wife, Marie. She's in studio just for a little bit, and then all of a sudden Dean Norris walks in. Who expected that? Well, he was supposed to be in later, but who cares? It was a great time had by all. Betsy Brandt and Dean Norris in there talking Breaking Bad, which we love. Here it is.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
I want to say hi to Betsy Brandt. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony.
Where's she?
Oh.
Bring her in.
From Breaking Bad, right?
Of course.
Is that the bubble wrap girl?
She has bubble wrap. Bring in your bubble wrap.
You got bubble wrap. Why is she carrying around bubble wrap?
Betsy.
What's going on?
Bubble wrap now?
Sure.
Do you like bubble wrap?
Well, yes. And then I'd pop it. Well,
Yeah, good. Let's pop some bubble wrap. Let's do this. What's wrong with you? Let's share.
Let's do this.
I like to here.
Let's see. Oh, you like to sit on it. Let's see. You're too light.
That means you're light.
The chair is too soft.
But if I sat on a hard table, which I was doing earlier, and then I'm like, oh, my back.
Oh, okay.
And then it's like your back's cracking.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I had the chicken last night.
Oh, wow.
Oh, farts. I got you.
But anyway, this
Fart
is very
humor.
comfortable.
It looks comfy sitting on bubble wrap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the show.
Are we on the air?
Believe it or not.
Well, we are. We got to make that montage. I'm telling you.
I know. We always get people coming in and like,
Put these on.
are we on
Well,
the
we
air?
could do
Listening
that.
to.
We were listening to you talking.
Yeah. We were talking about bubble wrap.
Yeah.
What?
What? That wasn't happening. There it is.
Yeah, sorry,
why is
my
that
back.
such a good thing?
I don't know.
I don't know why. It's the thing that people love to pop bubble wrap.
And this is pink,
Yeah.
which is very fancy.
Ladylike.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just a fun
I
sound.
am nothing if not a lady. Well, I make fart sounds with the bubble wrap.
Yeah.
And go, I'm sorry, guys, but it just feels so much better.
Betsy, you're of course Hank's wife, Marie, on Breaking Bad.
Yes.
I'm completely involved in the show. I'm not
good, isn't it?
I'm not one of these, I watched an episode because I knew you were coming in. I've been watching.
I have heard that you guys are fans.
Huge.
I love that. It's more fun to talk about it.
It really
if you're
is.
on the inside.
Yes. And I got the advance copy of the first episode.
Did you see it? I saw it for the first time last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
It's so good, right?
Yeah. It's like these last
spoilers,
8 episodes are just so amazing. Just so amazing.
And it's just this culmination of everything that's been happening, and it's not going to end well. I know it can't be this happy, fun little ending with the way this is going. I don't know what it is. You probably do, but I don't know how it's going to end, but it can't be good.
Isn't that right?
I feel
Pop 2 bubbles if he's right. Give us 2 pops for a yes, 1 for a no.
There it is.
That's 3.
That means everybody dies in a fire.
Oh, my God.
I guess Anna, in an interview, someone said that Anna said that, the show doesn't end prettily.
Yeah.
And they said, is that a spoiler? And I said, I think happy ending for these people left the station at least by season 2.
Very early on. You're not going to get an ending where the music goes
right.
Nothing like that. Hey,
look what we got here.
Dean.
Oh my God, they know each other.
Norris.
So weird.
Where does he go? Come here.
Dean, take a seat right there. That's look. Oh, the happy couple. The happy couple. Now the bubbles are popping.
Oh, they are popping.
Dean Norris is in studio. He's sitting on Betsy's lap.
You look so handsome.
Doesn't he look great? Yeah.
How handsome he is.
Yeah, sitting on Betsy's lap.
Oh,
yeah. Is the party over already? Is it over? Is the party over?
No.
No, party's going.
Oh, good,
you just got here, honey.
Now it can begin.
It's so odd to see, you guys are a goddamn TV show couple. And there you are. It's like watching Lucy and Ricky. It's amazing.
He never stops working. Look at him. He's never stopped working. He's landing the space shuttle right there.
Yeah. Of course, Hank.
Yes, sir.
From Breaking Bad. I was just saying, I saw the advance copy. I've been fully involved in the show over the entire course of it, and then I finally saw the first episode of the new season without any spoilers or anything. I got to tell you, wow! I was sitting there just not wanting that screen to go dark and have the credits come up, because now I got to wait. And the closing scene of that is it's brutal. It's subtle brutality.
Yeah.
Because, Walter gives that a threat. It's a threat.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. But it's done in that inimitable, quiet style. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. And as Hank's wife, what role are you going to play in this? I mean, things are going down. We know from last season, of course, Hank took that dump and picked up that book that pretty much revealed what was going on. And now,
what do you mean, what role am I going to... You talk about his dump, and then you ask me what role I'm going to play.
Well, I mean, she changed my bedpan in season 4, but...
He comes out of the bathroom, and then Marie comes out. She's washing her hands.
You go through this series with... you're very naive.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You're not really willing to accept that something bad's going on.
Oh, well, is it that she's not... You just popped my bubble.
That's right, baby.
You just popped my bubble.
I've been popping your bubble for 6 years.
I know, it's working. It's not that she's naive, she just doesn't know.
Yeah, but you got it.
Look at Walt.
Yeah.
What sister-in-law would be like, you know what I think? I think Walt's a drug kingpin. Look at him in his ugly-ass shoes and that sick green car. He's clearly...
Okay, good point. But you'd think being married
to... Then I'd be a paranoid person.
A DEA guy, maybe something would rub off, or you'd get a little info, or you stay out of his work. Except when you were getting his rocks.
I don't think Marie stays out of anything.
Getting my rocks? What?
Rocks off? Getting his rocks off.
My rocks.
It's minerals, motherfucker.
No, you can say that here.
You say motherfucker?
Motherfucker.
Yes, you can. It's fucking rocks. Fucking minerals.
They were minerals, right. Your rocks are here. They're fucking minerals.
God damn, it's so good to not be on TV and you can say fuck.
I know.
All I do, for the last, 2 weeks is not say fuck and not say the ending of Breaking Bad.
Right. Those are the two things you're not allowed to do.
Are we not supposed to say the ending?
Oh, man.
Oh, you can. You're cool. No, you're my wife. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Please say the ending.
I want to know it,
no one wants
then
to
don't
know
want to know it.
No.
I want to see it. I know. I want to see it happen.
You don't want to know it.
No.
Do you know it?
No.
Sometimes you guys don't know it.
Oh, yeah, we know
Oh, yeah,
it.
no, we know.
All right. Sometimes you guys come in here from a series and you don't know for sure.
What are they on? What are they, meth?
They know.
It's this is it. This is the end, and there's it has to be a little emotional, right?
Oh man, seriously. Especially this week. Sorry. What?
Yeah.
I know.
You
Could you
didn't ask
get me
for
a coffee,
anything.
Dean? Could you order me a coffee?
Dean got one.
Straight up.
That's straight up. That's how I do my liquor,
good,
baby.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You sure you're good?
Yeah, I had a cup of coffee this morning.
Oh, you did?
Some chocolate with my real husband.
Oh, damn.
I didn't say that to be mean, but it
You
sounded
got-
mean, and I didn't mean it. You
really
know
mean.
I'm married in real life
Oh,
off
man.
the show. You know that, right?
This is ruining everything.
I'm so
ruining
sorry.
everything.
I feel
Yeah.
like I need to tell you. I'm so sorry.
It's a little late, isn't it?
Hey, but I'm always thinking. But I'm always thinking about you, baby.
You're who I really love.
When you play a couple, is there any like real attraction there? It's got to be difficult to not feel something if you're playing a married couple.
Wait, I feel absolutely nothing.
Not me. I feel it all.
It's a job. They go cut, I run.
I feel it all. No, I miss you so much.
In all seriousness,
I miss you so much.
it was such an amazing thing to have Betsy Brandt play my wife. More than I can tell you. She just added so much. You know, her inner like humanity comes out in the role, and it's such a great thing because I think it was such a big part of Hank's like his own morality. You know, it stemmed. If he wasn't married, he would have broke bad a long time ago. I feel, and I feel like having Betsy play Marie just. It'll always be like just an amazing part of, for me, a memory of the show because she brought all that to it, and it was like, oh man, just
You're
awesome.
making me cry
oh
again.
shush.
Really, you are. You're going to make me cry.
It does seem like the only real true loyalty you have is to the family, to your family.
Yeah.
And that pretty much holds you from probably, going the way of Walter.
Going really bad, and he kind of would just think back. At least I did as a character, would always, in the kind of crucial moments, and there are some more crucial moments coming up.
Oh, damn it.
Would always just think back to my wife, you know, and go, all right, that's why I got to be strong, and that's why I got to be the good guy, and go from there.
I love
that's
these
true.
two. I love being a part of this couple.
Yeah.
And to do that with you, you know. But even from the beginning, I love that they would do anything for each other.
Yeah.
And in this show where people are just horrible to each other, and they decapitate this guy and stick his head on a turtle, and we have this beautiful relationship, yin yang. I think that's what they call it.
In the middle of all that turmoil.
I always loved that.
And trouble. Like I always refer back to a scene where Hank is basically leaving the DEA, and he gets this elevator, and you never see him make a phone call or anything, but somehow his wife just knows that it's a bad day, and she shows up.
When you
she shows up, and I remember
that,
on that day, on like this, like a second. And remember, I said, just don't look at me until we do the take. It was the only time I said some crazy method acting like that. But I did because it was such an emotional moment, and I just couldn't. But as soon as I looked at her, it was just tears. Just because. It was like the worst day, and he's like, "Fuck!" And then the elevator opens, and it's his wife.
Yeah. Wow, that is.
And it didn't. You know how hard it was for me in that moment not to cry. And I remember asking Frida, who did our makeup at the time. I said, "Did we get it? Did we get it? Did they tell you we got it?" And they said yes. And then I just sobbed. Which I did a lot on the show because Marie doesn't go and cry. And also, I think in that moment she just wouldn't. She's like, "No, this is all about you, baby."
Oh yeah.
It's not about me. It's not about me crying, and it's about me being there for you.
Yeah, I know. Awesome.
Wow, that's getting really deep into your character when you're on set like that.
Oh my God. It was so fun.
It was fun. I'm gonna miss it.
When did you wrap? How long ago?
End of March, beginning of April.
Really?
I honestly don't even know. I feel like I'm in this weird
man
time zone that I really don't even know. But that sounds right. What he says sounds right.
So you've been doing press and stuff, and then I guess that's kind of wow. And then you're done.
It's crazy. It's kind of hitting me now this week. Like when we wrapped, I had to go to another job, and so did you. So it was less. I don't know. It was, you were kind of emotional about it, but it wasn't. This week, though, it's like this kind of final victory tour, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm not going to see these.
I thought I was doing better with it than I am. Now that I'm like, wow, last premiere. Wait, what do you mean last?
Yeah.
That's not coming back.
Yeah, we can fake it though. We can just make up.
I asked him.
We'll just show it again.
I told AMC last night. I said, if you bankroll it, I'll shoot 3 more.
That's it.
We'll show up and do the work.
I'll
Just
do it.
3 more.
I'll do it.
I
I'll do
know.
it for free.
Who wouldn't?
Who wouldn't?
That's what I said. As long as they bankroll it, and
I think
we'll show up.
A kind of a goofy spin-off where you're almost like the new Ropers. That way, you go from that.
I get to wear a caftan.
Yes,
I'm in.
I love that. I love that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're already on another sitcom. My bad.
Ah, that's right.
I'm sorry, you're stuck in a bubble.
That's a dome, motherfucker.
What is that? How do you do that?
Oh man,
How do you do that?
It's a
like when you
badass
touch
dome.
it and it gets all weird.
Steven Spielberg, man. Oh, you making fun of Steven Spielberg? Is that what you're doing? You want to make fun of Steven Spielberg and his TV show?
Yep.
How about Stephen King? You want to make fun of him too?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not making fun of anybody, Dean. I'm just asking about the special effects. I can't watch that show at night.
Really?
Really, for real, I can't. I told my husband, I'm like, we cannot watch it before we go to bed.
Too creepy?
I can't. It just freaks me out. It freaks me out to like be trapped in there. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're all under there, so it's kind of nice.
Oh, I just got a pit feeling in my
stomach. A little
stomach.
microcosm of humanity under the dome.
I'm there.
But you're stuck. You're all stuck. What you gonna do with all that fuel?
What you gonna do? Stay tuned.
Jim. What you gonna do?
And Betsy, you're working with Michael J. Fox.
Yes.
That's got to be pretty damn cool.
It's great.
And now
it's no Dean Norris.
easy.
He's no Dean Norris.
Okay, thank you.
But
Temper that.
But he's pretty great.
Watch it.
Yeah.
I know.
I swear
Do you
to
just
God.
feel compelled?
Domestic violence is like this close.
Thinking of you the whole time.
Do you feel compelled to just ask Michael J. Fox Back to the Future questions?
Oh, no,
I
but
would just ask him that all the time. But how many DeLoreans were in that one scene? If you think about it, you'd just be like, shut up.
No, I don't, but I do feel compelled to go, sha-la-la-la.
All right, well, from Family Ties, the theme song, yes.
Sha-la-la-la. I hope you can get the rights to that. Otherwise, this whole time is
That is pretty good that you two go from Breaking Bad to, other
hit shows.
Very hit show. Yeah, yeah. I mean, come on.
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Not too
You're going to
shabby.
have to watch your language, though.
I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing.
You're good at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty.
You can't turn to Michael J. Fox and go, what the fuck are you doing? Like, oh, man.
That is usually how I talk to people. I think you confused me with my friend Dean Norris.
Are you normally more reserved or a little potty mouth?
Oh, no, I'm a potty mouth. But
Are ya?
I try and keep it in check with my children.
Yeah, huh? How old are your kids?
8 and 4.5.
Aw, yeah, those are those very formative years where they'll just pick up everything, right?
There's that time where you're like, oh, my little boy, when he was a toddler, was like, oh, he's not talking
listening
yet. He's not talking. And then, like, he spilled his sippy cup and he goes, God damn it! And I told my husband, I said, it's not like he's trying to say fork and he says fuck, which we think is hilarious. Instead of sit, he says shit, also really funny.
There's plenty of videos out there,
cursing. And then I posted on my Facebook page, I go, my little boy said, God damn it today. And I said, he totally gets that fucking shit from my husband. Gets that fucking shit language from my husband.
So a little bit of a potty mouth, yeah.
A little bit, but I really try and keep it in check. It's just sometimes there's no better word.
Fuck's a great word.
Yeah.
There's no better word.
It is.
People should get off their ass about it, too.
Right.
Like, fuck you, man. It's a fucking great word.
we were talking about Breaking Bad and how it's so good to have these networks now that allow real gritty language like that. Because years ago, you had TV shows, detective shows or whatnot, and it just took that edge off of it.
Dang it.
Yeah. No one would
darn it.
talk like
darn.
that. It takes away from the character.
Absolutely.
Because they would talk like that.
Right.
Yeah. And the Hank character is is great. And for the entire series, you're just like, come on! Although you love Walter, you don't want him getting caught, but you don't want Hank looking like a total idiot.
But he doesn't. I mean,
no, that's just
how
it.
How amazing is that?
Great writing.
You haven't caught him, and it's so. And you clearly you're smart. Your character is smart.
Well, thank you.
Your character is so smart. But he doesn't.
I need that. Like I need that from you. Thanks. Oh, I thought it was really stupid. Thanks for like.
Well, they do sound married.
Damn.
I'm not going to tell you you're handsome anymore.
Yes, you.
No, I'm not.
How about sexy?
No, I'm not.
Oh, come on.
God,
Come
I
on.
can't
Come
help
on.
it.
Come on.
Yes,
Come
you're
on.
sexy,
Thank you.
Gene Norris. Oh, God damn it. You're so sexy. But seriously, how great is that writing?
It is.
That you can have this whole cat and mouse thing.
It's
and
true.
it works for both of you.
Right. I always thought that was really because he got me so close, and it made sense that he didn't quite get it. And he figures out Gus Fring, and he figures out some other things, you know. But I thought it was, and sometimes it's funny. There's one scene that's not a very popular scene, but where I'm almost kind of catching him, and Walt kind of squeals up next to me, and he kind of distracts me, and he does his little kind of Malcolm in the Middle thing.
Yeah, the Malcolm in the Middle
He's
guy.
like, hey, and I was like, wow, what the hell's this guy? You know?
Yeah.
But so there's times where it's funny that that Hank doesn't catch him, and other times it's serious. But I always thought it was good writing that they got got him out of it. So.
I do like when he pops in with that Malcolm in the Middle character every so often. It's so goofy.
It is.
And then when you think of how ruthless he is, it makes it that much better.
Yeah.
One of my favorite scenes is when you're loading up the bags in the car, and he said, "What you got in here?
Yeah.
$1 million in cash."
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
So funny.
Yeah, or when you notice the WW
the first time,
and he
like,
just goes, "You got me," and it's like, "No, it is him."
Yeah.
Come on.
Did you really want to be killed off in the first season to do a comedy pilot?
It wasn't the first season. It was. I'll explain that. They picked up the last season, and it was 16 instead of 13. So we go, okay, great. They're going to shoot all 16, and then we'll be free to do other stuff. And then the corporate. Can I say douchebags?
Yeah, you should.
What are they going to do? Fire you?
Yeah, right. Fuck them. So these douchebags decide that they're going to split it into 2 8 things for their own financial purposes. They're giving a fuck about my financial reasons. So I got to sit there and wait a whole year because I can't do anything else because I'm contracted to do a measly 8 more episodes, right? So I'm like, I got a few kids to feed myself, and I said, how about wouldn't it be great if the cliffhanger of the first 8, since you're going to do it this way, Hank dies. That way it frees me up to do another show. And, of course, they said no because we need you for the last 8. And I'm glad they did. And they ultimately did free me up in time, and you too, to do another show. But originally that wouldn't have been the case. Then you'd be sitting on your ass for another year waiting for another pilot. You know?
That's got to be frustrating.
So I was like, I love the show, and I'm down with art and all that stuff. But, I act to live. I don't live to act. You know what I'm saying?
I love that. You're such an opposite of some of the people we've had come through here.
Paid the whole time?
I'd do anything. I stood for 4 years in the desert just to do the last 8 episodes. Of I don't care. I'll starve. I'll starve. I'm like, fuck it, man. I need another job.
Pay me.
Yeah. Called Under the Dome, CBS, baby.
Yeah, Under the Dome.
Motherfucker.
That's huge. That is huge. You were in fucking Total Recall.
I wasn't.
Yeah. You were, no, not you.
Before my time.
You got a lot of nerve showing your face around here, Hauser.
Before my time.
Look who's talking.
That's the line. You got a lot of nerve showing your face
around here, Hauser.
Who are you in Terminator 2?
Were you doing Arnold Schwarzenegger again?
I think I'd believe it or not, I think it was probably the highest paid per line because I had like one line and I was on that movie for like 2 months. This is back in the day when they would take they didn't give a shit. Caracol was throwing money out, and we're like, oh wow, you're paying me to sit here for a month in a hotel? Great. And then I go and do one line, I forgot what the line was. I show up, I'm a SWAT team leader, and I show up and I want to point the gun at somebody and say something like, don't do it or something.
How much did you get paid per word?
Per word, I'm saying. If you added 2 months of pay for 1 word.
That ain't bad.
Wow. That ain't bad.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
What else have you, what did you early on work on? Anything we'd know? I didn't dig in.
Thank you.
Not you, Jimmy.
You could find it in old video stores, if you know what I'm saying. Most of it was old
some people
video.
call it adult films. I call them art. That's how I met Dean. And he said, let me get you on the show. A little show I'm doing on cable. I did mostly, I did some movies, but it's smaller indie movies. I did one movie with Blythe Danner and Peter Fonda, which was really fun.
Oh, wow.
And then I did just a lot of drama on TV.
Yeah.
And it's like once you start doing drama, people see that, and then you just do more of it. But it was really fun to do.
You
so
on
that's
some
what I did.
Lifetime movies?
No.
Where the husband, all of a sudden, he's the greatest guy in the world, and then, oh boy.
No.
And,
Do you know
and
what
the best friend always knows he was a scumbag.
Right.
No, I never did anything like that. But what I am disappointed I never did that show with David Caruso.
NYPD?
No.
CSI Miami.
CSI Miami.
Yeah.
Oh.
I did NYPD Blue
Yes.
the
That
first
was
season
before my
with
time
David
also.
Caruso.
Yes.
And I was ready to go. That was my first serious TV gig. And I had a contract to go for the second season. I'm like all excited, and over the summer I hear fucking Caruso decides that he's going to quit
and do movies.
Jade. Ooh, that
worked out for him.
That was a good one.
That was the worst decision. That was worse than fucking McLean Stevenson leaving MASH.
That was a good one.
It's probably the worst decision in all.
Yeah.
It's one of them.
It's
right up
it's
there.
one of them.
Because I was
It's right
his
up
best
there.
friend. So my 6 episodes I was going to do the next year was
your character all of a sudden
was
becomes
gone.
irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
that was
a
early.
drag.
That was early on when that mattered, and that would have.
Yeah, you're probably like, well, that's it.
Yeah.
I'll never act again.
Yeah.
I'm never going to get another gig.
My
No,
car.
half the time I've been in LA, I've been on Breaking Bad.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's most of it. So
true?
really been in New Mexico.
Yeah, I know.
It's fine.
Betsy has to go.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, Betsy
Sounds
has
like
to
I
go.
have to pee.
You
when
have to
say
go.
that.
Aw.
I have to go. Am
Why
I
does
in
she have to
trouble?
go?
Is it my bubbles?
She's still got bubbles to pop.
You're a busy girl. You're
has to go.
promoting. What's
Where
the
do you
name
get the
of the Michael J. Fox show that?
Michael J. Fox show.
It's called Michael J. Fox Show.
Yeah.
All right.
We just went out there and we were like, hey, let's call it the Michael J. Fox show.
This woman right here is the new Lucille Ball. I've been telling her that for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
You always did say that, and I
did.
love
And then
that about you.
After Michael J. Fox, it's going to be like the Betsy Brandt
I
show.
do tell Mike, I say, for the Michael J. Fox show, I really thought it would be a lot more about me.
Yeah, it should be. And it will be.
I want more dancing on the show because there's really no dancing
You
on
do
the
that
show.
you do that chocolate thing where you,
Yeah.
when the chocolate's going by, the Lucille.
Yes,
Yes.
Lucy shoving the chocolate in her face.
Right.
I step on the grapes.
Yeah,
that'd be great. Stepping on the
Bring the
grapes.
vat of grapes in, and I'm going to stop.
And then
on
you
it.
get all starstruck by celebrities.
Right. Yeah.
You
good,
try to
right?
break into their
That's
houses
good.
in
That's good.
Hollywood.
I do get started. I met Linda Lavin in the kitchen of the Beverly Hilton this weekend.
There's a new girl in I thought she had passed.
Oh.
She's doing a
Are
Broadway
you
show.
fucking kidding me? Linda Lavin?
Oh, hold on. No, I'm thinking of the other one from the one with Schneider.
Are you thinking
was
of
on the show?
Are you thinking of
Three's Company?
Bonnie Franklin?
Bonnie Franklin.
Bonnie Franklin. Banana,
person.
Bonnie Franklin. I know. No, because I was always into the Linda Lavin, the Alice theme song that
my
she
God.
sang. It's like, not only does she star in the show, she's singing the
I didn't
theme
know
song.
she sang this theme song.
Yes, she did.
Oof, it's so bad.
Cool.
She's like all like jazz club. There's a new girl in town and she's looking good. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I'll see that show.
You think the guy
Come on, hit me again. Hit me
a
like-
fresh second face in the neighborhood? And it's like, you think they would be like, maybe we should get someone else to sing this.
Do you think I could sing the Under the Dome?
Yes.
Oh
You
my
can.
God, that
Yes.
was
Could
good.
you make that happen?
Oh, I can make that happen. I can make that
Under the
happen.
dome.
There's a new dome in town.
Who indexes the dome so you could see? Is that a... Wow. Bomb-a-rooney.
I actually thought that was a serious question.
Yeah,
I did too.
No.
For a moment, I did.
I did too. But that's funny.
Thank you.
Wait, is there
They're
a scene
panicking.
where birds fly into the
I
dome?
like that they have like TVs everywhere, so you
I
can
know,
totally
now I
watch
have to
TV
go.
while I'm talking. It's fucking great.
She's really got to go.
That's a funny comment.
yeah,
They're dragging her out of here. Betsy
That's
really has
funny,
to go.
but MasterCard is up by $12 fucking dollars.
We check
so.
our
and there's
stocks.
that guy who
Yeah,
always...
S&P above
Betsy
1,700.
Brandt. Betsy Brandt will be looking for you in Breaking Bad and the Michael J. Fox show.
One
You're going to
break?
hate your next interview that you go to. You're going to hate it.
Yeah, it's not going to be as good as what they just did there. Yeah, bring the.
All right.
We got to take a quick break for.
What? You got to take breaks?
Oh,
real
man.
fast. Can you stick around?
Is there?
Watch this shit now.
He's good to stick around.
No, yeah, I wasn't even supposed to start till.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we'll be right
whatever.
back. We'll be right back.
All right.
Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I think something is happening. This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM. This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
You guys suck!
Sirius XM.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock, and we're continuing with our Breaking Bad theme here. And we're up to, well, we just had Betsy Brandt and Dean Norris in. They play Hank and Marie. And Betsy had to leave. She has to go do something else. So now we just have Dean Norris in studio, a.k.a. Hank. We talked to him about all the goings-on that's happening for this final season with Breaking Bad. He also has a show called Under the Dome, which is on CBS. It's based on a Stephen King story. You should definitely check it out. It's gotten really good. A lot of the episodes are up on demand, so you should definitely check that out as well. And let's go back to Dean Norris, Breaking Bad. Here it is.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
Dean Norris, of course, Hank from Breaking Bad in here. We were talking. They would have been complete spoilers if we said it on the air. So
you weren't recording any of that, right?
Nothing.
Oh, wait, he gave away stuff?
Well, from the first episode that's coming up.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's going to be one of the most watched shows, I think, ever.
It's going to be crazy.
Huge.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Everyone I've talked to is just like, oh, man, Breaking Bad, I got to see you. I've got to wait. Nothing's worse than when they cut those seasons in half and you're like, all right, here's 11 months. Sit on it. Have fun, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
You pricks.
Yeah.
So, and I watched the first episode, and people were just livid with me.
Yeah.
You fucking asshole. And then, of course, why don't you put that up on Pirate Bay? Or something? I'm like, and I'll never get one again, so blow me.
But there were moments, because I saw it for the first time last night, and there are moments. It's great watching it with a big crowd, and there are literally moments in that show where people go,
yeah,
right, and or you hear like
the reactions from people are amazingly visceral. And at the very beginning of it, and not giving anything away, but the way they just start the show, and you're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, that was all. It's a great teaser.
It really is a great teaser.
Yeah,
and again, not spoiling anything, but the neighbor.
Awesome. And then they come back to that line.
Yes. It's fantastic.
There's a lot of inside talk here.
Oh, well, you know what?
It's very vague.
I think they'll have to watch.
Then they'll re-listen to this interview and get what we're talking about.
He was talking about that.
I know what I want to ask.
That scene.
What did you went to Harvard? What did you go to Harvard for?
Because I got in.
Let me rephrase that.
Yes.
Not why did you go to Harvard, but like what was your measure?
It's called a concentration in Harvard. Hate to be that guy, but it was called social studies. It was like economics, history, philosophy, and politics, all kind of wrapped into one. And it was great.
And you did well?
I did, yeah. I was an honors. I was an honor guy. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So you went. Why did you? Not the why did you do acting, but did your family go like you probably shouldn't be acting if you graduated with honors or Harvard?
All seriousness, I was the first guy to go to college at all from my family. Both my parents didn't go to college, and we came from kind of a lower middle class to lower middle class. So. One would think I had the pressure to go into investment banking or be an attorney or something like that, but my parents were cool as all get out, and they were happier in a way that I went in to do something that I wanted to do. So I had complete support of my parents. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Great. Yeah.
Were you acting in college, or did you start?
Yeah, I did a lot of acting in college. It was all extracurricular because they didn't have really any, there wasn't like an acting program or anything like that at Harvard. But I got to work with some really interesting people, like Amy Brenneman was in my year. The directors, like R.J. Cutler and Bill Rausch, who work today in the business, very successful. And I learned the craft. I would do maybe 3 semesters, so 6 a year in terms of plays there, and learned a lot. The American Repertory Theater was there, and got to work with them a little bit as well.
What got you into acting at all? Like, what?
I'm a failed musician. I would like to have been a rock band.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it didn't quite work out. So I was like,
I'm in that boat. That's how I ended up here.
We're the guys buying guitars at Guitar Center now. We're like hey man, can I buy a new Strat because I can afford it now?
I can afford to buy this shit, but
it sounds really good in my garage.
That's hilarious, man.
I got a band together actually maybe, 10 10 years ago with exactly that, like some neighbors, you know.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, let's do a band, man. So we get out of the house on Saturday night.
It's still fun, you know.
That's awesome, man.
Fuck around. My brother, he plays out all the time and shit. And, you know, if he's ever like, yeah, I'm doing a gig over here, why don't you come on by and you know, sing some stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's always been a lot of fun to do. But when you realize you just, the odds of making it are, forget about it.
You're right.
So you obviously like performing.
Yeah, and I mean, my dad was had a band all his life, and that's how we made half his money. But local kind of band, weddings and bars and things like that. And so I would play in the band with him sometimes. And so it was always and he came from a dad who he didn't know very well, but was also a musician.
Wow.
So it was like rock and roll, kind of musicians. And then so it was, in a way, it was kind of cool that I made it at least in the entertainment industry, even though it wasn't music, because it was a long tradition of people who kind of wish they
didn't want a real job. Yes, pretty much it. I understand that completely,
exactly.
man.
Did not want to grow up.
Exactly. Where did you grow up?
South Bend, Indiana.
South Bend.
South
wow.
Bend,
okay. So what was there to do around there as a kid?
Drink beer.
Drink. Yeah. Blue collar kind of.
Exactly. Very blue collar.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was a great place to grow up. I love South Bend. I go back there for Notre Dame games at least once a year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I still have a sister who's there. So
did you have some like real shitty kind of regular jobs growing up at all? Or?
Well, it was like I washed dishes at 14.
Oh man, I was at the El Adobe restaurant in San Juan Capistrano, California, washing dishes at like 13.
Yeah, I washed dishes hot back there, and 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 I worked at. And then when I got to be an adult, I started doing waiting jobs when I was in college.
Yeah,
as a waiter in the summer.
Oh, a waiter/actor. That's
waiter
something you never
hear that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that.
Oh, literal Jimmy.
It was a great, actually. When I got my first gig in LA, it was relatively soon. Within 5 months, and I was waiting tables. And my agent calls and says, "Hey, you got Lethal Weapon 2?" I'm like, "Oh, what does that mean? What the fuck that means? Well, here's what it means. It means X amount of times per week."
Here's what it means.
I was like, "What?" It was like basically 5 times per week what I was making. I said, "Are you sure?" I said, "He said, yeah, are you guaranteed?" So I took my little waiter thing off. Said, "Hey, this hamburger goes to this table. That guy gets the steak. See you later."
I'm out of here. Yep.
Who were you in Lethal Weapon 2? That was a great one.
I was the guy that most people remember it because I'm the guy we're playing poker and I go turn on the stereo and we get blown up.
Oh yeah.
But if you look back, we're in the whole we're on the whole beginning of it. We're chasing people with Mel Gibson and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Again, this was the day when like that movie last 18 weeks. I remember this because it was like a really important number.
Sure.
18 weeks I worked on that show, and I still get paid today because everyone watches Lethal. They show it again and again.
And you still get like some checks for that.
Oh man, seriously,
it's amazing. God damn, that must have been pretty good though. Like finally getting a job, being able to walk away from waiting tables.
Yeah, especially because the job that paid you enough that you didn't have to, and then the residuals start coming in. And then I did Hard to Kill right after that with, and then I did Total Recall. So I was like, oh, okay, this
all right.
Acting's easy.
I'm in. I'm in the door.
What's everyone complaining about? Man? I did one episode of Lost, like almost a kind of a cameo. I did like 2 scenes in it. Yeah.
Oh, who did you play in Lost?
I don't even fucking remember. Yeah. Some guy who'd lost his son or something, and some guy on Lost was able to try to, I don't know, I was going to see if he can connect me with him in the afterworld or some shit like that. I don't know.
One of those Lost fucking storylines.
Yeah, I just did it because it was like a classic show. I think I was already on Breaking Bad, and I was like, I just wanted to be on it because it's a classic show.
Yeah.
Actually, the director was a guy named Jack Bender, who is the executive producer and director on Under the Dome now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
In fact, these are his. I'm wearing his shoes right now.
Why?
What the fuck?
Yeah. You see those shoes?
Yeah, I see there's paint on them.
There's paint because he's a painter, and like so he'd always wear them. He's a real legit painter,
right?
So he'd always wear them, and he has like a kind of a like scarves and shit. I'm like, fuck that shit, man. So we got drunk one night. And I literally fucking took him like this, and I ripped his shoes off. And I have them to this day.
And you wear them.
I wear them, yeah. I took his shoes right off his feet.
It's amazing they fit. You know, I can't go to a sneaker store and buy fucking comfortable shoes.
Yeah, it was
steal
kind
them
of
from a
amazing.
director.
I would have worn them anyway if they didn't fit, but they happened to fit, and he kind of struggled, you know, kind of drunkenly went home like barefoot. I gave him my shoes.
Did you get to meet Stephen King at all? And
yeah.
Talk to him?
Man,
how's that?
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
What a great guy he is, and he's a really, really down to earth and funny, and a really good guy.
Yeah. He goes Under the Dome. That's his
based on
baby.
his book. Yeah. Although we're deviating from his book, but he's cool about that, and he's down with that. So.
I started the book, but I didn't finish. Like, it was great when I got through. I'm just such a bad reader now, but it was fucking excellent when I was.
Because you're trying to read like 3-4 books at a clip,
and I get none done, and then I just surf pornography. Every time I try to stop jerking off, I'm like, I'm going to start fucking reading.
Keep your hands above the table. Right?
Right.
These computers don't work today.
Are you? Do you pay attention to any critics on Twitter or Facebook or anywhere else online?
I used to, like when Breaking Bad first started, because
how am I doing?
Yeah, how am I doing? And then it just got so much. You can't. You know, if you start, I think in immortal words of either Beyonce or Rihanna, somebody never scroll down.
There you go.
Never scroll down, because
there's always something waiting for you.
There's always some dickhead who's sitting there jerking off in his fucking basement. You know, fucking Norris sucks. Fuck you, you fuck. In fact, I'm sitting here right now to anybody who says shit to me on fucking fuck you.
Fuck you.
The scroll down's classic. You're so right. Because you get a few, you're like, I think I'm going to scroll a little more. And you always scroll too far. Always.
I'm the best actor in the world.
Right.
Fuck you.
It always gets to the...
And it negates all the good shit you just read.
Yeah, that's what Vince said. He says he can read like 99 great things, but he'll only remember the one bad one.
Shitty one.
The one shitty one.
Asshole.
And you know who this asshole is, you know?
No.
Just some douchebag who's making shit up.
We would talk about this like so many times, whereas like years ago, could you imagine if somebody had to sit down and write a letter? Hey, Clark Gable, you suck.
Yeah.
It had to go in the mail, fucking stamp, mail it. And then it had to go through 15 levels of people.
Right.
If it ever got to them, it would be a miracle.
Right.
And now it's like any douchebag can just be like, you suck.
Clark sucks.
Yeah, great.
They're writing that right now. Somewhere. Leave the guy alone.
Yeah, you bastards.
Fucking asshole.
What a piss. Well, it's been great to hang out and talk to you, man. You're obviously one of my favorite shows that I watch, and just a great character. And if people, they just don't know what they're in store for. When I saw just that first episode, it sets up for an amazing conclusion of Breaking Bad.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, every one of these 8 is as impactful as the one you saw.
Right.
It really is.
I can't wait.
You know, the one after another is like,
Are there people that are real close to you that you go, all right, here's what happens? Is there one person that you've told?
No.
Come on.
I swear.
That'd be tough.
That's crazy.
That'd be almost impossible.
Not one. Not even my wife. My wife didn't read the scripts this year either. So
Does she know not to ask? At this point, it's like a CIA agent.
She doesn't want to ask. You know, she wants to watch it too, like everybody
That's true
else,
too.
You know?
I want to know, but I want to see it.
Yeah.
The perfect thing would be if I got every episode right now, and just watched it myself and gloated about it.
Right. You get people that say like, "Hey man, how does it end?" And then literally like a split second later, they go, "No, I'm just kidding. Don't tell me."
Yeah, you don't tell me. Don't tell me. Yeah.
So no one really wants to know, and I understand because it's a real joy to watch it unfold.
It is. It's one of the most anticipated conclusions of a series ever. I think.
And the great thing about it is I think we get to go out going, we ended it correctly.
Oh, yeah.
You know, or satisfactorily, you know.
I was saying yesterday, this show could have gone for a few more years easily without even getting old.
Right.
But to wrap it up in 5 seasons with the amazing writing, amazing characters, and just an amazing story arc, you can't lose.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
It's awesome, actually. Yeah.
And you're on Under the Dome. When is that on?
That's it's on Monday nights. That's just it's a crazy show. It's it's international. We're the #1 show ever in China, U.S. show.
Really?
Yeah, we're like in 200 countries. It's amazing, man.
It's an insane concept.
It's an insane concept, but it's like the highest rated show. I think there's only one show higher in like all of network TV. It's crazy. I swear to, I mean, in terms of scripted, I don't know what these reality shows are, but in terms of scripted,
definitely.
so it's like a whole. And it's great. obviously awesome to be on Breaking Bad and the greatness of it and all. But, you know, Hollywood, man, you know what they fucking respect? Numbers, motherfucker. Seriously. Like, you hang out in Hollywood and Breaking Bad and go, oh, we love your show. It's such a great show. You know, really.
Critically acclaimed.
Yeah. You know, now you're like, fuck you. I got fucking 3-3 in the demo, bitch.
I love it, Dean. Thanks so much for coming in.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. What is going on? This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock. E-Rock Radio on Twitter if you care to follow. Opie and Anthony are off this week. They return next Monday, and we were doing Breaking Bad, but guess what? We ran out of interviews. So we're going to move on to some other stuff here, and this would be one of them. Things kids will never experience. Opie and Anthony like to portray that they're children of the 80s, try to be up on the latest trends and fashions, and know what's going on in pop culture. This is one of those times where they're flashing back to things that they grew up with and realize kids today, the generations that are now or coming, will never experience these things that they had to go through while growing up. And you know what? It's probably a good thing.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Funny or Die yesterday
Yeah.
had a post called the 11 more nostalgic activities today's kids will never experience. It's kind of a bit we've done, but they've added to the list a little bit.
Yeah.
But they make some good, they bring back some good memories that a lot of us older people have forgotten. For example, not knowing what was on TV while you were watching TV. Remember, you would fucking turn on the TV. There was no TV guide. There was no program guide. Well, it was in the newspaper.
What were the magazine, the TV guide, which I used to love?
Guide.
No, they're talking before even TV guide, where you would just turn on the fucking TV and have to figure out what the hell was on.
All right, look, I don't remember that shit. I always remember there being a guide.
Do you remember a guide?
Always. And I remember,
I don't think we had a guide because we were poor.
Newsday's Sunday paper.
We didn't get the paper, and we didn't get TV guide in my house. So,
well, that's crazy.
So I am one of these people.
Aw. Newsday used to have the Sunday paper, and then they would have the little TV guide that came with the paper, and you'd use that all week.
Right.
And inside with little Q&As with for TV and stuff, and the little crossword puzzle.
We couldn't even afford a paper in my house. What the fuck was wrong with my
America
parents?
Discovers Columbo.
They discover them.
What year is that? That's old.
So you
71
it's
or
groovy.
something.
So you always had a TV guide in your house?
Always had a TV guide, but
very fortunate.
It sucked.
You were rich.
Yeah, I was rich.
We didn't have that.
You didn't want to go through it though. Like you just kind of did rally around the channels a little bit because
Rally round the channels.
yeah,
Pocket full of shells.
It was a pain in the ass to pick up a TV guide and thumb through it.
All right. Well, I definitely remember no TV guide or no program guide on the TV.
Do you remember getting the TV guide when you would get the magazine? Because we had a subscription to it or whatever. And I would look through it and go right to Don Kirshner's rock concert
to see who was
Saturday night to see
that.
if Kiss was going to be. I was only looking for Kiss back then.
Right, you're hilarious.
And there was a couple of other ones. What was the Dick Clark one? There was Don Kirshner, and then there was American Band. Oh, not American Band.
No, there was
he tried
Wolfman Jack.
No. This was a big one. This was on for years.
Midnight Special.
Midnight Special.
That was Wolfman Jack was on it.
Oh, okay.
Midnight Special. Yeah.
And I would always look for that, and especially Don Kirshner, to see if Kiss was on.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have Kiss on Don Kirshner's rock concert.
Dude, it was amazing to look through the TV guide and see them listed. I would go crazy when I'd see Kiss. I would start going. I would make like these little nervous ticks when I'd see like Kiss meets the Phantom.
You would make little nervous.
Yeah, I was so excited.
You're like a little fucking Yorkie. You roll over and piss yourself.
Dude, I was so excited.
Kiss brought an excitement level out of people. Absolutely.
That's hilarious.
I used
Jimmy.
to love Kiss too, but I grew up.
But you would
Jimmy
make
never grew
noises and twitches when they would be on fucking Don Kirshner's rock concert.
I used to search out the rock magazines with Kiss in them and all that.
And you have to wait all week.
magazine or whatever the fuck it was at the time, right?
Yeah, you'd wait all week.
You'd have to wait all week then.
And
just to see who was hosting, like SNL and all that crap.
Yeah.
Because then when we did have access to that shit, you would search out your programs to see who was hosting whatever or performing.
No on-screen guides, though. That was, things that you didn't even think about. It was, and you had to get up to change the channels. Oh, let me tell you, kids.
The other one they added to the list was knowing the satisfaction of watching live TV. Remember the portable TVs?
The portable.
Now, obviously, we could watch anything we want on our phones.
Yeah.
But remember, there was a big event. Maybe you had to fucking go to a stupid wedding and the Super Bowl was on or a big football game, and someone always had that portable TV with the shitty reception, trying to get a signal so you could get catch a glimpse of the game.
That was pretty goddamn good.
Did you have one of those portable TVs?
Not that early on, so it wasn't like a real novelty. By the time I got one, it was like, meh, everyone's got one.
Well, that was when you had it was on your phone when we first started on satellite, right?
Yeah, but even before that, I had like a portable TV, handheld, but it was with the antenna and everything.
But the cool thing, not many people had them. So when you found someone that had them, it was kind of cool for the time.
But I had
it's
it
hard
so
to talk
late.
this way because we all have our phones, and like I said, you can watch anything you want. But
and now those are totally obsolete, even if you had one, because if you dig it out and put batteries in it, there's no signal to receive.
Yeah, there's really
That's hilarious. Really.
Yeah, it was funny. I was at a garage sale, and somebody had one of those old, the portable TVs, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And the guy's like, "Yeah, it still works." And I'm like, "No, it doesn't." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, it does." And I just didn't feel like getting into it.
Getting into the fact that it's a digital signal now. And
when did the portable TV come out?
Oh, man.
It's a lot earlier than we think, that's for sure.
They're showing the Sony Watchman in this picture.
Do you remember in Wall Street when he's holding this little 2-inch screen and he's showing Charlie Sheen and he goes, "Yeah, for Rudy," like his kid was a big tech buff. But it was so funny. We make fun of the big phone he had.
But he had a handheld TV.
A little TV, but it was like a little square. It was it's
probably the Watchman.
At the time, I bet you thought it's never going to get better than this.
Nope.
Look at all the cool stuff we have now. It's really hard to think it's going to get better than this.
But it will.
But it will.
We'll look back on this.
Will.
Or like Cheryl Crow has a brain tumor. We'll look back on stuff like that and go like, wow, how did they get brain tumors? But now we can see cancer cells or benign tumor cells building when they're at 50 cells and they get wiped out by the little thing we have in us, and we never get cancer anymore. People used to really get tumors. You can't.
Nanotechnology.
Yeah.
Her brain tumor's all right, by the way.
Yeah, it's benign. We're orbit 10.
She's almost. She's being pretty casual about it, actually.
I kind of remember seeing that.
Of course you do.
Yeah, I think we had some of those.
I remember that. The Panasonic.
70s.
What do you mean?
70s.
You had one at AF.
No.
That's the one that ended up in the ice.
No.
Something similar to that.
Oh, no. Mine was a cheaper. That's like 70s.
How big was your portable TV at AF?
I think it was about a 5-inch, something like that.
No, but how big, how deep?
Oh, it was pretty deep, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it was a 5-inch screen and it went back maybe 10 inches?
Yeah. It was pretty stupid.
That's a great story. Ant leaves his cool portable TV after our radio show, and Rocco and his gang put it on ice.
They were stacking everything up in the corner, and it was a bus tray with ice cubes in it.
Right.
And they just put the TV on the ice, thinking it's another solid thing to just stack it on.
Right.
When the ice melted, I came in the next day, my TV was in a bucket of water. Dummies.
I know it wasn't done on purpose, but
no, it's done out of complete stupidity and not really appreciating the fact that ice.
But you
melts.
had one. Because we didn't have TVs in the studio back then, huh?
Yeah, right.
So we needed that TV to kind of see what the fuck was going on in the world.
Pretty fucking silly.
Then, of course, they move on to the Discman. I don't know. These, I guess, things that I don't know if we actually miss them.
No, I don't miss a fucking Discman, that's for sure.
But, when you finally realize, holy fuck, I could bring my CDs and leave my house with them?
Yeah.
I don't have to play them in my car?
Yep. You need a good buffering on it, though.
I remember the
skip protection, buffering.
But you accepted that because it was so cool.
Yep.
One at a time, you'd have to put them in. And it is amazing how fucking fast everything is turned. Like, I look at that right now like it's a fucking cave wall drawing, that little portable TV Danny's got up. But it was pretty cool when it came out.
Oh,
absolutely. Absolutely, it was cool.
That was your lifeline right there to a ball game or something.
But the Discman, holy fuck.
Yeah.
I saw something was talking about
Bring it to
radio.
the beach and shit.
Yeah.
People would look at the radio. I was watching someone talk about radio, and they said years ago when you listen to the radio, you'd gather around and look at the radio.
Yeah, what the fuck is that about?
Like when nobody had TV, before TV, they would all sit around when the game was on and fucking stare at the radio. Like
how stupid is that?
They were dummies. What do you think players are going to fall out? You cunts.
Yeah, you kind of.
What was that about?
Stare at the.
Why wouldn't you get a nice
radio?
chair and just close your eyes?
Oh,
Just a gathering place, I guess.
Yeah. I'm talking about nostalgic activities that kids today will never experience.
Yeah.
This one's great. Hanging out with friends without.
They are all looking at the radio.
Yes.
A bunch of dummies.
Everyone had to face the radio.
Let's look at the radio.
That's so. I got a nice fucking old radio in my house. I don't turn it on though. It just looks cool.
Works.
Yeah, it does actually.
Nice. Like Twilight Zone at good old stations.
It's as tall as that one. It's a different model than the one.
Do you think
here? But I like old radios.
I guess back then when you grew up just with no technology, and then all of a sudden magic voices are coming out of a box.
Yes.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah. Everything's amazing when it first comes out.
Yeah, the light
until
bulb
the next
was
amazing
probably
thing.
Amazing. We don't even think twice about it.
Some of Thomas Edison's electricity.
First time someone just popped that switch and light appeared.
Oh, fucking amazing.
Imagine seeing that for the first time. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Menlo Park.
The next one, hanging out with friends without any distractions. Now, we all know today it's just like you could barely have a conversation with anyone.
There was a very short-lived
Facebooking and Twittering and
very short-lived phase of when people thought it was rude to be out and go on your phone.
Right.
Remember that? And it was like, hey. It was rude. And then it just like got plowed under any type of civility or manners as far as not using your phone.
It's completely accepted.
Now it doesn't matter.
At one point at our table at Sam's wedding, we all were on our phones.
Yeah.
At one point. We were conversing and stuff, but, you know.
There was a very short time, though, where people would be like, oh, God, look, he's on his phone.
Yeah, it was not cool.
We're at dinner. Now it doesn't matter.
Colin got mad at me once years ago, maybe 4 years ago, 5 years
ago.
4 years ago, because he was telling me something that I thought he was bothered by something, but I didn't realize he was bothered by it. And I was just fucking with him, telling him to shut up, and I'm looking at my phone. But then he was really pissed at me. Like,
oh, wow.
He was telling me something, and I was like, you're on your fucking phone, ignore me. Like, oh, I didn't. But now he's always on the phone, because he wasn't as much of a texter back then.
Yeah.
And then, of course, fucking him and his stupid fucking
his tweets.
His fairy fingers, and I mean fairy, like mystical creature fingers. Yeah. Now he can't get enough of his dumb iPhone, so his face is always buried in it. But now you're right. It's so much more accepted now than even a few years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now nobody cares if you're on your phone.
No, they're
constantly.
not going to bitch too much about it. By the way, our pal Colin is having a birthday today.
Oh, is he really?
Oh,
not a special birthday. It's just his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday to Colin.
Yeah, big fucking deal. I say. Guy who can't wish his friend a happy birthday because it's not cool. Happy birthday, stupid.
Because it's not cool.
Yeah, fuck him.
Fuck that shit.
The next one. Wow, I remember this. Feeling the thrill of recording your favorite song. Kids today, remember you were like, whatever it was, Zeppelin, Metallica, you name it, and you would just wait for the radio to play it and push fucking record.
Oh my God!
You would miss the first couple seconds, obviously, because you're waiting for the song. Or sometimes you would guess and hope that it was the next song.
I remember there was one time, I guess a radio station was like away for like the long July 4th weekend. So they were playing like the same 3 hours of radio over and over again. And like the new Green Day song that just came out. And I just sat by my radio with the tape.
Waiting.
Record and play was already down. It was just on pause.
Right.
So all I had to do was unpause it.
Unpause, motherfucker.
That's right. We all did that to just... get our music on a cassette.
Oh man,
dual deck.
Do you remember? Is that when you could record cassette to cassette? How cool is that?
Yeah, with your high-speed dubbing.
High-speed dubbing ruled.
Fucking ruled. Remember?
It did, yeah. Giant boombox.
And then Napster just hit it out of the park. You forget, because now we get any song we want, but remember when Napster first hit, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah. I remember my computer was so shitty, I downloaded an MP3. I mean, it took 20 minutes, and then my computer couldn't play it. The processor wasn't good enough.
But Napster, fucking...
Yeah.
Before that, they accepted you were going to, record shit off the radio.
Yeah.
But for some reason, then, getting a really good copy... That was a no-no.
I forgot about waiting for the radio to play the song so you could tape it. That's fucked up.
So then you could play whenever the fuck you wanted.
Yeah,
you didn't have a computer or any of that shit. That's the only way you would get a song.
Computer? Why would I need a computer?
And really, how forward-thinking was Star Trek? Like, you're just talking to computers, asking for things, and then there it is.
Yeah.
And that's all we're doing.
That's all we're doing, really.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Next one. You forget, but... used to have to get up early on Saturday morning just to watch cartoons. That was the only time they fucking played them.
As a kid, you would kind of get up early anyway. It wasn't like I was hungover back then.
Right.
But yeah, I'd wake up, and I was a fucking madman for cartoons as a kid.
I loved cartoons. But you had to make sure you got up early to watch them.
You had to get up early. And I remember like asking for some of the first memories I have is asking my mom if today was the day the good cartoons are on.
What were the good cartoons?
Well, that's Saturday morning, but because I didn't know what day it was. I was a kid. I had no concept of days, so I just would wake up and go, "Is today the good day for good cartoons?"
What were your cartoons? Your go-tos?
Oh,
Bugs
my
Bunny,
God.
obviously.
Bugs was great.
Flintstones was huge for us.
Yeah.
The Jetsons I fucking loved.
Yeah.
I hated the Jetsons and the
I
Flintstones.
loved that.
As a kid,
it was a
liked
look at the
those.
future.
Oh, okay.
And what could happen in the future.
An eager boy looking forward.
Yes.
I was also a big fan of Underdog and Tennessee Tuxedo and Fractured Fairy Tales.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like my go-to.
What about
shit
Magilla
back
Gorilla?
then. Magilla Gorilla
That
was
was
good.
always on. That dumb Magilla. I don't even know if that one holds up, but we watched that one a lot.
I remember that song. How much is that monkey in the window?
What do you say, monkey or gorilla? Should we say monkey or
it was
gorilla?
The Magilla Gorilla Show, presented by Ideal Toys.
Oh, Ideal Toys.
Toys.
I remember Ideal.
Ideal.
Is that company still around?
Know what dumb one I liked? Mighty Mouse.
Mighty Mouse was great.
Oh,
Remember
I used to watch
Mighty
that
Mouse?
too. Yes. That was another one I used to watch on
Got all
Saturday
about
morning.
Mighty Mouse.
And then it all turned to shit when like noon rolled around and the Bowery Boys came on.
Saturday morning cartoons were always over when what was that disco show? Soul Train. When Soul Train came on.
Right.
Yes.
God, you're right.
Soul Train came on. It was like, this is over.
That's the end of the
This
cartoons.
is over.
What about
Now you can just watch cartoons whenever you want, obviously.
the Mighty
So
Mouse
the kids
song?
won't know that shit.
Can we hear the Mighty Mouse song? I loved Mighty Mouse when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that in probably since Thursday.
Mighty Mouse.
I never watched cartoons as an adult. Never.
No?
No,
Oh,
man.
God, I love watching cartoons still.
I dropped off, but I really used to in my 20s.
Oh, yeah.
That means that Mighty Mouse is on the way. Yes, sir, when there is a wrong to right, Mighty Mouse will join the fun.
Boy, they really put their all into these songs.
Probably the best cartoon song ever.
This was a good one. I can't listen to this, though, without thinking of Andy Kaufman's bit.
What a simple bit, but what a great bit.
He just fucking stood there for the whole song, and then did that. Here I come to.
Right.
Save
Do you have
the-"
that? Yeah,
and
we
he-
just mouthed
and
the
he-
words.
And he mouthed the
Oh,
words
my
and,
God.
and moved his arm like that.
If you've
he
never
just stood there,
put this on our Facebook page. This was on SNL.
He's standing there, just in a suit,
like an idiot,
just looking sheepish,
and the
standing
crowd
there
doesn't know-
stoically.
very meek.
Now he's mouthing this part,
and then he just,
and then he just
stands
waits
there.
again.
The people did not know what the fuck to think.
He's an old record player next to him.
Still don't know what the fuck.
I know.
Just waiting.
I think he's trying to sing, but it's not time yet.
He fucked up.
Yeah.
His hands moving like Big A's. He's all nervous.
Goes to sing at the wrong time.
What a strange fucking guy. man.
Kind of brilliant, though.
Yeah, it was funny.
Because it fucking worked. He's still waiting for his part again.
Is
waiting.
it all psyched?
Waiting. He gives it his all.
Very overdramatic, yes. I don't know.
It is funny.
People either love this guy or fucking hate him.
Now he's just drinking water, waiting.
Yeah.
I liked a lot of his stuff.
Very professional.
Very strange, but
Is he gonna
very unique. He's getting ready again.
The funny thing is he's getting his lips wet.
Yeah.
Like
He drank some water. And there he is again. It's just nonsense.
It was idiotic, but funny.
Ridiculous. But, I mean, that's fucking, 30 years ago?
Oh,
maybe
easily.
more?
He did that type of alternative stuff before anybody else, and when there was no rooms for it.
Right.
When it was at, at fucking Catch a Rising Star.
It just annoyed people.
Yeah.
People were fucking annoyed by that.
Yeah, you got to remember all that stuff. When Andy Kaufman came around, no one was doing shit like that.
No one. He was more of a performance artist. I mean, that was
Right.
And he was legit. He really was that guy. He wasn't some unfunny dude trying to find a way to be in a funny situation by pretending he didn't care about being funny.
No, that was him.
He really was that fucking lunatic.
That's great.
The next thing, we're looking at stuff that kids will just not do nowadays that we did. Triaging your music for vacations.
What's that mean?
Well, basically, we have our phone, we go away. Every song we want to hear is on our phone. We have access to, but there was a time you had all your cassettes or CDs, and you had to decide which ones were going to make the cut.
Right. Yep.
Remember that?
Remember
you would
that,
sit there like, oh, fuck, oh, God. Can't take all these cassettes.
Cassettes.
Oh, God, the cassette.
You remember it was like a little mini album cover in your cassette. It was so cool. I didn't have 8-tracks.
I remember my dad having 8-tracks.
My older sister had 8-tracks.
It was had to fold up a matchbook and kind of shove it in the side to keep it from.
They couldn't figure out how
bouncing around in the car.
I love that they couldn't figure out how to make one long track. It had to be 2 tracks for one long song.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah, the song actually stopped. They didn't have the technology yet, and you had to fucking push the next track to have the song continue.
In the middle of the song, it would fade out. Like you'd fucking just the song would fade out, and then you'd hear this big mechanical clicking noise, and then it would fade back up again in the middle of the song.
Right.
Because they couldn't. The way the 8-track worked, there was no way to really time it out where there was nothing there, like where the song would end at a certain time. It was just thought weird as fucking.
It faded out though. I thought it just ended abruptly.
I remember them fading out.
I guess they figured, all right, let's at least fade this part of the song out,
so
and then fade it back up in the next track.
Really weird.
How long was the 8-track in cars for? Like, or how long was the 8-track? Was that kind of like a quick transient one? That wasn't that long, right?
It was pretty quick. I guess it was during the early 70s. Maybe even to the 77.
What do you mean the 8-track was quick? It was a short life?
Yeah, I don't remember it being all that long.
I have no idea.
I remember it, but I never had one, and I don't have any memories. Like, it's like the laser disc. I knew it existed, but I don't remember having any. I remember having cassettes eventually.
Yeah.
If my father had an 8-track, I don't remember it.
And the trunk was full of just 8-tracks laying around,
melted,
soaked in foxhead oil,
or would have a bubble from sun.
Yeah.
And you'd save
overheated.
Remember, you'd save stuff when one technology would end to the next one. Like, our cassettes are over, but you'd save them just in case they came back.
Gotta save that. Gotta save that one.
I still got some of those carts in my closet.
That's kind of another thing people don't. That's like an antique, an artifact these days. That fucking metal funnel thing you used to have to slam into the top of the round oil cans when you had to put oil in your car. Like, no one uses those anymore. It's all plastic. Fucking
forgot about that.
Screw them off. And it would spill all over the fucking valve cover and smoke all over the car.
I forgot all about that.
Those things sucked. They always leaked.
Do we have a date on that, Denny, or no? Is it?
Not like a hard date, but it said by the late 70s they were beginning to be phased out.
Phased out. When did they start?
In cars or just as a... Or just
both.
Generally.
I'm just curious. I have no memory of them.
I bet you the technology started in
I
the
remember
late 60s.
Late 60s?
But early 70s is when everyone really started getting it, I would guess.
My dad had one in 72.
So by 1980, they were probably gone.
Oh, yeah, they were done by then. I think 77, around there, is pretty much fucking
Were cassettes around then in 79?
Cassettes were known for just recording audio. They didn't really think of them as a music thing.
66 was when they became commercially successful.
Okay,
really?
so people would play them in their house and stuff when they're grooving their stereo.
Groovy.
Buck stereos.
We could
Buck Super Stereo World.
The last few we could go.
This isn't fair.
We could go through quickly because we've done this. Remembering phone numbers. Kids today obviously don't have to remember phone numbers. You literally had to fucking memorize shit.
Yeah, memorize it.
You don't have to memorize anything.
It was in your head. All your friends' phone numbers, your phone number, everything in your head.
This one we never talked about. Hoping your nearest movie theater got the movie you wanted to see. Holy fuck, that's
no multiplex, motherfucker.
No multiplex.
No one theater.
If it was Animal House or I'm trying to think of the movies from the late 70s, early 80s, you had to, sometimes you had to fucking travel.
You had to wait or
As a
travel,
17, 18-year-old, you're like, holy fuck, we're traveling.
Yeah, I had to
Just
go
to
to
see this movie.
Walt Whitman Mall was the big place to go for the movies.
But it was 1 or 2 theaters back then,
Yeah,
right?
it was like 2, I think.
Maybe 2.
And or the Elwood Cinemas on Jericho Turnpike was a big one for me until the Comac Multiplex came up. Before it turned into pretty much a gang killing land.
They've been good lately, right?
Have they? I haven't been there in fucking centuries.
I haven't heard any stories lately.
Yeah.
It was pretty scary there for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Checking box scores in the morning.
Box.
That's how you got your fucking, to see if your team won or not. You couldn't check your ESPN app or anything like that.
No.
You had to wait. And then finally not having access to everything ever. That's how they ended the list.
Everything ever.
Is right there at your fingertips.
It is pretty much the way it is.
You would have to go to a library or find someone that was knowledgeable on a subject.
You didn't know shit.
Right.
I just remember, like, seeing somebody on TV and toiling over, where did I see that person? They were in a movie, I think, and then it just for hours would annoy you and just fucking pound in your head.
Or that's
now
why
you IMDb.
That's why the encyclopedias were huge.
Yeah.
But
giant encyclopedia.
But TV
sets.
would choose what they were going to teach you.
Yeah.
If it was some cool, like, I don't know, we didn't even really have documentaries or any of that shit. If you think about
Channel 13,
a little
PBS, bit. You would get some shit like that, but
not a lot though.
Yeah. And then the encyclopedias, like within 2 years, were dated.
They
Especially
were
back
right.
then. Like borders were moving in Southeast Asia and in Europe, and you just. It's just what it was.
Do you think encyclopedias are a good investment now? Like to invest in an encyclopedia company and someone going door to door? Can you imagine someone knocking on your door trying to say encyclopedia?
Encyclopedia.
You'd have them killed.
Encyclopedia Britannica just stopped their paper printing. That was it.
They finally said
when?
They just like this year stopped.
Really? What tipped them off? Did they sold 4 encyclopedias worldwide? Who the fuck buys them?
Yeah. No.
Google, by the way, whoever those Surge and the other guy who did Google is an amazing fucking invention.
Yeah.
I guess it's all part of Ask Jeeves or an extension of that, whatever the fuck. But Google is a genius invention, man.
It really is just a wonder of man.
Whatever's next is going to be even better.
Well, it's going to be Facebook, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know it was next.
No.
So I just kind of said it'll be better.
I know.
I ran out of steam on that one.
Whatever's next will be better.
It's going to get worse somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Like you'll enter something in Google and a big question mark will come up on your screen. We don't know either.
I have no idea.
But what is the next step? It's like, maybe it'll just be, because they theorized that like when you just think of something, you'll know it.
Yeah.
Because your brain will automatically Google it. Once we can think and move computers.
Yeah, a more organic interface.
I think Google Glasses, is that what it's
Yeah, Google Glasses.
Hey, yeah, whatever happened to
Where's
that?
the Google Glasses?
They're still working on the contacts and stuff. Maybe not Google, but Kaku did a great lecture. I watched, it was like an hour lecture I watched 25 minutes of. And he was talking about those contact lenses where everything's just in front of you. And that's an amazing.
Shit.
But my thing is, how do you stop? And they'll figure this out. But when you're thinking to make your computer do something, how do you stop all the random crazy thoughts?
Oh boy,
to come in.
Just watch shit popping up on the fucking Jim's computer screen.
Yeah, you're having it
like the films they were showing fucking Alex and in Clockwork Orange.
You're at work presenting something, and all of a sudden, just the words "fart juice" pops up on the fucking window. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Fart juice. I don't know.
That'll be scary at first, but then people in general will think, it's no big deal.
Get used to it.
That everyone's thinking weird shit.
Right.
I don't know about that.
It'll be weird at first, though.
Yeah.
For sure. Taking your girl to the drive-in. Yeah, man, I would like to go to a drive-in.
There's still a couple.
I kind of like the drive-in thing.
There is one upstate New York, I think. There is a couple of them around.
They're very rare.
I really want to go. I saw one. Kenny will remember where it was.
Oh.
But it was out of season when I was doing a gig there. But I do want to go to a drive-in movie.
Yeah?
Yes.
I just hated the sound. It's like...
But remember how cool it was to see a movie outside?
It was cool. As a kid, I used to go to my pajamas.
Kenny, where's the drive-in?
Yeah,
with a little pillow or a
go in
fucking
your
sleeping
PJs,
bag.
And then
lay out in front of the car.
You have to sit there in the back seat. Because the parents were in the front seat, and you have to like deal with dad farting and maybe the mom and dad arguing.
When everyone went outside, then there were maybe 3 spots on the windshield that were cool because you could kind of like lounge.
Yeah. You used to like lay out on the hood of the car.
Everyone else was uncomfortable.
And on the roof, you'd put a blanket on like the roof of the fucking car.
That shit was cool.
I forgot about that shit.
I'd do that tomorrow.
That fucking shit.
I remember I was trying to get my dad. My dad took me to see some movie at the drive-in. I don't remember what, but The Sensuous Nurse was the late movie with Ursula Andress, or The Sensual Nurse. I was trying to get him to stay and watch that, but he just wouldn't. He probably want to get a rod in the car with his 12-year-old.
I did, man. That stupid goddamn Barbarella movie was playing out in California when I was out there. And my father decides to have me go.
That was porno back then.
And I was sitting in the middle between him and his wife, Corey, girlfriend at the time. Yeah. And I don't think he knew what the fuck it was all about. And the opening sequence, Jane Fonda's pretty much naked, but it's like in almost silhouette, but a little more than just silhouette, and she's floating in space, but she's like fucking naked. And I swear to God, I was like starting to breathe heavy. I couldn't fucking deal. I had a hard on. I'm sitting next to my dad. It was fucking embarrassing.
There were many years you just couldn't control that.
You couldn't control it?
Now you could kind of like get your shit together. I was like, have to.
And then I remember the fucking windshield was steamed up on the inside.
That was all.
And my dad like rolled the window down to try to fuck it.
That was because you were. Your young body was heating up.
I couldn't take it. You're fucking. I think that's when he decided it was time to get buzzed. Time to get buzzed to fucking deal with it.
Poison out of my son.
Yeah. Oh man.
Wow.
Get buzzed quick lest I go to a man and become a faggot, like he said. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, fucking drive-ins. Remember, and then it was kind of cool. You would get to go to the snack stand. Felt like you were on a little adventure.
Oh, yeah, you go to the
trying
snack bar.
Find your way back to the car.
Crunching on that gravel.
Dumb shit.
Yeah.
But what?
And it was always too bright. Remember?
Yeah.
Your eyes had to adjust so you could get your dumb popcorn.
What would you go for this? Would there be a break in the movie?
Well, they did a lot of double features and shit. And little shorts before movies.
I'd like to do that. I'd like to go
We come from a time. They used to have cartoons before movies started. Remember?
Yeah,
Like a quick 5-minute, 10-minute cartoon?
Cartoon.
They should bring that shit back.
No one has.
But now they have to, kill you with commercials.
You got to play the trailers and commercials.
And remember, we used to say, "Oh, they'll never have commercials before the movie."
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. It's a half hour of commercials now.
Enjoy our screen car. Oh, there it is.
Don't need you.
Yeah.
Smoke, talk, relax in your own car.
Oh, it's a cool show at the drive-in. Oh, good show.
The drive-in.
It's just a picture of a car with two white people sitting in it.
Of course.
Uh-oh. It's a woodsy outdoor scene. Oh.
We intermission films
at our concession.
Oh, so they did have.
Back. I mean,
Jesus.
a long time.
Yeah,
ago.
of course.
Hurry, folks! Get your crunchy, chewy, chocolatey candy bars now at the concession stand.
For safety and courtesy's sake, drive 10 miles per hour or less. Go with your children when they leave your car. Uh-oh. Use parking lights while driving. Avoid horn blowing. Go with your children. Oh, boy. It's probably because they don't want them getting hurt by the car.
Yeah.
Not even abducted. They didn't care back then.
I wonder what would happen if you had a drive-in open now. Would people go for nostalgia reasons?
Oh
yeah, they would.
Wow.
And if you showed like ads like this in the middle with these
Probably
products?
so many insurance concerns, it would be impossible.
I know.
For people driving around in a lot, people walking.
Yeah, you're always looking for shit to do when you have a family, so they absolutely would do well.
Our pizza pies,
Ew.
made from a famous
Pizza
Italian recipe. They're waiting for you at the concession stand.
Those look terrible.
Just shitty pizza.
Oh, hot dogs. Oh.
Yes, sir. The hot dogs at our concession stand do rate an appreciative whistle.
Oh, I want a hot dog right now.
Whistle at your hot dog? Your Chamber of Commerce works to make this community a better place to live and make a living in. It needs your support. You know what that means.
What?
Yeah, just make sure you don't sell your house to certain people.
Jesus.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Oh, Jesus, what's that smell?
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock. O and A are on vacation, returning next week, and we're just playing some best of bits that we hope you enjoyed. In this segment here, kind of sex that you prefer. Now, when you have a guy like Jim Norton on the show, regular sex can be kind of dull, humdrum, uneventful, if you will. Jim keeps finding out new and better ways to raise his sexual prowess and create new experiences for himself. Well, we all get into the kind of sexual things that we all enjoy doing on this show here. Whether you want to hear it or not, here it is.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
I always prefer a skirt to go up.
Really?
Yeah, much more than pants to come down.
No.
I like a skirt to go hiked up a little bit. You open the legs open, and you feel up the skirt. Oh, that's the best.
This is the constant battle of naked or semi-naked.
I prefer. I don't mind naked, but I like the skirt to get hiked up. I like to go in that way. I don't like to have them just pull the skirt off. I like a nice short skirt.
You talking about trannies again?
No.
Something where the
naked.
balls are hanging down underneath the hemline.
I gotta admit, I like that too.
Just naked as opposed to fucking clothed. Anthony just likes naked.
I
girls.
like fucking when you could just pull. We were talking about like that first time when you first start out your sexual career, when you hook your fingers on the panties or the skirt or the pants or something, and she lifts her ass up to let you know you could pull down, and it's just like, that's fucking, that moment is like, yes.
But I like the skirt going up more than that. I prefer
no.
the legs opening and the skirt hiking. Like I like to see the pussy that way for the.
There's nothing better than a skirt with no panties.
I don't know. Nothing better.
Oh.
I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong, but I kind of like when all of it's off and you get a good view of the whole thing.
Just to know that, like, all night long at the restaurant, at the club, all your fucking comic friends have probably seen your chick's pussy like 9 times. Not my wife, but my chick.
Is that good though?
I don't know. It's kind of hot just to know that she has no panties on. Jesus,
I like that
great.
too.
Yeah.
I was out with a woman once, and she had, she had a fat pussy. it was a fucking massive, and she was showing me under the table.
Oh,
I was out of my. It's one of those things that's been burned in my brain and will be there until I die.
That's
it was
a pretty cool view, right
awesome.
there. Huh?
Awesome.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Under the skirt.
Yeah.
Right
Walk
in.
right in. Get right in. Right through those lips.
But like I was trying to snap pictures of it, and when I saw it, like just fucking it was so big and fucking obscenely dirty that she was doing that. I was fucking. It's one of those things that makes me weak to think about.
Wow. Yeah.
But that skirt with no fucking panties on, man. Oh,
I don't know what the whole mindset is behind the fact that you kind of like that thing, and I like fucking just everything off. I like everything off. I like being able to look at, like a pilot coming into the landing. You want to see the whole runway. I like looking at everything from that vantage point,
I think it means you're more normal sexually in a weird way because like I fetishize it. Like you just like a naked chick that you want to just jam your fucking giant Italian Concho Pete dick into. I like something naughty about it or something inappropriate. I would rather be like Ann.
I don't know if it's so much
I agree.
normal,
That's
though.
true.
It's, I
like tights, like black tights.
Really?
On a broad, yeah. There's something about black tights that really... If a girl has a dress on with those black tights, and then you can pull just the ass down a little bit so you can see the pussy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's something like, because she's kind of tied up. She can't move a little bit. She can't walk right.
Oh, boy.
You know what I mean?
Are you like the hobbler?
I'm not a stockings or tights or like pantyhose. Certain stockings can look really good. I like a good fishnet if it's appropriate.
Right.
Something though up to mid thigh is good. I don't like something like pantyhose. I don't want something with a fucking firming panel on the front. Anything. If a girl was anything with a panel in it, I don't want it.
What Dom DeLuise used to wear.
Yeah.
The thigh-high socks, those are fucking... I remember a girl, she had Dr. Seuss thigh-high socks.
Oh.
Really long legs, and they were like just striped and weird.
That's a great fucking look. Yes. Thigh-high socks.
Dr. Seuss ones.
Look at that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, see, those are pretty good with the frilly maybe at the top. Yeah, those, all right, I'm in.
I'm in with those.
I'm in right there. Sock Theory? Is there a whole website based on fucking...
I know where to go.
Chicks and their socks.
Please, son.
That shit is fucking sexy right there.
Like the stripe ones. They're like schoolgirlish but high. Those are very high. They come way up. To me, they just look like they would be so uncomfortable if they're crew socks. Because I hate crew socks.
You don't like crew socks?
No, because the band always gets loose around the end and they always fumble around my ankle.
They
bunch
down.
up like a fucking Shakespeare shirt neck.
That was a good one. Go down one. Yeah, those striped ones up top in the middle.
Shakespeare shirt neck. That's it right there.
That's fucking amazing right there.
Those are the ones kind of like she had on. Those are fucking
man.
drive you nuts.
All right, that is absolutely something that is very good.
Look at that.
I like those though, but do you like them with a skirt or do you like them with a good slack? A good heavy slack.
Something really heavy.
Like a good corduroy slack.
Yeah, that with a short skirt.
Fuck, man.
Is fantastic.
They come up. They're not exactly thigh highs. They come a little higher than the knees.
Yeah,
which are nice.
Yep.
But they are
those
hot.
are the socks he was talking
Good
about right there.
shit right there. God damn it.
And pantyhose, I don't get the fetish for, but I can enjoy them.
Good hose.
If you have pantyhose, that's why I fucking hate Hooters girls.
Pantyhose.
Hooters girls, they have to wear pantyhose.
Oh, and they're thick.
It just sucks.
The
you know
awful
that
color.
fucking Dutch oven? Their box and pussy is just heating up together, making some type of Mexican sauce.
If they have like pantyhose on without panties on, because I've seen that done, and it gets pulled aside, and the pussy starts looking like it's robbing a bank. It's got that look. It's looking like meow, meow. Everything's smushed and distorted.
It looks like the Scream mask. All pulled to the side and flattened and yuckaroo.
I do not want any part of that. Pantyhose are not sexy, especially like regular legs.
Regular skin pantyhose, like you can't see through them. Those fucking pantyhose stink.
Girls, take them off right now. They suck.
Yeah, these aren't bad. The see-through black ones, like these.
Those are hot.
Yeah.
Those are hot. I like the see-through ones.
No. Look at her pussy.
Let me see.
See?
Yeah, let me see.
Put your money in a bag, see? Oh, her pussy is bent.
I like that, though, because you can see it through something. Yeah. I like that.
I don't mind that.
Like that.
I don't mind that.
You're looking through clear pantyhose. It's like see-through pantyhose.
Nylon just looks weird.
I don't understand the fetish for like regular like mom pantyhose. Those are gross. Some guys fucking love that shit.
Wow, what is she, like a
brownies
scout leader?
Yeah, look at her.
The brownies and that don't look bad.
Regular pantyhose on a girl. I saw one down the cellar like Saturday night. It was hot out. Chicks walking around with dresses on. This broad comes up with pantyhose. The thick, can't see through them. I'm like, that bitch is hiding something.
It lifts and supports my belly.
Oh man,
maybe she has with the fucking white thing in the crotch.
There's nothing more.
What, that white fucking thing that hides their pussy?
The
and
liner
sops up the fucking piss drips.
It just fucking kills them. It's the mood killer. You're making out, grabbing some tits. She's fucking sucking your dick. You go to fucking 20 minutes later. Hang on, just gonna take those stupid pantyhose off.
Yeah, they're really horrible.
You ever inspect the panties when a girl goes to the bathroom? You never lift them up off the floor and gone like, let me take a little peek, see what's going on in here.
No, I usually have them in her mouth. She's gagged.
Not when she's home.
I figure it's like reading the tea leaves. I want to know what's going on there.
Oh, yeah.
I've done it in the past, though. I've lifted them up off the floor and kind of taken a look.
She comes back in the room, you're going to live a long life.
Yeah, this is wonderful. I'm seeing a lifeline, yes. Your wealth line is very nice.
You're among friends, Ricky. You want to see what it looks like, and make sure she's fucking ready to bang, and not like, you know what it looked like the back of Kennedy's limo.
Well, again, that's never bothered me. But I've also
another guy, a man's man. He can fuck.
I don't care about fucking, and I won't go down or anything. But I'll fucking.
You're gonna get used to it because of your huge cock. Anyways,
you
happens every time.
Why are they always on their period?
Anything that makes that fucking giant Cadillac back in fucking smoother, he's happy for. Any type of lubrication, which helps the fucking garage door open.
A fucking hunk of dried meat.
You don't like the period?
I can't. I'll fucking I hate
really?
it.
Oh,
yeah, and I hate
I
hate the feeling when it's like wet and then it gets dry.
Blood
You're
does
like,
not have the same lubricating properties.
Viscosity.
Not good viscosity. Yes, it's
yeah, it's because you can. Like the fucking biology of it is happening because it comes out and then it hits air and then it mixes with oxygen and then it just immediately dry. Yeah, ugh.
Your dick is trying to rub through drying platelets.
Well,
That's not a good thing. Yeah,
and then you get the fucking just the lie. The fucking, I'm sorry. You're not sorry. You knew, you fucking dirty slut.
What girl doesn't inform you, though, beforehand? That is a little weird. Wow.
I had a girl, one of the Playmates. I was in Vegas doing a show, and the Playboy thing, and they had a Playmate at every show.
Yeah.
Talking to her for like 2 hours backstage while the show's going on. Cool broad, hanging out. She had no panties on with the dress. Oh, she kept fucking doing the Basic Instinct. And then me and the other comic.
Hot.
Yeah,
it was really
fold the
hot.
legs over and shit.
And then me and the comic, like, let's go get some food. We're all leaving. Woo, let's go. We're gonna hang out with this Playmate. And I looked on the back of her dress. I go, hey, honey, you got? And the guy grabbed me. Relax. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right. And he points to the seat where she was sitting.
Oh, no.
It was just filled with blood.
Whoa.
And you could see, like, the outline of her pussy.
Ooh. Wow, cool.
And I fucking I just started I just started puking. I was like, "Yeah!" And she's like, what's wrong with him? I'm just like, "Yeah." I just fucking left. I took a photo. I don't have the photo. My friend has it. I wanted to get it framed and hang it because you couldn't tell what it is unless you knew what it was.
Yeah.
But it just looked like some abstract art. Like just lines of red and then
Instagram the shit out of that.
You could see the asshole where the pussy met the asshole too. The little ring.
Is there a mirror on the seat too?
Ding, ding.
All right, first one thrown out. Okay, Bobby. Yeah, that it's amazing how the other bodily fluids that come out during sex, all that shit. It's almost like disappearing ink on the bed. Like your bed could be sopping wet afterwards, and then you wake up in the morning and it's like there's not even a sign that any sex happened here. But then blood, it's all over the place. But it's amazing, like cum, vag shit, everything. It's like wow. It just dried up and it's gone.
Yeah, God had issues too. I don't want to see this shit.
I want to see it in the
morning.
morning.
Make this clear. Make this go away.
Like, yeah. Like in the middle of the night, you roll over and your knee it gets wet and you're like, ugh, it's there. And then in the morning, like it never happened.
Yeah, you just peel it off your stomach. And you're good.
Potato flakes.
I can bang on the period occasionally, but it drives me nuts, man. I don't love it.
Look, I'm not digging it more than not. That's for sure. But I'm not going to sacrifice, a good hang. Could have some fun time.
Why would you do it? Just get head.
That's normal. I wish I could do that.
That's not normal.
No, it is. To be able to plow through that, that's a guy. That's a healthy guy.
Yeah, during the gold rush, it was normal. Not now. We know better. What the fuck?
They literally came up with the term "the rag."
Yeah.
Yes.
He was trying to cross the country for 6 months. Hasn't had pussy and fucking. Yeah, I'm fucking that no matter what. But you can wait. He's got a pool for Christ's sakes, filled with women.
Oh, well.
All right.
What are you going to do? I think more guys than not say no. And they go, no, there's no way. Ew, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I think I'm a little weird when it comes to that. But it's not a fetish like, oh, I like it. I just don't like not doing it.
But you don't need your nipples played with?
No, I don't like that either. I don't like that. I like a good set of legs wrapped around me like that. That's nice. Spurring your ass like she's fucking trying to stay on a bronc. That's kind of nice. Hands, grabbing hips or ass or back, something like that. But no, nipples play with. I'll just start laughing like a retard. It's ticklish.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah,
this is so unnecessary. You like it. Patrice used to love it too.
Really?
Yeah, it just makes. It's just. I don't get it.
I don't either.
Touch my nipple. It's like just stop.
Really don't.
Stop. I used to fake it though because I thought if you stop them they wouldn't suck your dick. You know what I mean? So they'd suck on your nipple because they want to be sexy because they want to reenact some fucking love scene they saw in a fucking movie. So you let them suck your tit for 10 minutes.
Yeah, the perception of hotness and it doesn't really translate.
Nothing.
I love that.
Stop watching movies.
I need it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man.
You need it.
You need it.
There's something hardwired between your nipples and your fucking dick.
I've done too much damage, man.
Do you think that's what it is?
You're not coming home?
Too much damage.
Can't click your heels 3 times.
I can't get back, man. I'm fucking walking in the Deer Hunter. Healthy sexuality is like De Niro came looking for me, and I just.
Yeah, I'm
in a fucking basement surrounded by guys with a fucking rag on my head.
He's got a cock to his head going, Mow, Mow.
Those days are gone.
Yeah, man.
You don't think you can come back at all?
I would have to lay off my body for probably a month or maybe 90 days or something. I would have to lay off.
Really?
And let my body come back. Yeah, it's fucking shot.
I stopped watching porn, because I'm trying to have a baby. And I couldn't.
It's working.
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
We just pointed at Bobby's midsection.
Fuck, I hate Chip.
I know.
Really
So what it was?
Because you can't. You got to be ready to go. You can't just. And I'm one and done. I can't. Especially with my wife.
Oh,
no, I'm
shit.
kidding. No, really. I mean, you get so desensitized to each other because we stopped walking around naked together. We had to stop doing certain things.
Was that her suggestion?
As a matter of fact, it was.
Here's a sweater.
I really don't know what she's. I think she's lying. To herself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm like I don't get what you get.
Girls are weird like that. They can just fucking love people. Love us.
Why me?
No.
Because you see Dawn. She shouldn't fucking like me.
Nobody should. But yeah, no, she looks really good, and yeah, you're a bit of a disaster lately. That's what women do.
But stop and jerking off. I haven't watched porn. You stop watching porn for a little bit, and the first couple times in, you're like, ugh. Yeah. And then it quickly starts to unravel and go away, and you're really fast back to where you were 3 weeks ago. Looking at some fucking more hard shit, trying to find just somebody with a mask and a gun and a girl really crying.
Something that works for you, sure.
But the first couple, you're like, fuck. You know, it's like when that first cigarette after you quit smoking for a long time, it just tastes like shit. It's
But
like,
you know where that's
really?
headed.
Yeah, but if you keep going, it goes away, and all of a sudden it just tastes awesome again.
But when you quit porn and you go to have sex, or be sexual, how long does it take to adjust? Because I wouldn't know what to do if I wasn't playing with my nipples. Because I literally would jerk off and just fucking tweedle my nipple with my left thumb. It's fucking awful.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a zone out ritual.
So weird.
That is weird. Yeah, well, sex was really good because you haven't had it. It's like not eating salt, not having salt in your diet.
Right.
And then and
That's
sugar.
what comes in your mouth. You're like, whoa.
You would, but then when you have like fruit, when you take sugars and stuff, and then you have fruit and you haven't eaten it, all of a sudden fruit is like fucking ice cream.
Right.
It's like holy shit.
It's great.
It's the same thing with fucking your girl.
Fucking. I guess so. You realize what a mindset thing it is when you think, all right, just the pure physical feeling of a chick shoving her hands down the front of your pants, grabbing your dick. If it's your chick that you've been with for a long time, it doesn't feel the same. But it is the same thing. It's just a hand grabbing, same nerve endings are being stimulated. But if it's let's say it's some girl you just fucking met in a bar that night. It feels different.
There's nothing.
The physical part of it feels different, though, based on just what's in your head. So
the first time a girl that you don't know grabs your cock, I don't know if there's a better feeling in the world that I've ever felt.
You're looking around like for the cops. She reaches up.
Reaches up. Holy fuck. Oh, that's great.
There's no better feeling than fucking when they first grab it. Oh.
And it really does show you, though, that the mind is so fucking wired into that. Because it's the same physical thing, but it feels completely different.
You get desensitized to anything, though. You're with the same chick. It's like it's not going to work. We showered together for the last 5 years. You walk in when I take a shit, it's over, Johnny.
That means you're settling. You're sacrificing something to have this relationship. You're settling.
Yeah, well, you gotta stop doing the normal shit. You have to stop doing, and then the porn, and plus what we do. There's girls flirting with you all the fucking time. Even the flirt. Oh God, when a girl flirts at you, she sends an email, and you're like, oof.
And you know you can work it.
You know where this could go.
Ah, see, you know where it could go.
Yeah,
and that's enough for you.
Sometimes, yeah.
That's so weird.
Too weak.
I mean, it's not enough. I mean, I definitely want to fucking constantly cheat on everything. Everything. The only thing I'm surprised at, I never want to drink or use drugs. It's shocking to me that I'm just with the food and the sex and the, how fucked up I am with so many other things that I never said just fuck it. Let's just go.
You shut off a floodgate and it just made streams everywhere else to go around it. That's all you did.
That's
the
right.
Big dam.
The booze and alcohol are all behind one fucking dam. But you're right, then there's fucking pussy juice and
cum.
Fucking gravy.
Potato chip river.
Yeah,
What's
just
that?
going on.
I fucking hate Chip. I hate him. I fucking hope he dies.
Just going around everything.
That's a good way to put it.
Oh my
Rivers
God.
opened up everywhere.
Yeah.
It's true. It's really true, man.
That it's just when girls are coming onto you like that, you're out, you're fucking gigging, you're doing shit, and they're coming up to you.
Yeah.
You just know you won't do that. You can't do it. It's got to drive you fucking crazy.
I have an out, though.
What a fucking slob you are as far as sexuality goes.
Everything I do, my wife's and everybody knows about my wife. My act, the podcast, everybody knows. So they'll always go, well, how's your wife? Well, they'll bring, and I'll be like, oh, cool. And it's kind of snapshot of it. Like you have that last fucking trigger.
It's the last safety net.
Yeah, you can pull that fucking. Wait, poof. How's your wife?
Yeah.
And they know her by name. You're like, fucking, I'm out of here.
Oh, man.
It's the last just shake. Bobby, wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
But if a girl was like, hey, I don't give a fuck about anything. I want to just fucking suck your dick in this hallway real quick. Eesh.
It's hard.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I'd have to call my wife.
And this is purely.
Is this okay, honey?
Can I do this?
Listen, I tried everything. Okay,
Send a picture of her, honey. Look at her, please.
Yeah,
Once, let me.
This is just based on love for a woman. While you're not doing that, that's all it is.
It's a decision you made for her.
For her, not for you at all.
You make a decision for her because of it's like a religion. A marriage is like a religion. It's a way of life. So you're deciding to live this way under these rules for her, for somebody else, for yourself too, because it betters you want to live that style of life for that time. Because look, I've lived this way my whole life. I did it. And now it's like, okay, I'm just going to try this way now because, like Colin said, you can do this way and regret it for the rest. You never do this and say fuck it and just go fuck broads and do your thing and regret it for the rest of your life. That one that you really did want to hang out got away. Or you can try it, and if it fucks up and it doesn't work, which sometimes it does, just fuck it. Go back to banging broads.
To that.
Yeah, but
it's all based on everything. Why is everything based on sacrifice?
Because it's also you want her to sacrifice too. It's almost like his girl is not out with other guys. Like do you really want to come home?
Yes.
And
yes.
But it goes.
I'd love to come. I don't want it, but I fucking want it.
It's dirty to think
times
about.
I fucking fantasize just making love to her and she's not talking, and then I look up and I know why she's not talking. It's a big fucking cuckle.
Yeah, but you imagine if she just wasn't coming home for the night. She got home at 3 in the
Jim
morning.
high fives me. Hey.
Oh man, no.
But and like, where were you? Like, I was out, and she was out fucking somebody, and like, he's better than no guy wants to deal with that.
No, but I'm saying,
I mean, it's fun to turn.
That used to be my thing back when I was single.
That's when I really loved you. Yes.
Oh, just sharing.
I was a
girl.
sharer, dude.
Bob was.
I was a fucking sharer.
Well, sharing is caring. Look
Oh
at
my
you.
God, I was nothing hotter than a chick that likes you, but she's a fucking dirty pig. She wants to fuck your friends too, but they'll never admit it, but then you get them to do it, and you're like, yeah. Wow.
I could never do that with friends. Like, I could, and I could, I just couldn't let a girl.
Pictures.
Weird.
No, but I couldn't bring a
kidding.
girl and say, suck a friend's dick. I could have her suck a stranger's dick, but the friendship thing.
Mimi, could you please go?
Yeah.
He's
Dave
tense.
Powers is tense over there. His legs are soaking in the pool. Could you, I could never do it with a buddy. To see my buddy's dick, it would be cool and fun to watch, but I couldn't get turned on by it.
I used to set up scenarios back in the day with chicks where, like, my friend would come over. I would tell my friend too. Neither one of them knew that they knew. I'd be like, dude, come over, blah blah blah. It's gonna happen. Just go with it. And when I say you gotta go, just get the fuck out. And I would set the chick up like, look, when he comes over, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I want you to, fucking show him your pussy.
What the fuck is going on?
I used to love those little scenarios. And then just fucking, I'd take my dick out. She'd start sucking it. And then he would come over and just take his dick out, which would usually be much bigger than mine. And just to see a girl go, just like not want to do it and then grab it and go, oh, she can't help herself to two dicks. You're like
a porno.
I know. Because I was same place as Jimmy. You just can't come home. But I made it home. I'm paralyzed like Tom Cruise.
I made it home, but you're all fucked.
He's Ronnie Kovacs.
I made it. I can't walk. And I'm in a fucking wheelchair.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I mean,
yeah, you're in a fucking widened bathroom in Long Island yelling, "Who's gonna love me? Who's gonna love me?"
Wow. That is something I've never even thought about without complete disgust and anxiety and fucking, like, I can't imagine the girl you're with being with anybody else. It just freaks you out.
Yeah,
like, it freaks me out. Like
it has to do with my
not even
insecurity,
close to being
though.
Sexy.
It has to do with my insecurity that I think that you're lying anyways, that you don't want to fuck anybody else. Because I do, you do, and I kind of want to trick you into doing it, which is the kind of, that's what I used to, and I remember I had a girl one time I really liked, smoking hot girl, left me, would never talk to me again because she really liked me. She's like, I'm not fucking doing that.
Man.
I can't believe you tried to make me blow your friend.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I know, it was terrible too. My friend was sleeping over and I had him in the other room and I opened his door and I was fucking her with her head in the room.
What, were you pushing her towards your friend's dick? Like a wheelbarrow, just guiding her in.
I just wanted him to...
Holy shit, you're a despicable person.
And she finally was like, stop. And I'm like, what's wrong? Like, my friend's sleeping too dumb. He didn't even wake up. I'm fucking banging. Oh. She was like a 10, too. She was
in an apnea sleep, snoring.
Fucking idiot.
Wow. Oh.
She got so mad. She started crying. She's like, I really like, you're a fucking asshole.
Oh, man, you are.
Yeah, but it proved, I was like, oh, this was a good one. I fucked up.
So did you say you were sorry to her?
Yeah, I said I was sorry. Yeah.
So when you find the good one, you can only find it through fucking... It's like when you find out if a woman's a witch by throwing her in the water. If she sinks, she was innocent.
It was like the end of Willy Wonka on the Chocolate Factory. You won, Charlie. You won. You get the Oompa Loompas, the chocolate. And then we went up, but she was like, go fuck yourself.
There was no winning.
It was just a test. It was a test. Yeah, wow. Well, you know what it is, though? We're so fucked up. I would love to go back sexually, because I hear guys talk like, I just fuck my wife. We fuck all the time. And I'm like, wow, that's fucking amazing. I would love to be able to be that untainted with sex.
Yeah.
Where, when you don't even know about this other life or all this other... You tell guys certain sex things and they go, really? What? Yeah. You like that?
I think a lot of them are bullshitting. I don't know about that.
I don't think
especially
so.
the part, if you're with the same woman for a few years, how do you keep that fresh?
Yeah, but you gotta understand,
I mean,
most guys don't fuck the way we fuck. This business...
this fucking business.
This business, in the way we are with the drinking and all that, our lives, a lot of people don't have...
It was around hammered broads.
Yeah,
well, we have a freshly married man here who Sam is a loyal guy. I've been on the road with Sam. He really is not a hound. He's a fucking...
He's a regular dude.
Yeah. What do you do to keep it interesting? You've been with the same girl 7 years.
He wears that shirt.
Yeah. And she pretends to not be turned off.
It's like first day of school, third grade shirt.
Exactly. You bring your fucking little Kicks lunchbox.
School bag.
She makes her wear a fucking scrunchie so it looks like boy hair.
Hey,
now enjoy.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM. You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. Right here on Sirius XM.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. My name is E-Rock, and we're at a segment here where Ope's talking about taking his child, his son, to get the first shots that the baby needs in order to survive in this world. And this is just one of those things that a kid has to go through, so he's dealing with that. It also leads into a discussion about dangerous things that we did as kids, things that happened, things that parents put us through, and just the environment that we grew up in. Not really that safe by today's standards, but we're going to explore that right now.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony show on Sirius XM.
Hello. You know what? I want to say on the radio what I just told you about the kid. I just decided.
Yes,
because you made a really good point. Welcome to fucking life to my son.
That's the welcome to life.
I want to officially welcome my son to life, because it was all rainbows and fluffy clouds
and mobiles
and colorful things and here's mommy and here's daddy and here's your grandpa and here's your grandma and here's all your family. Holy shit! Officially, my son got the hello to life needles.
Welcome. Ha 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 ha.
Oh my God! And Anthony just summarized it perfectly. He said, "Welcome to life."
It's the kid's first thing where it's like, yeah, everything's great, everything's nice, and then they stick you with needles.
Yeah,
it's the first thing in life where you're like, wow, this kind of sucks.
And you resent the parents forever for that. Believe me. Every time you kiss him, he's going to kiss you back and look at you and go, why the fuck didn't you warn me?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no more about nice and gorged boobs giving you fucking the milk of life. Oh my God.
Coochie coos.
Look, I don't bring the kid thing to the show often, but when it makes sense, certainly. And yesterday was one of those days. The kid had to get his first shots to make sure he doesn't get all sorts of fun diseases.
Vaccines and stuff?
Vaccines and crap.
I remember mine, it was tequila.
Tequila? Nice.
First shots, get it?
Nice. Mine was
first bomb of the day.
Mine was blackberry brandy.
Oh,
if we're going around the table. Sure, my first shot. Because that's all Pops had in the liquor cabinet. Blackberry brandy.
Mine was rum.
Rum?
Yes.
I can't do rum and cokes to this day because of my college years. Rum and cokes are evil to me.
I still love
to this fucking day. Now that I'm 7 years out of college, I'm still not drinking.
7 years.
Well, they make you retire as a professor after. So how many did he have to get?
He had to get 3. Now my kid, I don't talk about him often because he's a citizen. You know, my kid's a citizen. He doesn't want this life, and I don't blame him.
Civilian. He's just
he's
regular
a civilian.
Joe.
Yeah, Bob Kelly taught me that because I was trying to get a picture of his wife on one of my videos. He goes, "Hey, she's a fucking civilian." I'm like, "Okay, I'm sorry, I get it though."
Yeah,
my kid's a civilian, but. He's a really, really happy kid. He doesn't have anger issues like me and all that bullshit. I could tell already. So I'm like, oh, I get it. What I have was environmental. It wasn't in my DNA. All these
so
years.
you think it was that whole nature-nurture thing? Yeah. So yours was nurture,
I've been
or lack thereof.
Yeah, I've been around enough kids with my nephews and nieces. You know exactly what their personality is within a few weeks of their life. I mean,
really?
In general, you know what kind of kid he's going to be.
Going to be drooling and shitting himself his whole life.
Yeah. And my kid doesn't show any signs of that bullshit. Just a happy kid that likes to laugh and smile and stuff. And he's been in a really good mood the last few days. But it was time for the doctor yesterday, and they checked his weight and his height, and everything's great, and blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, all right, it's time for the shots. And the cute little pediatrician leaves the room. I mean, a cute little thing, you know?
Yeah.
And then there's boom, 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 boom. This fucking monster comes in the room, which makes it even worse.
I bet they do that on purpose so the kid won't have this like thing against the pediatrician herself.
Yeah. She's a monster with. She has chin hair.
Oh, beautiful!
And Mars laughs at that.
Like a lunch lady.
Yeah, I don't know.
A big lunch lady.
All you have to do is cut that shit. You don't even have to shave that shit. Just cut it down.
Do women with chin hair ever look in the mirror?
I don't know,
what the
man.
Fuck.
Cut
that shit.
There couldn't have been more than 5 strands, but they were long. I'm like, what do you do? Just cut that shit.
Women with chin hair are all former rape victims, and they're trying to discourage any man from wanting to fuck them again.
Is that it?
And it works.
That's viable. Oh God.
And she lays down the needles, 3 of them for my little son there, and he's happy and he's cooing. He now coos and he's moving his arms and his legs. Everyone's saying he looks like a Gerber baby.
Oh.
He is a fucking cute kid because, you know, my wife's fucking pretty good looking. Didn't get it from me. That looks like Eddie Vedder with the chin hair there.
That is a woman?
Oh, it looks like Dio. Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, it does a little bit, right?
That couldn't be real.
So,
Yuck.
Wants to back Ope up. Getting the first shots sucks. It's the welcome to life, though, like Ann said. So he's couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier. And they're like, well, just want to warn you that the kid is going to scream. There's no doubt about that. But some kids decide they need to hold their breath.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
They do that?
Yeah, because I asked the chin lady, I'm like, so what's going to happen here? Oh, he's going to cry. It's going to be bad.
Not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin.
Right. There's no doubt about it. This is not good. Like, you like to hear, like, well, some kids cry, some kids get through it.
Some never even notice.
No, she goes, no, 100%, this is not a good scene. And I'm thinking to myself, it's the year 2010. They can't figure this shit out?
Some kind of Star Trek thing where they just go...
Something.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor, but you would think after all these years they could figure something out.
Still a metal tube that they stick in you and inject fluid through it.
So she hits him with the shots. I'll fast forward this story right into his fat fucking thighs. And the kid turns beet red, holds his breath, and just loses his mind. So then my wife loses her mind. I grab the kid to try to calm him down. So now he thinks I'm the evil one because I was the one that he saw first after this horrible pain. And whatever. I mean, now I'm going to get sappy.
Freaking out?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, you know her. She's.
No.
So he's just losing his fucking mind. Beet red, screaming bloody murder. And just like you said, welcome to life.
That's your first little.
He didn't have any of
hello.
this shit before yesterday. There was nothing but presents and colorful things and mobiles and
shookas under the chin.
And a
little pat on the head.
Is each shot like that, or they just do all three real quick?
She tried to go quick, but each shot was just hell on earth for this damn little thing. And then I sort of calmed him down. And then he was pretty much miserable all day yesterday. And you just feel like shit, really. You feel like shit. You're like, this is, I brought you into this lovely world, and here's your first shot of holy shit, life sucks.
It is.
Right?
There'll be plenty more of this before you die of old age.
Yeah.
It's like the whole life is just full of these.
Right. This is every relationship you'll ever be in, every job you'll ever have.
Right. It's just everything. This is your car breaking down. This is fucking.
But the first 7 or 8 weeks of your life is, I finally figured out. That's what they say when you have a kid. You relive your life, basically. So obviously, we went through the shot thing way back in the day, as we all say.
Yes, of course.
And the first 7 or 8 weeks was gravy. Fucking gravy.
Yeah.
But this is what life is really about. This shit.
Kids don't get that inoculation thing anymore, huh?
Right in the arm where
where they.
Well, that's where.
I think 68. Wasn't that the last year they have the one with the scar?
Yeah, that's where you show your age if you want to.
Not much. That's fucked up. Like every kid was marked.
Yeah.
I have that. You do. You guys do.
I got
Right?
a little one too.
But those shots were done in school, weren't they?
I don't even know.
I remember lining up in school to get the bullshit shots where everyone was
that
like.
was the gun.
Yeah.
It was that fucking gun. They put it up to your arm and went like.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what the scar is?
Yeah.
It just like would push the fluid right into your.
Is that polio?
I don't know.
Is that the polio one?
I don't know.
I remember
smallpox.
I remember
someone saying Pat from Moonaki saying smallpox.
Smallpox, yeah, I think he's right.
Smallpox.
But remember, you got word that it's going to be shot day, and then in our school system, which was Harborfield's High School, Washington Drive. I'll go real local in Centerport. They lined everybody up in the gym, and
line up. Good boy, Johnny.
And you saw everybody crying. There wasn't one that escaped crying from that shot. It was just a miserable day for everybody.
It was a gun, and then they like screw some fucking little thing on top of it. Mm-hmm. And then, you get it on your arm like a Star Trek kind of thing.
And then, boof!
And it left a scar for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You just like fucking marked the children. I bet there's a conspiracy theory about that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. So it was one of those sad days yesterday,
Yeah.
Then the kid was just whining and crying. Not whining, just like what the hell was
Not in a good
that,
mood.
man?
Fuck, no more of that, please.
But then by the time I left this morning, he seems like he's back to
snapping back.
He's snapping back pretty quickly, which is good.
Yeah, go one bad memory now. There you go. You got one. Count them. Keep going.
That's the first set of shots, I think. I think he's got to do another.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
there's more.
Yeah, they warned us. Said, well, the next visit in a month will just be a checkup, but then we're going back to this horror show.
Wow, I thought they did it all in one shot or something.
And you talk to doctors and stuff, and they said the kid won't even remember that memory and stuff. But come on, somewhere deep in your DNA, all that shit builds up, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Right?
They say other shit like that kids do remember when they supposedly don't remember anything. Why not the, shot thing?
They say your whole personality is formed before you're 2. Like, whatever's going to make you, like, the different stuff comes after, but you have your basic core by the time you're 2.
So
you remember everything.
Damn.
That was the pediatrician white?
Yeah.
Is now, but who gave the shot?
This is a very, very.
Was she black or white?
No, she was a monster white woman.
Oh, see, I figured they sent a black nurse in. It's a whole racial thing.
Yeah.
I guess it starts us disliking each other very young.
I guess I'm trying to remember what mine was.
No, my kid's gonna hate fat chicks like his father, and chin hair, fucking chin hair. God damn, man.
Get rid of that stuff.
And then I'm looking at her thinking, I don't trust you. I think you would smother a kid.
Oh, she looked like one of those.
I'm having these thoughts as she comes in with the needles.
Yeah. Like Misery?
Yeah.
That woman?
Yeah, exactly.
Was she a treat?
Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates in Misery. Her little scrapbook.
She turned 60 yesterday.
Did she?
We
Yeah.
didn't get to that yesterday, but she, the big 6-0 for Kathy Bates.
That doesn't seem so fucked up because she's always just looked old and frumpy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Misery has to be at least...
Mr. Man.
95, 98?
I'm going to go... Yeah, okay. I was going to say definitely over 10 years ago.
I think it's probably older than that.
Perhaps older than that.
Well, he's saying 95. That's 15.
Misery was 1990.
Yeah.
90?
20 years ago.
That was a long time ago.
She was 40 in that?
I love that movie. I don't know why, but that was
it's a great one.
That was one
Fucking
of the better
James
movies.
Caan
Some
is
great
so
lines
good in that.
Yeah.
I saw that in the movie theater.
Yeah?
The whole, and I mean, I think people have seen it already. At the end,
course.
when she comes, for that final comeback, the whole movie theater jumped. Like, I felt the earth actually move itself like 3 feet back.
Fantastic. When he smashes her head with the typewriter.
Yeah.
Her big, fat, dumb head.
Oh, that was great.
Oh, it's fantastic.
You're ruining the movie, man.
Oh, I know.
Never got out of the cock-a-doodie car.
Yeah. Just fucking weird.
Wow, was she enraging in that movie?
Yeah.
Her Mr. Man.
Mr. Man. Like when she comes down with the gun all fucking mellowed out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just come down here.
Yeah.
Like, you're a little weird. Or she noticed her penguin was facing the wrong way. Great movie.
Absolutely.
That's fun. Bet if it's on, I'll watch it.
So yesterday was a weird fucking day for the poor kid.
Yeah, little tater tot.
Let's go to Ed in Jersey. Ed.
Hello, Ed.
Hey, Hope, you got to take a infant CPR or choking course. I have a 1-year-old, and she had a breath-holding incident.
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
Where, like 4 months ago, I pulled an alarm clock away from her, and she spun away from me, and she was crying. And then she stopped crying and walked away, fell forward and passed out. And when I flipped her over, she was blue. So I thought she was choking on something or whatever. So I'm a police officer, so I gave her rescue breaths, and we had 911 come and all that stuff. We took her to the doctors, and they said that she held her breath so long that she couldn't regain it and actually passed out.
Oh, that's great.
And then my 3-year-old, about a year and a half ago, she was choking on a part of a soft pretzel. And I flipped her over, pointed her down, and gave her back blows and dislodged it. But, this is stuff that you never, ever expect, so you really should take one of them.
What about, let me ask you, holding the breath thing from kids.
Anthony's like, I've made the right decision. I don't really need to do this.
I'd rather just hold the head of a puking, hungover girl.
Right. Same thing. You don't know if they're going to survive.
Yeah, it was weird. She had vomit all over her. I was wiping her down and
wasn't sure she was going to make it to morning.
Had to hold her hair back. It was horrible, terrible scene at my house.
Pound her on the back with a Kleenex because my cum was all over. What is the holding the breath thing? Is that a lesson the kid learns, as a way to make the parents panic? What is the holding the breath thing?
No, they said she does it, she's done it a couple times. She just did it last week, but she didn't pass out. She at the last second, she takes the breath. So now she's 1 year and 4 months. But the doctor said they can't die from it. But I didn't know. She just went out cold, unconscious, and turned blue.
Yeah.
Your body actually passes out, and then they kick into overdrive.
But it's what's in their mind? Are they doing this to I'll show him or?
Not on purpose. They hold their breath. They're so pissed, and then they panic. It's almost like a little panic attack because then they can't regain their breath, and then they get.
Yeah, I think it's
because I know in
panic thing.
In cartoons when I was growing up, they'd always show the little kid when it was mad, it would fold its arms and go and hold its breath and turn all kinds of color. Breathe, Finsta, breathe.
Right. Maybe that is to freak
Bugs
out.
Bunny would have to smack baby Finsta.
To clarify it for us a little bit more.
Really, Dr. Steve? You think he's up this early?
Oh, no.
The baby
Here,
hold
Dr.
its
Steve.
breath.
Well, they'll do that every so often.
I asked the doctor, I said, is it possible? Because, I actually cleared her throat thinking there was something lodged in there.
Yeah.
Did the finger sweep. But I asked the doctor, I said, is it possible that she held her breath for so long that she passed out? And he said, absolutely. He said, it's pretty common. So it's just something once they get a little bit older that can actually happen.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't happen.
Well,
I'm sorry, they don't die from it.
Instead of having a really nice fucking smartphone for everybody, how about we figure out the shots for the kids?
I'd rather have the smartphone.
I know.
How about a smartphone that gives shots?
Yeah. Smartphone that gives shots. Now you're talking.
Or you give the kid a phone after he gets his shots.
Yeah,
so he's like,
fine.
this is nice.
Right.
Made it
Now you're
worth it.
talking.
Yeah.
I'll go get the brand new iPhone if it's can do the shot thing properly.
Yeah.
So did you take any kind of CPR?
Yeah,
a
we
good
know
point.
all that shit.
All right.
I appreciate it, Ed.
Know all that shit, tough guy.
You fly fishing, bud.
Fly fishing, yeah, that'll happen. I haven't left my house in 8 weeks. What are you high?
Go fly fishing with this guy. Sounds like everyone that's around him starts choking for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, you want a pretzel?
This guy's the angel of death. He hurts people and then saves them.
How about you offer food that's not dry to your guests?
Yeah.
On the job, I'm about 0 for 25 on CPR calls, no lie.
What do you mean 0 for 25?
I've never had a save, and I've done about 25 different times I've done CPR calls.
Jesus, you stink. What are you getting there the next day?
You haven't saved one person with your skills?
Never. They're always. I had the defibrillator on them within a minute or two. Different, but no. I'm telling you, it doesn't really work for adults when they go with the cardiac and stuff.
Wow.
All right. Well, I was gonna. I don't know
look
what
on
to
your
say to
record
you.
there.
Yeah. You might be the angel of death.
Hopefully you'll. Yeah.
Anybody that does that, I mean, I think it's like 5 or 6% of the time you'll actually get an actual save out of a real CPR.
Save.
All right.
But sometimes you do it
We're
like
still
to a
talking.
victim of like a car accident.
Yeah.
To make it look
Yeah. I agree.
I'm going to start holding my breath until you stop talking, sir.
All right, Ed. Thank you. We got to give someone else a shot.
Goodbye,
Cody
Ed.
in Wisconsin. Cody.
Hey, well,
what up, Cody?
My daughter does that. She'll cry. She'll hold her breath. Her eyes literally will roll in her back of her head. Her arms stiffen right out. It looks like she's knocked out cold. I started calling her Chuck Liddell because he keeps doing the same damn thing every time.
Leave Chuck
poor
out of
Chuck.
this.
It's freaking freaky. We just took her to the neurologist. Neurologist said, yeah, that's pretty common. No big deal.
Oh, good.
It doesn't do anything mentally as far as, like, oxygen to the brain or anything like that. She said up to 7 years old she's seen kids do it. I'm like, this is bullshit.
The diagnosis is a bitch. Your kid's a bitch.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, little diva. She'll do it, pass out, piss her pants all over the place. It's like you're holding her. She got to lay her flat, so you're holding her so she doesn't fall. She's did nosedives right off the retaining wall, right on the concrete face first. Oh my God, down the steps. It's just ridiculous.
You know what the worst thing is?
Bubble wrap.
You know these things are going to happen. You just got to, wait for them. All these fucked up things.
Yeah.
The falling down, the fucking bullshit, God forbid anything even as serious as a broken arm, things like that. Like, that shit just happens to kids. And you don't know when or where. You get the phone call. Oh, hi, yeah, this is the school. Yeah, broken leg, broken arm, broken foot, whatever.
Didn't every one of our
monster rain under the porch?
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't every one of us have the nurse call our parents or whoever was raising us? Yeah, I want to include everybody, right? I think every single one of us.
Yep, got that phone call
where we got hit in the head with a hockey stick, a broken arm, something.
I was listening to Ron and Fez right here on this very channel at 11 a.m. and they had a good subject. They were bringing up the point that you don't see a lot of kids walking around with casts anymore. Mm-hmm. And I found that very interesting. It's like, yeah, what the fuck is that all about? Like you used to walk around and constantly you'd see kids in fucking arm casts.
Sure. And they play safe,
and that's what was brought up was the fact that
obvious.
They're playing video games now. They're doing and there's not a lot of just kids riding their bikes far. Like we used to, go out and ride your bike a few miles, and now the parents are so paranoid of abduction and other bullshit that they're just playing fucking Xbox.
It comes down to this: kids don't play unsupervised anymore.
Yeah.
It's all about play dates.
Supervised, and I guess the playgrounds are a little more safe with some cushioning and shit. We have monkey bars that if you fell through, it was like you were a pachinko ball just bouncing off a fucking metal.
I remember my sister, who was about 6 years older than me, so she was, she had to be about 16 or 17, and we had a penny saver route. It wasn't even a paper route, and I was 10 maybe. And we took off on our bikes and she couldn't get a route near the house. It was like 10 miles away from the house. So my dad would just drop us off with one bike and all these penny savers. She would do the penny saver route. And then we would have to drive our bike, one bike, home 10 miles. I was 10 years old.
10 miles. No one cared about kids back then.
Right.
Get out of the house and play.
They just assumed you would be all right.
It's evil out there. I just want to stay inside.
Did I ever tell you the story of my sister panicking on the way home?
The 10-mile ride?
After all these years, did I ever tell that story where my sister, I should have been driving the bike because she's a panicky Pete, and it's a hill.
Wait, was it one bike with two of you on it?
Yes.
Oh, I just hated that.
Dude, because we were fucking poor. How many times do I have to tell you?
Did someone have to sit on the seat and someone had to stand? Or was it on the handlebars?
This is so long ago, I think we just kind of shared the seat.
Or side saddle on the metal bar between the seat and handlebars.
Yeah, right.
That was always the bad one.
No, this was just a basic bike. It didn't have any pegs or any of that shit, so I had to sit kind of... Maybe it was a longer seat or something. I don't remember exactly.
Banana seat? Did it have a banana seat?
Maybe a banana seat. And so there was a little hill that we had to go down, and my sister, Panicky Pete, just fucking shaking side to side. So I go flying off the bike, rip up my knee. To this day, it's still scarred, right?
Yeah.
We had to limp to the nearest house, and they had to call somebody to bring me to the hospital, get stitched up, blah, blah, blah. So year after year, when we passed this hill, we always take a look. And the older I got, I went, you motherfucker, this was no fucking hill whatsoever.
The shallower the hill got.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
My first memory, you're thinking it's,
Suicide Hill.
A double black diamond for the skiers out there.
Yeah.
And by the time you got, old enough, you realize it was just a simple, tiny little, decline. And she panicked on me.
Nothing worse than having to ride someone on your bike, though. I hated that. Because you'd have to stand up while they sat on the seat. And it wasn't like a motorcycle with a nice roomy seat and pegs and shit like that.
Right.
So they're constantly, their legs are out, because then you always heard the horror stories and saw it of the kid that got his foot caught in the spokes. That was always like...
That happened to all of us, though.
Shoot up the foot. And then
usually the sneaker would protect you, though.
Yeah, but sometimes barefoot. I saw one once that was just horrid. A girl.
Did she lose a toe?
No, but it was so cute. It was like fucking the skin was ripped off the muscle of her foot.
The muscle?
And she was just, I remember her walking home, screaming, crying, and limping with just blood. It was like a war zone growing up. It was like the Vietnam War. You just look and go, yep, she took one in the foot.
Yeah.
And then there was, if your ankle, your pant leg got caught in the sprocket under the chain because you didn't have a chain guard because they weren't cool.
Mm-hmm.
And that could suck your fucking calf muscle in.
That happened to. Well, I didn't get my calf muscle ripped off, but remember back in the early '90s when pipe leg jeans were like the coolest thing ever. I was racing my friend on my bike, and my bike didn't have a chain guard, and it was probably just at the peak of the fastest I could possibly be riding a bike. My pant leg got caught in the chain.
Fuck.
And then your foot goes around, and the pedal hits the back of your leg.
Yep.
And then now it's caught in there. It's really fucked up. It hurts.
I did a few flips. It was like an Indiana Jones movie where he just takes the stick right through the spokes.
Yeah.
And the bike just goes three times tumbling over.
That was another thing when somebody was on your handlebars. They could get it caught in the front spokes, or it was very hard to steer. You could get in that wobble factor, or they could just fall off and you would run them over. They'd fall off your handlebars and you'd run them over or flip over. Jesus. Very dangerous bike riding back then. You don't see that either.
To this
much
day,
these days.
I tuck my pants leg in my fucking socks.
Do you? You wrap around, tuck it in?
The right one I tuck in.
Yeah.
I don't trust even the newer bikes. Old school, my friend.
Can't happen when you're driving.
Well, now the kids they got the pegs now.
Yeah, they got pegs.
Yeah, of course they got pegs.
Little fuckers.
Well, Ann, you know what? You start a fine topic. And it does come down to the fact that kids just don't play unsupervised anymore.
Unsupervised, or as I don't think they play as crazy and on shit that was just not fucking safe.
Remember the metal fucking monkey bars?
And the playgrounds were all
just all fucking metal. Many ways to kill yourself.
The slide was like a fucking razor blade. And there were kids that got like third-degree burns on that metal slide that was sitting out in the sun like a frying pan. And then a kid in shorts would get up there, sit
remember
down,
the burn on the back of your legs?
Burn the back of your fucking leg. Kid wouldn't budge. It would be go,
yeah,
and then just stop there on a fucking frying pan.
You ever see Ball Bag Guy?
Ball Bag Guy?
Dan, you've seen Ball Bag Guy, right? He went down a slide that had no water.
Oh, a water slide?
Water slide with no water, supposedly. I'm sure maybe it happened some other way. And the skin on his ball bags underneath, completely gone.
There's a picture of this?
Yeah,
that's
someone fucking tweeted. I didn't even think we would bring it to air, and all of a sudden we are now. Fuck.
That's when you put the water, those slides that have the little water jets on them, and sometimes they'd clog up, and not enough water would come out when they'd slide into the pool.
This guy
and you'd get that.
Yeah, this guy lost his skin under his ball bag because I guess somehow he continued down the slide. Unless it happened some other way, and this guy's trying to cover for himself.
Hot fucking naked girls right there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Let's say hi to Steve in Connecticut. Steve.
Everything's naked.
Hey, Opie, how you guys doing?
Hi, Steve. Yes.
I want to say fuck you to Spectro. I don't wear biking shorts.
We try to get him to.
Bulging biking
shorts.
shorts.
I don't wear biking
that
shorts.
Show the
cut muscles of your thigh.
Ass, everything. Those show everything.
I do a lot of biking. I call those guys the Lance Armstrong fags. They have to, Central Park is a great bike route. There's an outer loop. It's about 6.5 miles. I do that a lot actually, and I'm on a hybrid with just sweatpants and a t-shirt. And then the Lance Armstrong guys go by. They have to be in.
Are they flying by too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they got like $10,000 bikes and all. And it's like, really? Are you training for the Tour de France? Are you?
Imagine if he is. Hope he's just like, look at that asshole. It's like, no, I am.
No, because they're a bit too chubby and stuff.
Oh, really?
But they have to wear. They have to wear the whole fucking bike.
Do they have the aerodynamic helmet?
Everything.
The helmet aerodynamic?
Everything. They clip in and all that crap. I'm old school. I like to just get on my hybrid and fucking do a few miles.
If anyone needed a stick in the spokes, that would be great.
Yeah, no biking shorts for me. Steve, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing? Opie, you brought back a good memory. My sister and I had like the same sort of paper route. It was like miles from the house. And one day my sister, she was 5 years older than I was, we were delivering newspapers, and lo and behold, there was a guy sitting in his car playing with himself, called my sister over, and she came back horrified. She's like, oh my God, he had his cock out. And
Prude.
And I tell you what, it was pretty funny, but the reaction from the parents was like so, oh well, watch out for him next time you go do your paper route.
That's exactly how it was
talk
handled.
to strangers.
And that's exactly how it was handled. That's what we're talking about today.
Now they'd cordon off the area. Police would be everywhere.
Absolutely, they would have to
Helicopters.
find that fucker.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then, Anthony, you were talking about games that kids play. I had this long driveway, and when my friends used to leave my house, I played sniper. I used to go upstairs and grab my BB gun, and they'd be like, no, Steve, you're not going to shoot us today, are you? And I'm like, no, guys, go ahead. I get up there, I have the gun all waiting out the window, and they start making the big dash down the driveway, and I start plinging them. And one day, I plinged my friend Foch, we used to call him Foch, and the BB went through his hand, and his father, old school Italian, he's just like, hey, stop shooting each other.
Just stop shooting each other.
Exactly.
That was it, done.
That was it.
That's it. That's all.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
Good old days. Boo.
That's it for the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Well, gentlemen, another show. Well done.
I knew what to expect. A douche chill moment. And boy, did you deliver.
Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Sirius XM.